Hello, beautiful people. How are we? Hope you're all well. Here we go. Let's get this set up. Here we go. Twitter first. No viewers. Happy days. Nothing to do there then. How are we? There's a couple of people joined. Welcome. It's Friday. Friday. Weekend is upon us. Happy days. Not that we got much to do. What the? Just started. Look around. What are they doing to me? It's their end anyway, so it's not my end. So yeah, welcome everyone, or people leaving already. Happy days. Stay to be there. We are. It's back. It wasn't me. Just setting everything up here. If you're on Twitter, come and join us on YouTube. More than welcome to chat. So there's another quarter of an hour before we start. Excuse me. It went live at past. I did keep an eye out on it just in case there was anything, but there wasn't. So we've missed zero. But I thought I'd go live now because why not? To talk for like 5-10 minutes, get everything set up just in case. I see the people on Twitter. You're more than welcome to join us on YouTube, guys. Just go to my link straight over, or just search the Ultimate Corner on YouTube. We're a little bit different of stream in case you're new. We do not speak over the lawyers and stuff like that. We just mute. So I do mute myself. I only speak during dead time, so we use chat for everything. I'm in chat. As I say that, I might as well say welcome in chat. First one to do so. Welcome, everyone. Please come and say hi. Here we are. That's the first one. Bam, 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 bam. I see you, Twitter. I see you. You're there. Just go over to YouTube. It's a lot more fun on YouTube. I have to do it on Twitter though because um, that's where I'm normally based. But trying to get people from Twitter to come over to YouTube is mission impossible. It's like second home for you. You don't want to come over this way. Ba, 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 ba. Let me say that. The viewers on YouTube have all left. Right. So Aidan Fauci, that result came in, got life, but they're going to look at that after 25 years because he's so young. So in case no one knew, that was a hard, just watching the parents and the sisters and brother. Jeez, hope none of us have to ever go through something like that. Let me get a banner up. Try and nudge people. That's the one. Okay. So we're live there. That's happy days. Oh, someone's come into YouTube. Thank you very much. Feel free to chat. We do not bite. And just a reminder, we do not speak over the lawyers when they're speaking, only during dead time. So please use the chat. This is probably one of the most boring trials ever, but it's a bit juicy today because, plaintiff is going on the stand, and also Gwyneth Paltrow should be on the stand as well. So, if nothing else, just be something nice to look at. Not the plaintiff, I mean Gwyneth, just in case. But yeah, and the chat will be buzzing. Once the regulars come in, chat will be great. It's always, just wait for the regulars to come in. They've got all the banter I haven't, so I've got a bit of banter. So we're about 10 minutes away. They are there. They're moving about. So I think the judge is in. So. Okay. Just check that YouTube is streaming fine. Bear with me. So many buttons to press. So many things. Oh, buttons. Fine. Well, there's more here now. Hello, good people. Please say hello in chat as I have done there. And as soon as I do that, they leave. Oh, annoying. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, the YouTube one. I need to check YouTube. View YouTube. Well, thank you for whoever's been subscribing. I've had 3 today. Nobody here now. Whoever's to come over here, you're on your own there. Come over. Zero. 3 likes. What do I have 3 likes and 0 people in here? So that's what it's all about. Boom. Why does it keep doing that? Why does it keep going out? Oh, and then we're back again.
On the record? We're on the record. Okay, we're on the record in Sanderson versus Paltrow, and counsel are present. Were there any items we needed to address before the jury is brought in?
A few, may I?
Sure.
Your Honor, we had an exhibit D83 that had some personal information that we wanted to redact. So Peter would like to are you prepared to switch it out right now?
We can just redact it real quick.
Oh, can we have your and the clerk's binders, and we're just gonna blacken out a little piece of personal information that we didn't catch earlier. Secondly, Your Honor, I just want to be clear on something. As I recall, plaintiffs filed a motion that we weren't going to comment on Mr. Sanderson if he was not present all of the time. And yet I was surprised to hear a plaintiff bring that out with Sam Goldstein. That was an entirely new opinion, entirely broadside, that Goldstein now had advised Mr. Sanderson that it wouldn't be good for him, in part because Mr. Sanderson does not take criticism well. I think that was violative of the court's order, which again was made on plaintiff's own motion. And I think that's now open game because the door has been opened. So I don't know how to address it except for the jury now knows on the advice of his therapist that it's not healthy for Mr. Sanderson to be here. So I just want to know, everyone to know, I may bring it up now because it has been brought up.
And what part of the order came out of that motion, pretrial motion?
Thank you. Perhaps my memory fails me that it was a formal motion versus an informal conversation. I'd be interested in plaintiff's memory on that.
I know there was some discussion of it. I thought there was a motion. I mean, it's not.
Your Honor, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I recall there being conversation about it. I mean, some argument and discussion formally, and I don't recall whether there was I think there was some kind of a motion from the plaintiff.
And Peter's telling me that it was discussed, but perhaps didn't make it into the written order. I'd be interested in plaintiff's memory of that and the courts.
Mr. Bueller, do you recall that? Not right now, Your Honor. Okay. Maybe you could find it, Peter, in the papers, and we can address it during a break.
And mostly, I guess, it sounds like I'm not restricted then from talking about it. That mostly I was concerned, like, am I in trouble for bringing it up? But it sounds like if it's not in a written order and if they have brought it up, then I'm okay. That was my goal in bringing it up.
Mr. Bueller?
It depends on what they bring up. I'm not sure what he's proffering right now. It's hard to talk about something I don't know about yet.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Bob Sykes was kind enough to call me last night and say that they intend to call Gwyneth Paltrow before Terry Sanders. Is that still the case? Sanderson.
That was supposed to be a private phone call, Steve.
I didn't know that, but I do need to bring this up because if they're supposed to rest today, Bob, if you tell me this needs to be private, I will keep it private, but you didn't say that.
Want a minute with counsel and talk about it?
If it's not going to be this morning, we can do it this afternoon. Why don't we wait?
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, Bob, I was complimenting you for being upfront with me, so it wasn't a diss.
Please, no more compliments from you.
Any more issues before the jury comes in? Can you cue up the video and get it ready? Okay. And are we ready to bring the jury in? All right, we're ready.
This judge is so organised. Literally, 2 minutes before we're supposed to start, we're starting. None of the other trials were like this. The ice cream trials are a total mess. I watched a bit of that this morning. The middle trial was a complete mess. They started whenever the judge felt like it, like half an hour later. This judge was like, no, I want to get the jury in. I care about the jurors. Quite impressed with him. Quite impressed. Here comes Gwyn. Morning. Okay, I know what you're saying. She looks still, but like I don't know how she's supposed to look. Do you know what I mean? I mean, she's 50 odd. Do you know what I mean? So I think she looks very, very good. Stern or not. Okay. So there. So Gwyneth's gonna be on first then. It's gonna be interesting.
We're ready to continue with Richard Baum's testimony by video. Glad to see everybody made it despite the perpetual snowstorm that we have outside. So thank you. Mr. Sykes, you may proceed.
By the way, it says name Bain.
Bain.
Yeah.
Okay. So earlier you testified that you believe there's only one way this crash could have happened, which is that Ms. Paltrow hit Terry Sanderson from behind. If another expert like Irving Scher says otherwise, how would that, how would you think of that opinion if that was the case?
Well, I would disagree with it. And I would like to know what the basis of his opinion was. That's basically the short answer. But if he came up with a different opinion, then maybe he considered other information that I may not have had in formulating that opinion. So I would certainly be interested in knowing what the basis of that type of an opinion.
And do you recall a defense expert, Robert Hush, MD?
Yes, that's the neurologist.
And his report is, the actual written part is less than 6 pages, maybe 5 even. And most of it is, or much of it is the review of his, the things he reviewed. Is it your understanding that Dr. Hush did not examine Terry Sanderson personally, correct?
That's my understanding.
What does that mean to you regarding his opinions, this Dr. Hush?
I have always myself have insisted on examining the patient directly to corroborate the medical records and to get more insight, because medical records are just what they are, records. If you have the source in front of you that you're able to query, I find that is very, very helpful. So some people or some of my professional colleagues don't do that, and I feel that they may be at a disadvantage in doing it that way. But my preference has always been to examine the patient.
I'm just going to read you what his report says. This Dr. Hush.
It's Dr. Hesh, actually.
Hesh,
Just
okay.
yeah.
Dr. Hesh. He says on page 3, the persisting neurological symptoms Mr. Sanderson reports since the February 2016 ski accident are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions. How would you respond to that?
I would agree with that. I mean, even though he does have a history of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, I do not feel that he had those symptoms beforehand and they became prevalent after the closed head injury. So you have to be able to account for that timeline, if you will, or that clinical history.
Then on page 4, he says under part 2, I'm not entirely convinced that Mr. Sanderson experienced a mild concussion. How would you respond to that?
Well, I would definitely disagree with that. I mean, we have evidence of him having the disorientation afterwards. So certainly there were concussive symptoms noted shortly after the event, which would define the concussion. And it's like I said, the issue has always been whether or not these symptoms are permanent or transitory in nature.
Then on page, bottom of page 4 under number 3, he says, the persisting symptoms Mr. Sanderson attributes to the ski accident are subjective ones, confusion, memory problems. Objective criteria do not establish that Mr. Sanderson experienced a permanent neurological injury during the ski accident. How would you respond to that?
Well, keep in mind, in this particular type of patient, you have the objective evidence of the witnesses, the before and after witnesses, and of course, you have the medical records. So that is certainly more objective because you're getting it from an observer. So that would certainly be objective in nature.
What about this, the ski patroller, Lee Smith, who saw Terry Sanderson showing mild disorientation within about 10 or 15 minutes of the crash? How would that affect your response to Dr. Hesh?
Well, once again, that's an observer that observes someone that's disoriented. That would be an objective finding.
And then he says on page 5, Mr. Sanderson's neurological function is normal, and his records and imaging do not provide any indication of neurological or any indication for neurological treatment. Any response to that?
I would tend to defer that to his treating physicians, but certainly there is evidence in the records that he has ongoing neurological problems that need to be addressed. To what extent that they're being addressed, I would defer to his treating physicians.
Okay, the next defense expert is Stephen Edgley. Were you able to review his report?
Yes, but I don't recall who he is right off the top of my head.
Okay, he's a board certified American physician medicine and rehabilitation.
Oh, PMNR. He's a PMNR specialist. I remember him, yes.
He says something different than Dr. Hesh. He says compelling evidence on page 3. He says, Dr. Edgley says, compelling evidence indicates plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. How would you respond to that?
Well, the concussion is mild. I mean, it certainly would result in some catastrophic finding like persistent vegetative state, death. I mean, he was able to get to the clinic, but so I would consider it mild as well, but the loss of consciousness certainly was present.
So when we say mild, is that kind of a sometimes deceiving term for some people, in your opinion?
Objection leading.
Well,
how would you, let me rephrase, how would you describe mild when it comes to a traumatic brain injury? Can you have, the question is can someone have profound problems from a mild TBI?
I wouldn't say profound. I could say significant problems you can have with mild TBI, depending on what the problems are. But as far as he's able to take care of his personal hygiene, which I queried him about, he's able to get about, he's able to travel, these types of things. So, and keep in mind, he was a high-functioning individual before this. He was a retired optometrist with a rather high IQ. So he's able to function pretty well, but certain things that he enjoyed doing before the accident, he can't do afterwards. And this can impact him. Now, how significantly it does, I defer to his before and after witnesses and to his treaters, but certainly there was a change.
How does an MTBI affect a person, or what is the range of effects? Can it be, you said,
Well,
be significant or?
Well, let's back up. There are numerous classifications of TBI, and different organizations have come out with this based on Glasgow Coma Scale, length of amnesia, these types of things, loss of consciousness, findings on cranial imaging. It boils down to functionality because that's what the brain does. It allows us to function, interact with our environment and other individuals. So a catastrophic, I'll just start from the words and go backwards. Catastrophic means persistent vegetative state or death. Serious, you can't take care of your own personal hygiene, so you need attendant care. That would be serious. Moderate, you're able to take care of your personal hygiene, but you can't hold down a job or do anything outside of that. That would be moderate. Mild, you're able to take care of your personal hygiene, but you're able to venture outside of the home and interact to a certain degree, but it's been effective. Now, how you perceive it as being significant or not depends on the individual person. So you can have significant problems with a mild TBI, but it's certainly not going to keep you housebound, and it's certainly not death or persistent vegetative state. So mild, that's what it means by mild, okay? I will tell you this. Anytime you have a traumatic brain injury, that is not good.
And how about, or what are your opinions about some of the other experts for the defense? There's two neuropsychologists. One is Galit Askenazi, and the other one is Angela Eastfold. Have you had a chance to review theirs?
Yes, and I guess they were going to critique the treating neuropsychologist, if you will. And obviously they have differing opinions, but you know, the level at which they're talking about, I mean, the guy has issues. And keep in mind that one of the problems that you have with patients with TBIs, if they have the wherewithal or the insight that they realize that they have lost something, some type of function, is a loss. And so they tend to develop psychiatric manifestations of this loss in the form of depression and anxiety. And if they have a previous history of that, it just makes it worse. And so it's kind of like an exacerbation of those symptoms as well from what we call a non-organic standpoint. So you have to take that into consideration. And I see that there was issue taken on both sides with regards to those non-organic issues. But the fact still remains is that the brain was not functioning the way it was after the accident as it did before the accident. And so that's where the organic diagnosis of the mild TBI comes into play. So keep in mind that as humans, we do carry the psychiatric side of things with illness as well.
What does that mean, psychiatric?
Well, we're all emotional creatures, right? So we respond to our environment in different ways. Some people are more stoic and others tend to, bare their souls. So if they suffer a loss of some sort, it can manifest itself according to the DSM-5, if you will. That's the psychiatrist working handbook, if you will. Keep in mind, neurologists are boarded by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. And the reason for that is that neurochemistry is so in depth that permeate both specialties our training has a significant overlap. Neurology training is 2/3 neurology, 1/3 psychiatry, and vice versa from the psychiatrist. So there's a significant overlap because the clinical manifestations sometimes are subtle between one diagnosis and another.
So, just in summary, Terry Sanderson, in your opinion, suffered a mild traumatic brain injury or closed head injury in this ski crash, correct?
A mild TBI as a result of a closed head injury.
Okay. And the evidence from the broken rib x-rays indicate that he was hit from the back side. Or what are your opinions regarding that?
He was hit from the rear on the left side to the right, and then made contact with the ground.
And when someone suffers those kinds of broken ribs, what manifestations would you expect to see from those broken rib injuries right after the trauma that causes the break?
Chest wall pain and pain on breathing. And if it's severe enough, you would actually have shortness of breath.
Why don't we take a quick break for like 3 minutes, and then we'll probably finish up, and then James can have you, if that's okay. Thank you.
Well, let's make it about 5 so people have a chance to use the bathroom if they want to. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Going off record, the time is 2:04.
Come everyone, thanks for being here.
Back on record, the time is 2:09.
Oh, here we go.
Dr. Bain, how is it possible for a neurologist, for example, to come to a reliable opinion in a case such as this without an examination of the patient, in your opinion?
Well, obviously it depends on the diagnoses, but certainly it would be more difficult without the patient. But it depends on the diagnosis that you're considering.
Well, how about in this case of Terry Sanderson?
Well, you want to know if his symptoms have persisted, if you're going to make the opinion that his symptoms are permanent or not from a neurological standpoint. So I would think that it is important, but it's like I mentioned before, I have professional colleagues that don't do that.
Okay, in a case such as Terry Sanderson, how persistent do you believe his symptoms are, in your opinion?
Well, as of April 28, 2021, they had been persistent for 5 years. Now, after that period of time, I'm not a treating physician of his, so I can't comment on his clinical timeline after that.
One of the defendants, handpicked neuropsychologist Angela Eastfold, testifies, or in her report, discusses Terry's persistent concussive symptoms as being better accounted for by a history of comorbidities, risks, factors like hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, untreated obstructive sleep apnea. But I'm going to just start one at a time and ask you for each one. Do you think any of these things I'm going to list better account for Terry's persistent concussive symptoms? Hypertension.
No.
Hypercholesterolemia. I assume that's high cholesterol.
High cholesterol, hypercholesterolemia, no.
Sleep apnea,
No,
prostate cancer,
no,
erectile dysfunction,
no,
restless leg syndrome,
no,
migraine,
no,
bilateral hearing loss,
no,
chronic insomnia.
no.
So in your opinion, none of these things I just listed would account for any of the persistent concussive symptoms that Terry Sanderson is suffering?
No, I mean, he did not have it before the accident, and certainly he had some of those medical conditions before.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that means it's my turn, Dr. Boehm. Thanks for
Sir. Yes, sir.
making time before trial here. As you know, because you've done this before, a big part of what I'm going to do is make sure I understand your opinions. And then if there's any point at which you've said something that differs from your deposition, then I might point that out. And I believe you have your deposition transcript with you, correct?
That is correct. I do.
Okay.
But could we have
And
the time we're beginning here, James?
Sure. 2:13 is what I have,
Thank you.
Mountain Time. And so you have that the transcript of the deposition that I took of you years ago, correct? In this case, actually, I don't remember if it was multiple years. But it was a while back. June 21, 2021 is what I have.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm glad you have that with you. I have the exhibits to that, and I can pull those up if we need them.
Part of that.
Okay, so let's start though with just a couple quick follow-up questions on your background and experience. So it's just, has a court ever excluded your testimony from trial?
Not from trial, no. I mean, I had a motion of limine that we were going to have an evidentiary hearing on, but so we never had the evidentiary hearing.
Okay.
And that's all I'm aware of.
Okay. And then this is just a quick question about billing. We don't have to spend much time on it. I have
Sure.
your fee schedule, which is the document that describes what you charge for your work in this case. And you charge varying things for an exam or a deposition,
Right.
records review. But can you give me a sense of how much you've charged the plaintiffs to this point?
I think I've only charged my retainer, which was $4,000 a few years back. Now, I am charging $5,000 for the preparation and the testimony today. So that I have. Now, I don't know $5,000 yet. My administrator would know that, but I would expect that I'd receive $9,000 today.
Thank you. And then what about time spent? Do you know how many hours you've spent working on the case?
No, I just jot that down, and my rate changed last year. So before, when I was hired on this case, I was only charging like $400 an hour. So I would imagine I've spent clearly 10 to 15 hours for sure on this matter.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Have you ever worked as a biomechanics expert in snow science?
Snow sports science?
Yes.
No, no one's made themselves out as a snow sports science institution that actually hired me.
Okay.
I would have to say no to that.
Okay. And speaking of such institutions, do you belong to any organizations that do work specifically in snow sports science?
No, I'm a member of the American Academy of Neurology Society of Automotive Engineers only.
I see. And have you ever performed research that focuses specifically on biomechanics as applied in snow sports like skiing?
No,
Okay.
I don't design skis.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure I understand the way you see your role, your deposition in 2021. You told me that, and I'll use your term, the main thrust of your testimony would be your
Engineers. Yes, I feel that way now.
Okay, great. The term biomechanics, let's make sure we understand it, because it's not one, at least, that I use all the time. You just clarified it. When we're talking about your biomechanics opinions, we're talking about biomedical engineering. Is that right?
Right. Biomechanics falls under biomedical engineering. Okay, so just get that straight. And people are doing all kinds of research in all different aspects of the field. So biomechanics, keep in mind that biomechanical engineers tend to deal with inanimate objects for the most part, whereas biomedical engineers tend to deal with not only inanimate objects, but also with human.
Right, a human subject. Okay. So as you just said to me, you see your role as providing mainly those biomedical engineering.
I mean, the medical records gives us the diagnoses. I mean, his rib fractures have healed up. I mean, we know that. But he has this persistent concussive symptoms that we see throughout the medical records. My job wasn't to treat and diagnose him and come up with a treatment paradigm. My job was to determine how that happened. And I think I've pretty much put that out with obviously the information that I had available to come up with my opinions.
Right. And so I think you've already said this earlier in your testimony today, in terms of the neurological symptoms and the neuropsychological evaluations, you're happy to defer to the treaters in Mr. Sanderson's case.
Well, they're the ones that made the diagnosis. And so I find that after evaluating the patient, his history is consistent with medical records from which the diagnoses were made. So I'm not going to refute that he has a mild traumatic brain injury due to a persisting concussive symptomatology, or the fact that he had fractured ribs in the past that have since healed up. I'm not going to refute that at all. I would say that it is consistent with that. But to me, the main thrust was, well, how did all that happen?
Right. And in terms of what does he need for treatment in the future, or whether his symptoms will persist in any degree in the future, you don't have opinions about that.
Objection, compound.
I defer.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make a general statement. I defer all future medical care and the cost thereof associated with that care to his treaters. So I have no opinions on his future medical care needs, nor do I have any opinions regarding the functionality, i.e. what he can and cannot do as a result of his diagnoses seen in the medical records, which I concur with. So I defer that to others.
Right. Right. And how his symptoms will continue into the future, what the nature of them will be, that kind of thing.
That is correct. I mean, I defer that to his treaters, or the overall long-term prognosis of his symptoms. So
Right.
Once again, I defer all of that to his treaters.
Okay. Another thing that I think you made clear in your deposition to me in 2021 that I just want to make clear here today is that you don't have any opinions about whether anyone was skiing unreasonably and caused the collision, correct?
Absolutely. I have no comments on how people were skiing, the density of the skiers, or how that they were conducting business that day, the day of the accident. No.
Right.
It
So
boils down to how, from an engineering standpoint or a biomedical engineering standpoint, how did he develop the symptoms that he has? That's reflected in the medical records.
Right. So in other words, you have opinions about the mechanics of the collision, but not who should be responsible for it.
I have no liability opinions in that.
So the answer to my question is yes. Is
That is correct. I'm not pointing the finger. I'm just pointing to Newton's 3 laws of physics and the engineering calculations that are consistent, that give you the plausibility opinions that the fall in fact caused the clinical symptoms that Mr. Sanderson had.
Got it. Okay. And at the end of that 2021 deposition, you told me I've provided the opinions that I plan to provide at trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as I hear it today, you haven't provided any new opinions that are in addition to what you provided during that deposition testimony, correct?
That is correct. I mean, and I read through, fortunately, I was provided my deposition just 2 days ago, so I read through it. And the last part of it, you did ask, were there any other opinions? And I said no. And we covered it.
Okay. And you, at that time, when you provided those opinions, you'd said that you did not feel like you were missing any material that you needed to come to a confident conclusion. Is that right?
For my opinions only. Okay. Right. When you just consider my opinions, I had the necessary data that I needed. Now,
right.
If there's some other extenuating circumstance, i.e., he fell off the chairlift before all this happened, 20 feet to the ground, I would like to know that. And so, but I have no history of that. So unless there is some significant departure of the information that is provided to me, my opinions still stand true today as they did back in 2021.
Right. And in fact, in the deposition, you told me that you would let me know through plaintiff's counsel if you came across new information that affected your opinions, and you did not find such information.
I did. That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. Okay. I think you made this clear, but again, we're talking in a sort of strange way here to a jury that's not present. And it's hard for me to get a sense, are they following? So I apologize if I repeat some questions. But
no, go right ahead.
As I understand, you believe Mr. Sanderson is one of the rare patients who experiences concussive symptoms beyond 18 months. Is that right?
I wouldn't say rare. He's in the minority. Less than 5% fall under that category. So rare in medical terms is less than 0.1%, and that's based on pharmaceutical studies. So it's really not rare, but it's certainly in the minority.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. I was just using it in a kind of colloquial sense, but
understand.
But that's obviously a very small minority. 95 versus 5, obviously, it's a huge disparity.
20 to 1. 20 to 1.
Got it. Okay. And it seems like you based this opinion on the post-concussive syndrome. Is that okay to call it that?
Yes, syndrome is a compendium of symptoms.
Okay.
That's the definition of syndrome.
Okay, so maybe we could just say you base your opinion on the persistence of his concussive symptoms.
That is correct.
On testimony.
as far as it being permanent.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
he had a mild traumatic brain injury day one. The question becomes, is it permanent or not? Only time will tell. You see?
Right.
And then
Yes.
the medical records provide that timeline.
Right. And so you point to the medical records and then testimony from family members or friends that knew him before and after as the evidence supporting this post-concussive syndrome or persisting symptoms opinion that you have. Is that right?
And Mr. Sanderson, because I saw him.
Oh, correct. And your evaluation of him.
So that answer is yes, to include.
Okay. I believe in your deposition you said that you thought Mr. Sanderson's narcotic medication might have exacerbated his symptoms following the collision. Is that right?
Narcotic medications can definitely make, in layman's terms, anyone a little goofy, if you will. So you can certainly have exacerbations of certain behavioral elements, if you will, from narcotic use. It just depends. I would have to defer that to the treaters because they're the ones that prescribe that to them. And so they would have a working knowledge of how that medication was affecting.
Okay. And then in your deposition, I think you said that you did not refer to the fMRI, not MRI, but fMRI in any, you didn't use that in formulating your opinions at all. Is that correct?
Yeah. The F, the small F in front of the MRI means functional MRI. I do not use that in my practice, nor was I trained in that element, and therefore I don't use it in my practice, and I defer the use or any opinions from that device to others.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to go through, as plaintiff's counsel did, I want to go through and just make sure I have a good sense of what you reviewed to formulate your opinions for the deposition that I took. So I'm going to just go through those real quickly. So
what page are you going on? I think, page 13, I think it is.
Sure, I'm trying to. I don't have it. I have kind of some notes here. I don't have the deposition transcript, but I can definitely. Oh, page 20 is where some of this occurs, and then
page 14 has a lot of it too.
Sure. Okay, and then page or exhibit 3 to your deposition.
I don't have any of the exhibits.
Yeah, maybe I'll pull that up because that will make it more simple.
I think that would be helpful since I don't have it.
Okay, so when you gave your opinions to me in that prior deposition, and as you said today, those are all the opinions that you have provided in your testimony.
There you go. Now, I do have that page, but if for some reason my copy does not have an exhibit sticker on it, but
that's okay.
And that's what I read into the record today. So I have that. Yes.
Great. So I'm just looking at that deposition section at the bottom, and it lists out the people whose testimony you had read in preparing your opinions.
That is correct.
And I'm just going to note a few names that are not on that list just for clarity's sake. So Terry Sanderson himself was deposed over multiple days. You did not read those transcripts, correct?
Not before that first deposition. That is correct.
Right. And you did not read Gwyneth Paltrow's deposition.
No, that is also correct.
And
I did not.
And then you didn't read Eric Christiansen's, the ski instructor who was at the scene of the collision, correct?
I don't know if I had that before or since, but he was. He reported that he wasn't an eyewitness to the event, so I can't tell you with certainty here. I'm looking at the deposition itself, and I'm seeing if I said that or not back then. I don't recall.
On page 20, I asked you, I said, you haven't read anything from Eric Christiansen, and you said, no, I have not.
Okay, then I had then. Okay, so
Okay.
you found it in my deposition.
Yeah, great.
I don't have any direct recollection of that deposition, so I have to refer to the transcript.
That's fine. That's why we take the transcripts. And then another name that is not listed here is Carrie Oakes. She was another ski instructor who was at the scene. I don't see that she's listed here. So you did not read hers.
I don't recognize the name. No.
Right. Okay. And then you did not read Brad Falchuk's, and he is Miss Paltrow's husband, who was also there that day of the collision.
No. I don't recognize that name either. So I'm sure I did not have that deposition.
And then the same thing for the Miss Paltrow's children, who are Moses and Apple. They were there as well. You didn't read their depositions, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Hadn't seen or read the comments Mr. Sanderson made at a press conference held about this case, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that. No.
And you had not read letters Terry Sanderson sent to Deer Valley Resort in August 2016, the year of the collision, correct?
No.
And so, therefore, you didn't compare his various statements about the accident to assess credibility or look for inconsistencies, that kind of thing. Is that correct?
I did not have that information to even analyze.
Right. Okay. And the same thing for Mr. Craig Ramon, whose testimony you did read. His deposition transcript is listed there.
That is correct.
And you referred to him as the eyewitness today, correct?
That is correct.
And
that's what was indicative of his testimony that he saw it. But I don't have any independent verification of that other than what he said in his deposition.
Right. And did you compare the claims that he made in his deposition testimony to claims he made in a prior interview?
No.
Okay. And then
I'm not aware of any prior.
Okay. So you didn't do any special evaluation of his credibility. Is that right?
I only had his deposition and that was it.
Okay. And then,
I mean, I assume since they're under oath, everyone's under oath, they're telling the truth.
Well, that's fair. I understand that if that's all you had, then you go
That's all
by
I
it.
had, yes.
Yeah. And you were not aware, I believe, at your deposition that multiple witnesses had testified that Mr. Sanderson had not lost consciousness. Is that correct?
I haven't read any other witness statements.
Okay. So you weren't aware of those testimonies, correct?
No,
Okay.
that is correct.
And then I guess at the time of the deposition, you hadn't read any opinions from defendants experts. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. They were not available then.
Okay. But despite having not read those, the various things we've went through just now, you felt confident providing opinions because you based those opinions primarily on your physics application, right? Your application of the laws.
And someone speaking?
Yes, doctor, please wait for his whole question to get out. You keep cutting him off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that his question was over, so
And also, please wait for me to just insert an objection, so a short pause would help.
Right. Yeah. And I apologize, Dr. Bain. It's probably clear that I'm where I'm going, and it takes me a while to get there. So just
I understand. And You're going to have to repeat that question again now.
Right. Let's see. Oh, I was saying this, despite the fact that you had not read the various things we've just gone over, you felt confident offering opinions about the mechanism of the accident because of your application of the principles of physics, basically.
Physics, engineering, from a biomedical standpoint, and understanding the human anatomy. Yes, that would be correct.
Right. And the main piece of objective evidence that you're using there to apply the principles of physics to get your answer is the rib images, or the sort of fractures that you see in the rib x-ray. Is that right?
That is correct. In fact, I made the comment, if those weren't present, I couldn't tell you how the accident occurred, because then we're just dealing with the closed head injury only. And that could have occurred any number of ways.
I see. And I believe from your deposition, I saw that it's your understanding that Mr. Sanderson initially thought he had caused the accident. Is that correct?
Something like that. Yeah. I think that I read somewhere around there that he thought that he may have caused the accident. Now, I don't know how, but certainly that's what he was saying. But then again, in a state of confusion or disorientation, who knows what someone is going to say. But I did note that.
And there are a couple other materials that I didn't ask you, I didn't point out here that you had not read. One of them was the deposition of Michael McMahon, the medical provider who treated Mr. Sanderson in the urgent care on the day of the collision. You hadn't read his deposition, is that correct?
That is correct.
These are things I don't believe were clearly addressed in your deposition, but I wanted to clarify
Sure.
In case you had opinions on these. Were you aware that Mr. Sanderson testified that there was an unnamed woman skier that he worried about hitting just prior to the collision?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
And were you aware that he has claimed that the impact of the collision caused him to go airborne?
I think he may have said that, but I can tell you from a physics standpoint that did not happen. I mean, airborne in that he fell down, I guess you can technically say you're airborne, but it's not like he was propulsed into the air from the ground, like doing a ski jump. That did not happen.
I see. So, Mr. Ramon, you've given testimony today, and you did in your deposition, that, in your opinion, the force had to be from Ms. Paltrow had to be from the left side, from the back. Is that correct?
Yes, it had to drive. I mean, I'm not talking about directly from the left side, but it had to have a Y component to drive him to the right side. And that's
okay.
So it had to have been from the left. There had to have been a left to right component force application to cause this.
But you're aware, correct, that Mr. Ramon claims that Ms. Paltrow hit Mr. Sanderson squarely in the back?
I think that's from what I recall. But once again, if he's standing to the side, he wouldn't know exactly how it is. But keep in mind that our center of gravity is right down the center line of our torso. And if there's any Y component to the right, it's going to drive you to the right. And if it's enough to drive that center of gravity outside of your torso, you're going to fall. So it may appear to an observer that someone's being hit directly from behind, but in fact, there is a Y component to the force application.
I see. Were you aware that Mr. Sanderson reported to his primary care provider a few weeks before the collision that he felt like he was getting old all of a sudden? That's the quote from a medical record.
I don't recall that, but
you don't dispute it, I sense.
I'm not going to dispute that. I mean, a lot of people his age do say that. They say it to my face in my clinic. And I don't have a medication for
that. I understand. I'm sure everyone wishes you did.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be here if I
did. Were you aware of Mr. Sanderson's vision problems when you formulated your opinions in this case?
Yes, I do believe he had some vision problems. And once again, being hit from behind, obviously the vision is, you don't have vision at the back of your head. But suffice it to say, like when I was going through the different scenarios, I determined that he was struck from behind. So his visual acuity would not come into play in that analysis.
However, that visual acuity was connected to a 2009 event that was the cause of some MRIs that he received or underwent. Do you recall that?
He underwent
misstates prior test, misstates facts.
He underwent cranial imaging back in 2009 for an evaluation. So now I don't know what the working diagnosis was at that time. It could have involved vision, but I don't have any recollection.
I see. And I should stop sharing this page, but it is because I think we're done with it. But
oh, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Did you?
No, I recognize all those sheets.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm just going up to this first part of Exhibit 3, which is your handwritten notes, I believe,
Yes.
from the evaluation that you performed on Mr. Sanderson.
That is correct.
And here, you note that if I can find it, I'll look here. I apologize. I can't evaluate your.
I remember my notes, so just ask me.
Right. Well, I was just going to say I can't browse them probably as quickly as you can. But the first point here under the, I assume this is kind of a patient history, correct?
Yeah. The PTH is past traumatic history. PMH is past medical history.
Got it. Okay. And so the past, let's start with the past medical history.
Right.
Okay. You mentioned here, I believe, that he had some experience with migraines, correct?
That is correct.
But you don't note that he had a stroke-like event or a TIA type event here that I can see. It might be that I'm missing it.
No, he was, that would have been in his patient intake form, and let's see what he had on that. And he did circle the stroke, which was a TIA. And basically, I wrote, now here's that sheet right here. And
yeah, I can find that.
I made some notes to that. And basically, what he described was an ophthalmologic, layman's terms, eyeball migraine.
Okay, and I'm trying to figure. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what that was. And I see patients for that actually quite frequently, and that does necessitate some cranial imaging just to make sure that you're not dealing with a stroke. But certainly, he had a. There you go, an ophthalmologic migraine versus a central retinal artery TIA. So the description, when you have a stroke, you tend to lose something. So we call that negative phenomena. A migraine is associated with positive phenomena, i.e. you see the lights and everything some individuals will have a neutral phenomena, and you can't tell if it's a central retinal artery TIA or an ophthalmologic migraine, and that's why he underwent the workup.
I see. Okay. And this is page, just for the record, is page 20 of Exhibit 3 to your deposition. And this is as you called it, I think, an intake form where he's kind of circling various medical conditions that he's had in his history, and then you put some notes on top of that.
That is correct. I reviewed that with him, and I made some extraneous remarks besides some of the circled items on that list.
Okay, so you were aware that in 2009 he had this neurological event that required some evaluation by MRI and other treatment.
That is correct. And keep in mind, a TIA is not indicative of brain damage. You see what I'm saying? It was a transient ischemic attack, which resulted in no damage to the brain.
Okay, and so in your opinion, was the vision problem that he had, it's not connected to this 2009 event?
Say again, repeat that again.
Yeah, sorry, I could ask that with more clarity. In your opinion, does Mr. Sanderson's vision problem that he's had over the years relate back to this 2009 workup?
Probably not, because that was a transient event that got his attention, and he reported it to his healthcare providers, who submitted him to a workup.
Okay, so let's go back to the, sorry to scroll like this, it's kind of dizzying, but I just want to be quick here. I know
Sure.
you got things to move to. So if we go to that first section that you described as the traumatic history for Mr.
Right.
Sanderson, I note that there is a mention of a closed head injury. I believe that's what CHI stands for.
That is correct.
And he had that.
I'd like to clarify the record a little bit for you. I see the brackets before and after. That's before the ski accident and then after the ski accident. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that out to you. So I did get that kind of history from him. So go ahead.
Okay, got it. And it looks like he had a closed head injury at age 10, correct?
That is correct. That's what he reported to me.
Okay. But as I recall from your deposition, he did not tell you about a fall that had occurred after the accident, and that would have, I guess, been put in this after section of this history. Is that right?
That is correct. He did not report a fall, but then again, the way I asked the question, had you been exposed to any traumatic events requiring medical care? And so if he received medical care, then his reporting would have been in error. But if he did not receive medical care for that incident, then he was correct in his report.
Okay. And in his testimony, he described this fall as causing he hit his head and it caused a roughly 45 minutes period of loss of consciousness. Is that typically something that would require medical care?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
I would think so, if someone was knocked out. Now, obviously, if it was just him there and he reported that, then the question is, how do you know it was 45 minutes? And then he may have said, well, I'm okay, and he didn't seek care. But if something like that, if it were witnessed, I would imagine they would be dialing 911.
Okay. So it seems like in your evaluation of him, he denied having any significant brain-related event or treatment before the accident, aside from, I guess, that closed head injury at age 10. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct.
And then he denied having any similar events after the accident.
That is also correct.
Okay, I'll stop sharing this for a second, and we may need to go back to it. But I want to get to this set of questions I have about your biomechanics opinions,
Mr. Sorensen.
in particular. As you
Sounds like we're moving on to another subject, so let's take a short recess.
I'm confused with it all. I don't know how the jury are going to understand half of this stuff. Rondo, welcome, my man. You probably understand all of this, but I haven't got a clue. We're on break, so we'll hang on a little bit. Welcome to everyone. We'll be coming in and out. Welcome. Chat is free. Just chat away if you want to. I genuinely could fall asleep to this guy. I think I've noted a few times as well. I just want to get Gwyneth on the plaintiff on there. Done. Finish it. Move on. Oh, jeez. Right, what else have we got? Yes, I hope you're all well. Hope you're all planning for the weekend now. I think we all need a stiff drink tonight after this trial. How's the tiling going, Rando? Is it going all right as well? Oh, jeez. I was pretty fresh before this trial. Now I feel knackered. It is. It just seems I feel exactly the same. I just don't get it. You know, and the only other thing I'd say for this one, same as the other doctor, is so. Oh, excuse me, sorry, I had to eat something. Um, they're so defensive. So the defense, everybody said that they're experts. No, don't believe them, type of thing. So I'd be interested to see what the defense do about that. Well, the big question is, Rando, have you finished your tiling, or is it still ongoing? Are you just taking a break? Morning, Erin. My notes for you, but literally, there's nothing to update you with. It's like Rando's here. He might update you. I'm absolutely lost with it. Oh, Lily's here as well, so she's good at this. Feels my brain shrinks while listening to it. It does, honestly, Lily. I'm leaning forward. I'm trying to listen, make some notes. I find myself just sleeping. I'm nodding off. I can't wait for this trial to finish. Honestly, it's one of my biggest regrets of this week to start this frigging trial. I just don't understand it. So yeah. So no, but Erin, update, update. Hold the horses. Right, you might have to plan this, Erin. So apparently, Gwyneth is on today before the plaintiff. I keep saying plaintiff. I got his name written down here somewhere. Terry Sanderson. So it was supposed to be Terry's going first, then Gwyneth. I don't know if I'm shouting, but it feels like I'm shouting. But Gwyneth is going first now, apparently. Apparently, there was a private call last night to inform the defence that. Oh, fuck hell, sorry. You're in here. That Gwyneth's going first. Ah, my man. That's a skill. I can't do any of that crap. So, fair play to you, Rando. See, you just saved yourself a lot of money there by getting someone in to do it. I'm here for the chat and Gwyneth's testimony. Yeah, I can't wait for a testimony. I literally can't wait. I think she's, Kane was here this first off. It was just me and Kane, and he was saying about how she looks like, rest bitch your face, like like we said there, and you have the same. But I think she looks very pretty. Doesn't matter. Oh, thanks, Gwyn. Thank you. That's what we're waiting for. That's what we're waiting for. Erin, it's all your fault, man. I won't be here without you. It's the biggest regrets of the week, we'll say that. Jeez, I'm never, ever, ever doing one of these again. Oh my days. Oh my days. I can't cope with it. It's just like, settle it. Settle it outside of court. Oh, I can't stop yawning. Oh, jeez. This guy's making me fall asleep, honestly. But Rando, you're right. Um, I love a resting bitch face and all. Yeah, well, that's because you have one as well, Erin, don't you? So it's like, oh, was it you? Or am I calling you out? You sure you said that you have a rested bitch face? If it wasn't you, sorry. I'm sure it was you who said that a couple of days ago. We need a murder. You're right. Well, let's have a look at the poll. I put a poll on Twitter. Then I had to delete the bloody thing. Where is it? Usually, like, how can we get excited about the? I mean, Peter Trigos does this for a living. I'm like, I thought he was a fun guy. Now I was just like, no fucking way. It was me. Thank God. I thank God, because I thought I just insulted you for no reason. I thought you had that kind of face anyway, so it's all good. Hang on, what's this trial? Lily, are you going to follow this trial as well? Because I need a Lily in my life to follow this trial. Oh, that's Facebook. That's not Twitter. Right, what's it called again? Profile. It is called Letitia Storch trial. If we're recording that, are we in on it? I put a poll up on Twitter. 10 people have responded. 7 said yes. 3 said no. But I did have another poll. I had to delete it. So yeah, simple. But I don't. There's no. It's just audio though, Rando. It's just audio. I can't be asked. If I don't see them, I just don't see it. It's just not my cup of tea. And the reason for that is because I can't visualize who's speaking. I think that's quite important because I think you can tell a lot when someone's speaking if they're lying or not. And I think that's just me. I'm a visual person. If someone's just saying something, it's just like, A, I don't know who's speaking, and B, I'm just like, I can't see what they're looking like. So I don't know if this, I know people will be covering Sarah Boone. Right, hang on. Sarah Boone's the suitcase one, isn't she? Before I get this wrong. Yeah, if Sarah Boone's a suitcase woman, don't think I'm going to do it because it's just audio. Is that they make a lot of money? They do make a lot of money, so they probably do get excited. I'm same Erin. I'm saying I just can't do it with just audio. I just do t-shirt toast stripe. What the t-shirt torch? Oh, sorry. Uh, Letitia Staunch trial. The one that murdered her stepson or whatever it was. Sorry, Lily. Yeah, the Welsh, you see. Because that started next Monday, the 3rd. Not the Monday coming, but the Monday afterwards. Something like Sarah. Or the audio, yeah, apparently so. Or I don't know, but I've heard it's only audio, and you have to pay for it as well. I think, isn't it like? Oh, I don't know, but apparently some site is gonna stream it apparently, but I don't know. But is it quite clean cut? That's I'm not trying to prejudge that, but she put him in the suitcase and she fell asleep. Oh, so I suppose he got was it deliberate, I suppose, yeah, whatever. So Lily, it was Letitia Staunch, the stepmother who killed the stepson. The only thing is with that one as well, it's gonna be he was in the court feed, so it's not gonna be like this. I think it's gonna look a little bit different. But Law and Crime said that they would be filming it, so or streaming it. Sorry, so give it a go. I think.
The jury's on its way back.
I hope you're in with it, Lily, because it'd be nice to get some people, like, because you research a lot, so it'd be nice to get you on board. I don't do
Yeah,
any
you want to let
research.
the lawyers know?
I just look at your research. So that's why it'd be good if you're involved in it, so I could just fucking read your notes. Yeah, I don't know much about the trial, but when someone said, "Oh yeah, she locked her husband and boyfriend in a suitcase," I was like, what are we talking about? So good. Well, hopefully it's quite a good one. I think it's quite clear cut as well, but I think it's more down to insanity or not. So I don't think it's the guilt that's the issue. It's whether she's guilty or not, as in whether she's insane or not. Look at the T-shirt. I'll try and spell it. It might not be this, but something like that it is. So take a look to see if you're interested in it. Apparently, a lot of people are interested. So, and it's insanity. So it's something a little bit different, I think, as well. And it's just a holder until something else comes up.
You may be seated.
Mr. Sorensen?
Wayne, do you believe that your account of the accident is the only possible account, not just that it's the most probable, but it's the only possible account, correct?
Given the set of facts that were given to me and the nature of the injuries that he sustained, that would be correct.
And the basic opinions are, one, Mr. Sanderson was hit in the back from the left, and two, some of his ribs fractured on his elbow as he hit the ground. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And so you took that information about the rib fractures and performed calculations with a few assumptions. Is that right?
The assumption was that he fell, which we know he did, so I guess that's not an assumption. And then I knew his anthropomorphic measurements, which gives you the force calculation. So there really wasn't much in the way of assumptions. It's basically classical physics at that point.
Okay, well, one assumption that I noted was just, for example, and I'll just use your term,
Sure.
You said you guesstimated that Miss Paltrow weighed 130 pounds, for example.
Yes, yeah, that is correct. And I don't want to be insulting if she weighs more. So I just said 130 pounds, and I think that was a reasonable guesstimate. Obviously, if she weighed any more than that, then the calculation would be more and more severe, if you will.
Okay. And then you also performed, as you explained to me in your deposition, you performed a calculation that assumed that Miss Paltrow was hit by Mr. Sanderson. Is that right?
That's correct. That is correct.
And you ruled that out because you would expect the rib fracture to be in a different place if that had occurred. Is that right?
Not only that, but the force application is just not enough.
Oh, well, in your deposition, you said that, I'll just read it here. It's on page 32. You said, if that was enough force to do it, which that's borderline, so you seem to acknowledge that it might be enough. I actually did the calculation. You'd expect the rib fracture to be in the anterior chest, not the posterior.
And that is also correct. The location is really the telltale sign. But I also did some calculations on how fast he would have had to be going and striking her at a dead stop and that kind of stuff as well. So once again, hitting her from behind is not going to give you the fracture location that we see in the medical records.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand this part of your deposition testimony. Then it says, if that was enough force, Mr. Sanderson hitting Miss Paltrow from behind,
right,
and then falling that way, you said that that's borderline. That, and as I understood it, that meant that might be enough force to do it. It's borderline. It might not be.
And because I don't know how fast they were skiing.
Okay, right. Okay, that's helpful. And then you, in terms of the calculations you're talking about here, some of the other scenarios that you're ruling out, as I understand it, the pages you provided to us that have the calculations,
yes.
I don't recall any of those having the calculations that you're referring to. Do those pages contain? So like when you said I did a calculation about when Mr. Sanderson hit Miss Paltrow, if you assume that scenario.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's, he would have had to been going pretty fast on his skis. And then again, that would have brought in the assumption of how fast he was going. And I don't think anyone can give you that number.
Okay. So in other words, if we go to these calculations again in exhibit 3 of your
that's for the
deposition,
head. That's for the head.
Right. And these calculations do not include the ones that you're referring to where you're ruling out certain possibilities. Is that right?
No, that is for, yeah, this is, yeah, for the head, I wanted to make sure that it was greater than 100 newtons of impact force. And so I did that for the head. And then for the ribs, I wanted to make sure that we were in the vicinity of 4,000 newtons, which we were. So I wanted to make sure that the force magnet, I mean, we know he fell to the ground. We just wanted to know what the magnitude of the force application was in doing so. And is it enough to do that? And the answer is yes.
Okay. So the calculations about the other scenarios you ruled out, did you write those down on some other pages somewhere else?
No.
Or did you just do them in your head?
Yeah, I mean, once I had these calculations here, because I was thinking about the different scenarios, then it became a speed issue or a kinetic energy issue. And so one of the things I did not have was the skiers' initial speeds at the time of impact. Either way.
I see. Another thing that you assumed, well, sorry, as we're here, just it will be more efficient. These calculations, we haven't gone over them, and I'm not going to ask you to go through them in detail. I'm certainly no expert on these particular equations, but these are the equations you've used to provide or to make the conclusions that you've provided today. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll stop sharing this again. Maybe we'll go back to it. But one thing that I did hear you say today that seemed to be inconsistent with something you'd said in your deposition was that the skis, you said today that I think that the skis stayed on both skiers during the collision, but as I understand your deposition, I understand your deposition testimony to mean that, or to say that the skis actually came off. Do you remember that?
No, I mean, the skis, I mean, that's just from the rotational analysis that I did. You would expect, but you just don't know how tight the strappings are on those skis, and that's another assumption that you would have to make. And so really, whether or not the skis stayed on or not really didn't play into the analysis.
Okay, so I want to be fair to you, so I'm going to point you to page 31 of your deposition transcript. And you say there, obviously the skis came off because of the bindings. And
I'm looking.
It's at the bottom, page 31, right?
Yeah, he would twist and fall down. Right. I mean, for some reason, I thought the skis came off. So, and I wasn't there, so I don't know. But certainly, skis coming on or off is not going to impact the calculations on the ribs or the head.
Right. Okay. Got it. Okay, I'm getting close, I think, to the end of my questions here.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience with them. So another thing I wanted to ask is about imaging.
Sure.
I understand that you did review the actual MRI images from an October 2017 MRI that Mr. Sanderson underwent. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you noted in those images that there was disease associated with aging, correct?
Oh, yeah, and he also had a history of migraine headaches, so you're going to see extraneous white matter findings in the subcortex, which you do see. I also noted the enlarged ventricles and the atrophic changes seen. I really did not have any criticisms of the interpreting radiologist's findings on that study.
Okay, got it. But you didn't review the imaging taken in an MRI 2009. We already kind of mentioned that workup, correct? You didn't see those images.
No, I did not.
And then you haven't looked at Dr. Gibby's 2021, March 2021, so it was done before your deposition. You've not looked at those images.
That was
correct?
the functional MRI, and that's a different beast altogether, so I don't interpret those.
Right, so actually there was a functional, but there was also a straight MRI, and
I did not see that, no.
Okay, got it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on what you had reviewed imaging wise.
Sure.
In terms of this issue about whether a neurologist, what limitations, what reliability issues there might be with a neurologist providing opinions about a patient that he or she is not actually evaluated personally, I wanted to ask whether you know about the legal rules about how a plaintiff's expert, or sorry, a defense expert might be able to evaluate a plaintiff. You don't know anything about that, correct?
Well, yes, like in the form of compulsory medical examinations?
Sure.
Yeah, I do that actually quite frequently. And once again, when I get involved in defense matters, I typically do not provide any medical opinions on patients that I have not evaluated myself personally. Now, if I've done the CME on them, then I'm in a position to do so. But that's just been my personal preference over the years. And certainly I get hired to provide engineering opinions, and you don't necessarily need to see the patient for engineering opinions, because engineering opinions are plausible in nature, and you can't make medical causation opinions from an engineering standpoint.
Okay, so maybe I should ask my question more pointedly. I mean, you don't have any knowledge about whether there was an opportunity for Dr. Hesh to have an examination?
No, I have no idea on that, and I have no opinion on that as well. So that would be between you guys and the experts.
Okay, and then, and you, as you said, you have colleagues who I assume you respect and trust who don't perform expert roles in the same way you do, where you
That is correct.
They don't insist on an evaluation, in other words.
That is correct. I just tend to be more detailed in that vernacular, if you will. That's just the way I've always been.
Covered a lot of these things already. I'm just going through my last bit of note.
Sure.
Make sure we've gotten it all. Oh, there was some discussion of this disorientation note that Whitney Smith, the ski patroller, put on a plaintiff's exhibit. Let's see, I think it's exhibit 1. Yes. Page 2. Do you remember that?
I do. I do.
I don't have that right in front of me. I don't know if you can share that, Lawrence. Is that something you could share again?
You're
quickly?
talking about this?
Yes, that's correct. Page 2, there's a section that says, what did you do? And Lawrence had you actually read it out. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Would you like me to share that?
Yeah, that would be helpful, Lawrence, if you would. Thank you.
Just have to buy Bob a Coke Slurpee.
Okay. I don't think that'll break the bank. Happy to get you one, Bob.
That's a health food, you know.
Oh, don't do it.
So while Lawrence is pulling that up, I'll just ask you, as I believe you testified earlier, your opinion is that this note about disorientation, you read that to be indicative of loss of consciousness. Is that right?
Disorientation or indicative of a concussion.
Okay, so if you go down, Lawrence, to the second page, there's right there in the middle, there's this assessment says, what did you do?
Yeah.
Assessment, mild disorientation. And as I heard you earlier, you said that this is indicative that he lost consciousness, but maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, disorientation, keep in mind, or consciousness is volitional interaction with your environment. If you're disoriented, you don't have that. So it's really technically a interruption of consciousness for that individual. You don't necessarily have to have your eyes closed, but certainly it is a symptom of concussion.
I see. So as a layperson, I would expect someone like Whitney Smith to write out loss of consciousness if there was someone that actually completely, closed their eyes, they're blacked out.
Yeah, you don't have to have your eyes completely closed, blacked out to call it a loss of consciousness. I can't tell you the number of times on Sunday afternoon, a football player would be hitting the head and he's just standing out there not doing anything. We immediately know there's something wrong, and we run out there and we say, how are you doing? And then he calls me his mom, and we know that that's a lot. Then we bring him onto the side, and we know that that is a loss of consciousness. Clearly, disorientation, to whatever degree, is indicative of not having volitional consciousness with your environment.
Okay. So, but if we were to distinguish that kind of disorientation from being completely knocked out, as the conventional or colloquial term might be, you're talking about two different things there, correct?
Well, consciousness is consciousness. Keep in mind, there's different levels of consciousness. Alcohol is one level, disorientation is another. Okay.
Right.
And I mean, you can see that in the boxing ring, if you will.
Yeah, right. No, that is all perfectly clear. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what you're saying this mild disorientation means. You're not saying, I take it, that this means he was knocked out for 5 minutes.
No. I'm not saying that he was knocked out cold. No.
Right. Okay. And I just want to point this out because I believe it was read incorrectly. I don't mean that you were intending to read it incorrectly, but I just want to make it clear at the second part of that section. It says reassessment, disorientation lessened. So you had said he still had it, but I just wanted to note it was lessened.
Yeah.
Did you see that, correct?
Well, because of the pictures of you guys on my screen, that's blocked out, lessened.
Oh, got it. I see. So, I see.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. It had lessened. There you go.
Okay.
I see it now.
Right. Okay, got it. I just wanted to make sure you saw that. And
Sure.
if you also go to the first page, if you would, Lawrence, there is a note. Sorry, it's maybe a little bit down from there, Lawrence. Yeah, there you go. So there's a section that says possible injury. Do you see that? It's under the injured.
Yes, possible injury, and you're going to have to move it over to the left just a little bit because it says other.
Okay, right. So there's one X on fracture, as you see there, and I take it that means the rib fractures.
That is correct. Right rib fracture.
But then and there's one on strain or sprain, but there's not an X on concussion. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And do you have any opinion as to why that wouldn't be X'd out there?
No, I didn't complete the form, so I don't know why.
Right. Okay. And I think in your deposition testimony, I asked you this, but I'll ask you it again just to make sure I understand your testimony on it. There's various claims about Mr. Sanderson's loss of consciousness, how long it lasted in the record. Did you see that he described his loss of consciousness in different ways at different times?
I think that is possible. I mean, certainly he described the loss of consciousness, but I think there was 3, 5 minutes. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't completely consistent all the way through, but except for the loss of consciousness.
Right. And even in some of the records plaintiff's counsel showed you today, there was, the early on, like in this document, right after the collision, there's no discussion of how long he had lost consciousness or that he had lost full consciousness. But then later there's a progress note that says loss of consciousness for approximately 5 minutes. You read that earlier. It's the next day. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you did note that there were some differing reports about that loss of consciousness, correct?
About the time, yes.
Right. And so I take it you don't have any deep, specific opinion about exactly how long he lost consciousness or whether he was knocked totally out, anything like that. Is that right?
No, that is correct. He just had a loss of consciousness and that's it.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm done. Let me look through one more page here.
Certainly.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing. Thank you. I've been calling you Lawrence, but I don't mean to be casual.
You can call me. You can be casual, James, if I can be casual with you.
May we take a short break, Doctor?
Yeah, I'm actually done. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Egan. And yes, a break is welcome.
I'd say 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Going off record, the time is 3:13. Okay, we're back on record. The time is 3:24. And did you want to make your announcement, Lawrence?
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this concludes it. The time is 3:25.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sykes, you ready for your next witness? You may proceed.
We will go ahead. We will call Mark Harris.
Thank you.
So Chrissy, Rondo is the guy, Cranium Brainium. Now Chrissy's got left. Who's this guy? I hope he doesn't take long because Jesus. Oh, and it doesn't look. Oh, he brought his own coffee. He's probably watched this trial and gone, Jesus, will your coffee keep awake?
Hi.
There she is.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
What's his name?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Would you start by stating your full name and spelling it all?
Yeah, it's Mark Stephen Harith. Mark with a K. Stephen, P-H-E-N is the way it's spelled. And Harith is H-E-R-A-T-H. Thank you.
Hey, Mark. I'm Peter Sorensen. I haven't had a chance to stand up before the jury yet, so I'm introducing myself to them, but also to you.
Okay.
Why don't we start off by you telling us a little bit about your education? So where'd you go to high school?
I went to high school in Bogota, Colombia, a school named Colegio Nueva Granada. And I was there because my dad was a diplomat. And I graduated from there, and then I went to college in Colorado.
And you anticipated where I was going. What college in Colorado?
Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado.
And what degree did you obtain from?
History, political science.
Okay. And then after that, what is kind of your work background? What did you do in college?
After college, I worked a couple odd jobs in Denver, and then I put a package in with the Navy and got hired to fly in the Navy.
So you're a Navy pilot?
I was a Navy pilot for 15 years, yes.
Okay, and what aircraft did you fly?
I flew the A6 Intruder, which is no longer with us. It was decommissioned. It's an attack airplane, and I flew later on I transitioned to the Guard and flew the F-16.
This isn't really relevant, but what was your favorite to fly?
I loved them both.
Are you married?
I am.
Okay. And where do you live?
Well, we bounce around a little bit because obviously I'm here in Salt Lake because I love to ski. But we have a summer place up in White Salmon, Washington. We're residents of Washington. And we have a house in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. So you kind of split time between the three places here.
Best of three places, yes.
There you go. And we're here today because we're talking about a ski collision involving Terry Sanderson on February 26th of 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So let's give a little bit of background. How did you first come to know Terry?
I came to know Terry because my brother married Shay, and that was around 2000. I think it was October 2004 they got married, and soon after that I met Terry. And I'd already been coming to Salt Lake, so it was a natural thing that when my brother came to town that I met him that way.
Gotcha. So you are Terry Sanderson's, this might get a little confusing, his son-in-law's brother.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so how long have you known Terry?
Over 15 years.
Okay. And over those 15 years, how did your relationship develop?
Well, we started, I met him because my brother and I and one of my sisters used to come skiing. And so then we started actually staying at Terry's because it made sense. And then he was gracious enough to allow me to, because I used to be a storm chaser, to come and stay at his house. And so it grew through skiing because we used to ski together as well.
Gotcha. So as sort of storms would come in, you because of your occupation, you could fly in.
That's correct.
That's a nice life. How many days roughly in that time period, that 2016, 2015 time period, were you skiing in a year?
It would depend on the storms and stuff, but I would say somewhere between 25 to 30 days of skiing at that point a year.
And how would you rank yourself as far as your ski level goes?
Fairly advanced.
Okay. And in the times you got to come in and stay with Terry, Did your family get to know Terry as well?
So my son, who also flies in the Navy, when he was 12, I brought him here for what I call his powder qualification trip. And that was about the same time that I'd met Terry. So soon after that, we started seeing him and I at his house. And so Terry knows my son, he knows my daughter, and he knows my wife really well.
And what do your son and daughter call Terry?
My son calls him Uncle Terry because my son decided to go to the University of Utah, and so he would spend a lot of time with Terry.
So he came to know Terry too?
Very well.
And so is it fair to say that Terry treated you as family?
Absolutely.
You guys had a loving relationship?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that feeling was mutual?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You've already described some of the skiing that you do. I assume, did you go with Terry when he was skiing, or when you went skiing, did you bring Terry with you?
So when I knew Terry back before the accident, he had a meetup group that he met with a lot, and it was primarily at Alta, if my recollection serves me. But I'm more of I ski both mountains. So some days I would ski with him, some days I wouldn't. But I've skied with him at Alta, Snowbird, and other places as well.
Gotcha. So in that time you've skied with him, did you get a chance to see his skiing level?
Yes, I did.
And how would you rate that?
Advanced to intermediate.
Did you ever notice him did you ever see him get in an accident or have any collision or crash?
I did not.
Describe Terry's personality a little bit for us before the accident in that time period of 2014-15.
Before the accident, very outgoing, loved a good conversation, very conversational. Just really enjoyed being around people. So, I mean, he had the meetup group that he did. He'd go out and go dancing. So he's very, very, very active, go to concerts, stuff like that.
Did you ever do any of those events with him or participate in any of those activities?
I was too busy skiing.
That's fair. So you found him to be intelligent?
Absolutely. Intelligent, witty, sharp, always interested in what you were doing and asking questions about what was going on in your life.
So he's interested in you?
Yes.
Were you ever present at his house when he was having any sort of parties or social gatherings?
I wouldn't call them parties. Maybe like he's a big basketball fan. March Madness, really big on that. In fact, I know he has a group of guys that they used to go to March Madness games.
So they travel to go see
March Madness games. And so he enjoyed watching football. So you might have 3 or 4 people over the house, but I wouldn't call it a party.
Gotcha. So you'd watch the games with him and just
Right.
gather together? Have a barbecue or something like that?
Right.
Gotcha. In those times, did you see Terry being social and interacting with these friends and people?
Oh, absolutely. He was completely social. That was one of the strong suits.
Roughly how many days before the accident do you think you spent staying at Terry's Sanderson's house?
Well, if you do just basic math, it's got to be somewhere over 50. Yeah.
So you got to observe him from kind of sun up to sundown when you weren't skiing.
Absolutely.
And you got to know him pretty well.
I did.
Would you say it was a pretty close friendship?
I would.
Did you ever worry about Terry when you went skiing with him?
I did not. It was clear to me that he had been quite the athlete when he was younger because he was a very strong skier.
Did he ever tell you about any of his younger athletics?
He did not.
But you saw him to be very capable of anything that the mountain would throw at him.
Yes.
And prior to the accident, did you ever see Terry being forgetful?
No,
When you guys went packing up, when you guys packed up to go skiing, did you ever see Terry forget anything that he needed to go skiing that day?
I have no recollection of that, but we all forget stuff when we go up the mountain.
But he could make do if he did forget.
Mhm.
Nothing like that stands out to you.
No, it does not.
We back up just a little bit. You've got, and I mentioned it kind of in passing, but what do you currently do for employment?
I currently work for FedEx as a pilot.
So you retired from the military and now you're working for
That's
FedEx.
correct.
And so you're able to come in and chase those storms, as he said earlier.
It's one of the benefits, yes.
You were not with Terry skiing that day when he was.
I was not.
How did you first come to hear about the ski collision?
I actually got a call from Terry that evening. He told me he'd been in an accident, didn't give any details at that point, and just was concerned about how he was going to get back from Park City. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I have no, at that point, I had no idea. I still don't know how he got back to him, who brought him back down.
So he was confused when he called you about how he was even going to get home.
He had no idea.
Did you offer any suggestions?
Well, I was pretty convinced at that point I was going to get another call and to come up and, help him out, but I didn't.
Do you recall him asking you to be at the ready or to be ready to come help him?
I don't recollect the exact verbiage. He may have said, I might need a ride, but yeah. I just was kind of anticipating that might be the case.
And was it a long phone call or was it relatively
Very short?
Just kind of informing you about the accident and that he might need a ride home?
That's correct.
Do you recall him telling you anything about his injuries?
Not at that point.
And you didn't hear again from him that day?
That's correct.
When did you next hear from Terry?
It was the following day.
Okay. And did he describe anything to you in that phone conversation that sticks out to you?
Yeah, he said he'd gotten, had heard a scream and got hit by behind and had fallen face forward and gone unconscious on the snow and then had to be removed from the slope in the toboggan.
What was your reaction when you had heard how he had kind of characterized things?
Say that again, please.
What was your reaction to hearing how he had characterized what had happened?
Well, collisions are in my opinion, the biggest risk we take on the mountain. So being hit on the mountain doesn't surprise me at all.
Did it surprise you that he had injuries from this?
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. It surprises me that what he had said at that point in time was that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him, and that kind of, okay. And then that she was skiing was left the scene of the accident. That's what surprised me.
And why would that surprise you?
Your Honor, that's double hearsay. Now, how he knew, how Terry knew that had happened, double hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead. I think he's just describing his memory. And why would that bit of information surprise you?
Well, because my roommate in college's mom got hit on the slopes, and the kid tried to escape, and they chased him down in Colorado. I don't know how long it's all or Colorado right now. It's like a hit and run. Serious offense, and just something you just don't do.
Your Honor, can we approach the bench?
Sure.
We're just shaking the head there a little bit. We're all waiting for Gwyneth to get on the stand. Well, some of us are. I know that you're not, but some of us are. I mean, oh, here she is. Yo, hi Melissa. Nice to see you. I hope uni's going well. We'll always love having you in here when you drop in and then leave and then drop back in and leave. I always love when you come and say hi. She's mad, yeah. Oh, but she's got a sexy mad face, so it's all good. Hit and run. Let's be honest. Like, is it? Yeah, in his mind, but he's quite strict down the middle. Did she hit and run? I don't know. Brutal. See, it's lovely to see. It's lovely to see new faces and old faces coming in. Totally true. Yeah, I mean, you would stop, but I think they did stop from what they were saying. It's just more of a, it's contested now whether she stayed for 8 minutes or whether she stayed for like 4 minutes or something like that. So I don't think she did a hit and run. And I don't think anyone would. Do you know what I mean? So it sounds funny. Oh, absolutely. It's a ridiculous trial. It's ridiculous, Kane. Totally agree with you. Kane, you better subscribe, my friend. Unlike the video. Love your conversations, Kane. Love it. Always welcome to say hello. I hope it is going well for you, Newnie, and I do appreciate you dropping in. You haven't forgotten all about us. Love it when you do stop by. I'm loving your tweets on Twitter lately, Melissa. You're going for it. You're like that. Haunting people. So, I'm not sure how many other people we got now before Gwyneth gets on. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully not many. They're just going through the character stuff. Oh, he was normal before the crash, not normal afterwards. It's like, okay, sure. Then Gwyneth's friends and family are going to come in and say how great she is. Sure, brilliant. Okay. So I don't know. We'll see. GP hit it. Yeah, she did. She hit it and she ran. She likes the older guys as well, so but then she's contested that he hit her, ran. No, it doesn't quite work that way, really. Oh, here she is. Yes, Shannon. Christy's been asking after you, Crime Spies. What's new? Nothing new. Just waiting for Gwyneth to take the stand. We've got another one talking about how different he changed after the crash and stuff. One time, volunteers ski patrol guys on another area were searching for a woman. I mean, yeah, if they just hit them and just leave, that's ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't expect anyone to do that, But I don't think Gwyneth did do that the way he's saying it. I don't think all the testimony I've heard is that she was still there like 3-4 minutes later. So I don't think she did hit and run like this guy's saying. That's all. But yeah, anybody that does do a hit and run, that's ridiculous. It was Joey. It was this lady here, Chrissy. So Chrissy and Crime Spies. I believe this stream brought them together, and we have just created a cocktail mix that is so dangerous. Wherever these two are together, you don't know what's going to come in to chat. So, welcome, Joey, again. He wishes, Chrissy, we all wish. We all wish, yeah? Yeah, it is, but still a lot of character stuff in here as well. I think the Jew's probably bored as well. That's the problem, Rando. You've got experience. The Jew's just like, get on with it.
No problem, sir.
So members of the jury, there's no claim in this lawsuit based on a so-called hit and run. There is no claim before the jury based on a theory of hit and run. And the witness should refrain from using that terminology. The term is stricken from the record, and the jury should ignore the witness's use of that term. Thank you.
Let's move on a little bit. Did you ever notice that Terry had problems with his eyesight?
Yeah, I was aware of he had some problems with one eye.
Okay. Did you ever see that affected his skiing at all?
Negative.
Did you ever witness him making decisions on what days to ski based on his eyesight?
Well, I think he preferred to ski on nicer days like we all do.
Sure.
Yeah, because visibility can be challenging for anybody.
But you never saw, for instance, a time where he said, I'm not going to go up today because
No.
of my eyesight. Okay. So going back a little bit, when Terry finally did describe what happened to you, or what happened to him, to you, did he ever tell you that he lost consciousness?
He did.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that, I think you said this already, but that he was taken off the mountain air toboggan?
He did.
When he spoke to you a little while after this accident, did he tell you that he was sore, that he was still having pain?
Absolutely.
Where did he describe that pain, if you recall?
Well, he had some broken ribs, so main torso.
And did you see him, or what? Excuse me. And when was the next time you actually physically saw him?
That's a very good question. My recollection, it probably would have been within 2 weeks of the accident.
Okay, so not
immediately.
Immediate, but
No.
And when you saw him next, did you notice anything physically different about Terry?
Not so much physical, other than walking slower and stuff, but mentally for sure.
Okay, and what did you see that was mentally different?
Just slower, trying to digest stuff and conversation and stuff, and decision-making type stuff.
So in just 2 weeks or so between the last time you had seen him, you saw noticeable difference in his cognition, his ability to think.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you notice any other differences in that time you saw him?
Well, he lost his some of his motivation and excitement for. I mean, he's recovering from a major accident, so he was moving slower, less motivated, less excited, less enthusiastic.
And did he describe that he was feeling different at that time to you?
Yeah, he was. He knew he didn't have his full faculties at that point.
And how did he describe those things to you? How did he convey that information to you?
Well, he said that you'd start doing something, for example, like an easy task, and then just kind of stop and go, well, why did I come over to this part of the kitchen or the house? So he was having issues with memory.
Gotcha. And when you saw him, was Carlene Davidson there?
No, she was not.
So this was after Carlene had left and he was having these kind of troubles.
Yes.
After the accident, has your relationship with Terry changed?
It has. We had a very strong relationship, and I was actually staying at his house for prolonged periods through 2015. But it just so happened that we had made a transition for the 2016 season. So I was actually not staying at Terry's at that point. So so I wasn't seeing him as much or doing as much with him.
Would you still keep in contact with him though?
Absolutely. I would, going from Arizona to Washington back and forth, I always stopped and stayed at his place in the fall and spring.
Just to check in and keep the friendship going?
Right, and I also go out to dinner with him on a regular basis.
And when you checked in the next time, and we're talking now after that 2-week visit that you'd seen him, following that, what changes did you see in Terry?
The biggest changes I saw is in conversation. Like I said before, he was a great conversationalist, and it became difficult because his comprehension had gone down. You get confused. You start talking to him, and he thought you were talking about maybe someone else, and then you realize that he wasn't following the direction of the conversation. So confused, comprehension, and then, you know, after a few instances like that, you could tell he was getting frustrated with that.
And so did he show little signs of frustration
Yes.
or anger? And how would that manifest that you saw?
You could just see it, you know, on it. He just kind of shake his head and then try to get back into the conversation.
Did you ever witness that he was more depressed?
I actually witnessed that he was more depressed, but I witnessed that it was like a day and night as far as before and after the accident. He wasn't going, to my knowledge, he hasn't skied. I think he tried to go skiing a couple of times, but he hasn't skied really since the accident. I can't speak to going out and dancing, but it doesn't sound like he's been nearly as active. So.
But you have not skied with him since the incident.
I have not.
Have you ever talked about skiing with him?
I talked to him the first year after skiing, after his accident, about skiing. But it was clear to me that was kind of a dead-end road at that point.
Just because he wasn't interested in it, or
he wasn't mentally prepared to ski again. You know.
Did he ever describe to you how you said you think he may have gone a couple times after the incident? Did he ever describe to you how those times went for him?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever see him be more paranoid after the accident?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
Well, very basically, he, visiting his house, coming through on our trips to the north and back to the south, all of a sudden there were cameras in the house, multiple cameras in the house, and it was clear that he was videotaping both, you know, visual and audio, and it was just, I found it to be unusual and a little disturbing, you know, from my end.
Gotcha. So he didn't have those cameras in the house before?
No.
Did you ever see him be have problems with headaches or dizziness?
I didn't witness that.
Do you ever say that he was having those problems to you?
I can't recollect that he's ever said it to me.
I think earlier you said that you felt like his motivation had changed. Can you describe what that meant to you?
Yeah, basically it's motivation to, you know, you get up in the morning and have a hard time getting motivated to get going and get any basic stuff done, or in his case, go out.
I think the jury's heard testimony that Terry guy before. He was in high energy.
Very high energy, yeah.
Was that the same after the accident?
Negative.
Did you ever hear, and it's been brought up a lot, and it will continue to be brought up, but did you ever hear anything about a GoPro video of this event?
No, I did not.
Has Terry ever said anything?
He has not.
So to your knowledge, there's never been a GoPro video.
To my knowledge, there isn't.
You would say that this ski accident has greatly impacted yours and Terry's relationship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How so?
It's not enjoyable to be around Terry like it used to be. He just, because of the fact that he's confused a lot, and we talked about the paranoia, and he's more anxious around people. And so you can only take Terry in small doses now.
So this almost familial relationship you guys had has been forever altered, in your opinion.
That's correct.
That's all I have for you, Mark.
Thank you.
May have a few questions. the other lawyer may have a few
Oh,
questions.
absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Egan?
Yes, thanks, Your Honor.
How's it going?
It's Harith.
Harith, yes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Harith.
Pleased to meet you.
My name is James Egan. I have a few questions from the defense. How long were the stays that you had with Mr. Sanderson prior to the accident? You described staying with him, I think,
Right.
50 plus times in the years prior to the accident.
Usually we're like 4 or 5 days.
Okay. Limited interaction after. Correct. In person.
That's correct.
When you described your understanding of the accident as you received it from him, I just want to clarify, was it your understanding that that was his own first person understanding, or that he had received that from someone else?
That was his first person understanding of the accident.
By somebody else.
He did
This
not.
is what happened. You use the word paranoia, which maybe is not a term that can be used technically, perhaps in a medical setting. You described cameras and kind of obsessiveness about people maybe watching him. I'm trying to make sense of what you mean.
Well, back to the paranoia, I also used being anxious around people. And so it also came out in the relationships.
Okay.
When I saw him in relationships after the accident.
Okay, so if he denied in medical records after the accident, he denied paranoia, would you be surprised?
No.
Okay,
Not
would
at
you
all.
dispute that?
I wouldn't be surprised at
Okay.
that at all.
And would you dispute if there are medical records that show that he acknowledged taking medications prior to the accident for lack of motivation? You wouldn't dispute that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of prior history with a stroke-like event that caused the need for MRI scanning of the brain?
No, I do not.
What about brain imaging findings years before the accident that are consistent with aging? Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
What about cancer diagnosis?
I think he had prostate cancer.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
What about heart palpitations or heart trouble before the accident?
Not aware of that.
Microvascular disease?
Don't know about that.
Were you aware of the medications he was taking before the accident?
I was not.
Osteoarthritis?
Nope.
Knee problems?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
A foot drop?
A foot drop?
Yeah. Are you aware of what that is?
I'm not.
Okay, just as I understand it, kind of malfunction of the foot such that you're sort of pulling your leg slightly.
No, I never actually witnessed or saw that or heard him talk about it.
Okay. Respiratory problems?
Nope.
Sleep apnea?
Not aware of sleep apnea. No.
Insomnia?
Nope.
Okay. Anxiety before the accident, and I mean in the sense that he was taking medication for that condition, not just that.
You're telling me he was taking medication?
Yeah. Were you
I'm not
aware
of that? No.
You're not aware. Okay. Were you aware of any post-accident travel that he did internationally?
Well, he did a lot of traveling before the accident, but no, I'm not aware of any. There may have been a trip that he made, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. It sounded like you were going to say you'd be surprised if he traveled after, or am I
Right, yeah,
words in your- okay.
yeah.
There's a record that the jury's heard about a few weeks before the accident. It's a medical record where Mr. Sanderson reported to his physician that he was getting old all of a sudden and not doing things that he used to do. Do you remember him expressing any similar sentiments prior to the accident?
No, because when I knew him before the accident, he was still active.
Okay. And your wife is Shay, correct?
No, that's
Oh,
my
sorry.
brother's
Your
wife.
brother's wife. Correct. Okay.
My wife is Lori.
Yes, sorry. She, I believe, has described your relationship with Mark as, you are Mark, with Mr. Sanderson as one-sided.
One-sided.
Have you ever heard that?
I have not heard that. In which way was it going, supposedly?
So I'll give you a little more maybe, and then you can tell me if you have a similar understanding. There was testimony that Mark was finding out when my dad, Mr. Sanderson, would be gone so that he could be in the house without. A sense that Mr. Sanderson would be with you. He thought it was not a one-sided relationship. That's the reason you guys stopped having a relationship.
That's not true on my side.
I think you said that you went to the home, Mr. Sanderson, after the accident, maybe 2 weeks following. Is that correct?
Well, I think we met up for dinner.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Did you have any interaction with Carlene Davidson during that time?
I had interaction with Carlene, but I couldn't say that it was after the accident.
Okay.
For certain.
So Mr. Sanderson didn't talk about who was caring for him in those weeks just after the accident?
I don't recollect
Okay.
that aspect of it, no.
I believe that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Sorensen?
Mr. Harris, do you discuss medications and medical conditions with all of your friends?
No, I think it's a very personal thing, and I don't think I should be discussing or asking that kind of question with anybody.
Do you ever read your friends' medical records?
I do not.
Okay. And would it surprise you, and I know that there were some questions about this one-sided relationship just barely, would it surprise you if Shay Harris actually said, I don't know if I would call it an estrangement. I don't think Mark knows why my dad hasn't been reaching out towards him. My dad would be similar to Mark, I believe, so it wasn't like a horrible thing that happened between them, as far as I know. He just thinks, I think my dad has forgotten how much Mark has really been there to help him through all of this. Would that surprise you?
No.
That's all I have for you.
Mr. Egan, anything else?
No.
All right. And is this witness under subpoena?
Not last year.
So we can release him from the exclusionary rule? Okay. You're free to go. You have no further responsibilities here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cracklings from them, because I've got some crackling as well.
Plaintiff may call their next witness.
We'll call Shay Harris.
I don't know what the fuck you said. But yeah, the delay and everything's on them. I don't want to turn to court TV, but I mean, I think it's bearable, so that's why I'm sticking with it. I hope that's okay for everyone anyway. Thank you, Christy. Yes, hit like, subscribe, please. That would be the world to me. Thank you very much. I think most of you probably done it. And most of you probably subscribed as well. So thank you very much. If you haven't, just do what Chrissy says. Thank you. I just want Gwyneth. Come on. So I waste no words. Chrissy, the morning tea, right? I'm not commenting on that.
How's the jury doing for a break? Why don't we take a short break? Or did the jury say they wanted a break? Okay, we'll take a short break then, and then we'll proceed to lunch after, or we'll stay in the courtroom until lunchtime after that.
All rise for the jury.
Joanna, that is totally different to that. Mr. Mod is different to what you just wrote there. And I think Chrissy would, I'm not even getting into it. Rondo, just go back to your point earlier on about, I don't think there's anything here about hit and run. I just think this
Go
guy.
a little
hit
afternoon
and
before
run.
we break for lunch.
I don't think there's any question about hit and run here. I think everyone that's what stood on the stand said that she was there. It's just how long she should stay there for was the question. Whether it was like 5 minutes or 15 minutes, but she did definitely just smack into him and then leave straight away. It was very much a case of she stayed around. So that's the only question. It's more people here now. So yeah, if you could like and subscribe, really happy with that. Trapping, my mouse is playing up like hell. Oh, thank you. As soon as I say that, I would go up in likes. Thank you very much. I'll probably go down viewership. Thank you very much. It's on my Twitter too. What's on your Twitter? Oh, hang on, let me look at your Twitter then. Oh yeah. Fine. I got it. I just yeah. So Lily, if you're here, take a look at Crime Spies on Twitter. I think you're friends. Mind, let's have a look, see if you're friends. You're not friends. You don't follow each other. Well, anyway, if you just put in SHANWAPOW, then that brings to Crime Spies. So that'll be the trailer of the t-shirt, whatever, Storch thing. But also, do your research. I want to hear from you. See if it's something you're interested in putting your teeth into. Crime Spy. Is it on? Trial. Do you mean the trial, Christy? If you mean the trial, no, it's not on yet. It's not on for another week. But her trailers are. Also, free plug again for Chris, for Shannon. If you're on here, then please go and subscribe to Shannon's YouTube channel called Crime Spies, like a name. So she's about to launch it. So feel free to go and follow her and subscribe to her. She's gonna have an awesome YouTube with her daughter. So it's gonna be about cry birders, but also about makeup and stuff as well. So it's gonna be quite interesting. Crime Spy, there we are. Crime Spies on YouTube. You need to set one up, Giovanna. You need to set one up. And let us know what it's called so we can all follow you. Follow, but don't stalk each other. Yeah, that's true. Are you on Twitter, Rando? I'm sure Chrissy and everyone wants to follow you. And your brainiac. How did she name? Oh yeah, I don't. Don't ask me. Where's the vodka? Ray's obsessed with Ray Donovan. Oh, so yeah, it should be a short break. I think. I don't think it's a long break. Hey, Richie, my main man. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. Where you from, Richie? Welcome, my friend. Thanks for joining. I hope you've subscribed and liked the video. I don't blame you, it's toxic as hell, but if you come back, let us know so we can, because we all talk a lot on Twitter as well. You see the welcome parade here straight away. Christine Shannon, the first two. Giovanna's normally thereabouts as well. The welcome party are here. No, Richie, welcome, my man. Really appreciate you coming here. How did you find this? That's the question. But yeah, if you could subscribe, my man, I'd be very, very grateful to that. Hang on. We are here. Someone's liked this, or I'll give Richie credit for that one. I was 86 on Twitter 2 years ago. Luckily, I figured out well, I don't even want to know what you did, Crime Spies. If literally, if you just put Crime Spies in, it should be there. That's how I did it. I'm from Wilson, North Carolina. Thanks, and we still. No, thanks to you, Richie. How did you find this? What brought you to this? Was it just a random search and you found this? We are more than welcoming new people. This channel's only been here just over a week now for the live streams. We try and follow some of the trials. Oh, Quinn, you see, Quinn's a new one from yesterday. She never used to speak until yesterday. Now look at her. Straight in, third one in, say hello. Do you know what? I think we got one of the most friendliest chats ever. So I think it's going well. I mean, don't worry. Oh, you see, we go. Here she is. Like and subscribe. On T, look at that. Enough of that. Always on the rise in there. Thank you. Hello, Richie Coleman. See, it's a very friendly group we got here, Richard. But also, Richie, sorry, not Richard. It's mostly women. So actually, we need people like Rando, Richie, Joey around here. Because it's just me normally. So now we've got more blokes around. Now Chrissy has to behave herself a little bit now. Yes, we do. That's why we're. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thanks, Gwen. That's what we want to hear. I hope other people join us. And you all become friends. That's the aim. Oh, I've got to change the plane to with this now as well. Hey, Rando, nothing whatsoever. Especially these women, they're great. But sometimes you could be outweighed, when you get like bullied by them all the time. You need some more men just to take the weight off my shoulders. But obviously I'll kick you out, Rando, if you take over too much. Obviously. No, never. Just dip back in whatever you feel like it, man. Please subscribe and just
Jury's on their
always
way.
say hello. Always say hello though, because that chat's very friendly. Even if the chat's not going, just always say hello because it'll get the chat going. After that trial, come back in. Or we'll start a new trial, not next week, the week after, probably. Letitia Storch one. I mean, that is definitely,
Don't you plan on breaking around a quarter afternoon for lunch?
Okay.
Or, give or take, depending on where you're at.
Let's go proceed.
True.
So she could explain it for you, but I'm pretty sure you search Crime Spies and it's in. Oh, did it? Oh, yeah, I don't. I don't know how people find it. That's interesting.
Maybe see it.
Yeah, well, you know, obviously tell other people
Mr.
about it.
Sorensen,
From the skull shape, Gareth.
thank you.
You guys are just as big a part of this as I am, so.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Right. Oh,
Good morning.
so,
Would you start by getting your body toward the microphone position, and then give your full name and spell your name, please?
My name is Shae, Shae, middle name and maiden name Sanderson, Sanderson. Last name is pronounced like Harris with a lisp. It's Hereth. Herath.
Hi, Shay.
Hello.
Just as a little preliminary matter, as we're talking, just remember to say yes or no instead of nodding or it's okay.
Yes, sir.
I know you're nervous.
Yes, I am.
So that's okay. But what I say is less important than what the jury hears you say.
Okay.
So we're talking right now, but if you wouldn't mind addressing the jury when you're asking your questions or when you're answering your questions, excuse me, that would be wonderful.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Why don't we start, since you've already said your name, by telling us where you went to high school?
I went to high school in Soda Springs, Idaho, and it's a small little town.
And then where'd you go on to college?
I started at Utah State University in Logan, Utah, and transferred up to University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho.
Okay. And did you graduate from college?
I did.
Okay. And what was your degree?
I have a bachelor's of landscape architecture.
And briefly for us, give us after college a little bit of your work history.
After college, I took my first job in Beaverton, Oregon, which is funny because it's really close to where I was born in Hillsboro, Oregon. So I was returning back to where my roots were. And I worked for a small family-owned business. My boss was about 72 years old, and his daughter also was my boss, but he was the most joyful man I've ever known. He made me laugh every day, and he passed away recently, and he's going to be missed, but he's with me in my heart.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
We have tissues here if you need.
Oh, thanks. I will be needing those. Do you need some too?
You are one of Terry Sanderson's daughters, aren't you?
I am.
Okay. So give us the birth order if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I am the eldest of three girls, and my middle sister, Polly, has testified already. She's 3 years younger than I am. And I call her my baby sister, but she's not a baby. Her name is Jenny B, and she is 9 years younger than I am. And I was a mom to her, essentially.
And would you describe your sister relationship as a close one?
Very, very close relationship with my sisters. More so with Polly because she was only 3 years younger than me. And I missed out on about 9 years of my little sister Jenny B's growing up. It was kind of surprising. We would see each other on vacations and in between, but I didn't get to witness her growing up.
When you went to college, were you roommates with Polly?
I was roommates with Polly, and she had a hard time waking up in the morning, and so often I had to go into her bedroom and shake her because her alarm would go off for a long period of time. She was my best roommate. Yeah, and friend.
What was it like growing up with Terry as your father?
Oh, I really idolized my dad growing up because he was an extrovert. He was gregarious. Everyone seemed to love him. He had this zest for life, and he just wanted to know so much. He loved to immerse himself in learning more and more about, especially in the health industry. He would read through his medical journals and stuff. But he was a very engaged dad. He would always show up for our events, and usually stay and talk with everyone in the community for hours and hours. So luckily it was nice I could just walk home because otherwise I would be there forever. Let's see. Could you read? Do you want me?
I think you answered my question.
Okay, good enough.
So-
I'll keep going. Otherwise,
It's
stop
okay.
me.
It's okay.
I will tell you that things did change later on as I grew up. My parents had a really good marriage the first probably 10 years of their life, but then things they started drifting apart. And so my dad became more of a workaholic towards the latter part of their marriage. That was really I think we could feel that as a family, that things weren't good between them. I was grateful to have my sister Polly when those things would happen. But yeah, we had a happy childhood. I was loved. I was hugged. My dad was very strict, very much. We lived in a small town, so you had to behave yourself or otherwise word would get out. Oh, he was highly demanding. Yes.
Would he set expectations and
He-
hope that you meet him?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He expected a lot of us girls, and he also kept us incredibly busy, singing voice lessons and acting and dancing. And so my mom was the taxi driver, but she also had a full-time job.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So did you have the opportunity to work with him in his eye clinics as well?
I did. Actually, I was so blessed because there weren't a lot of jobs in my tiny little town. My dad hired me as a sixth grader. I cleaned his office 3 days a week. And then gradually, as I got older, he would teach me more and more of the business. And so I would work with the ladies and help them out and, verify glasses and make sure they were the right prescription, that sort of thing. And I cleaned lots and lots of glasses when I was a sixth grader, seventh, eighth grade.
So you got to know your dad from a father perspective, but also see him interact in a business perspective.
I did, and he was amazing. So well organized. He ran that office like a tight ship. He just, everyone had a job to do, and they did it with a smile on their face and love in their heart. And I learned a lot working with him, just about character, really. And I remember him one time, I was going down the hall and he said, "Shay, you need to walk with purpose. When you go somewhere, walk like you're going and what you're doing." And I thought, that's a good way, to live your life instead of stumbling through life or, I don't know.
We've heard, I think your sisters testified about his desire to mentor. So did you feel that same feeling growing up?
Absolutely. My dad was all about trying to fill our we sisters' heads with as much information as we could. Every road sign that had information on the history, we were pulling over and reading that, going to museums. He really, I think he was very much about character development in us girls, the importance of honesty. Just being a good human being. I think that's mostly what I have to
Just
say.
a little bit. What was your dad like physically growing up? Did you ever notice him to be deficient in any way?
My dad could do anything. In fact, he tried doing a backflip on the trampoline after I had shown him how I could do a backflip. It didn't turn out so well, but he could do almost anything except for a backflip.
How old was he at the time?
Oh,
Frames like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, because this all is just like historical.
Yeah, just to establish its relevance.
What time with
my backflipping,
yes.
I broke my arm in third grade. it would have been before third grade. So I was 10 years old, so 1980s maybe.
Thank you. So you moved out of the house after college and you didn't return, is that correct?
That is correct. I did come home for summers to work a summer job though.
Was that working in your dad's class?
Only my after my freshman year in college did I come home and work for my dad. The other years I was trying to get more landscape architecture background, work experience, and so it was just that year.
Before the accident and in your time you spent living in the house and even up until 2016, do you ever see your dad have any problems driving a car?
No. He was a multitasker and drove a car with ease.
Gotcha. When you say multitasker, I think there was some testimony yesterday that he would read a book sometimes while driving. Was that nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, as a child, I was a little anxious, and when we would head to Montana where the roads go forever straight away, he would actually have a book in his hand while he's driving down these straight roads. And I tended to be a nervous person, so I was always a little bit, probably why I got car sickness maybe, on edge when he was driving and trying to do something else. But he was never in an accident as far as I know. I'm sure maybe someone else has his everything about him, but I don't recall that ever being a thing.
Moving forward in our timeline a little bit closer to the time of this accident, in roughly 2009 to the time of the accident, are you aware of any of your father's chronic medical conditions?
I recently found an email. Well, first of all, my dad is a really private person, and also he doesn't ever want to be a complainer. And so he has a tendency to keep things to himself. He doesn't share when things are going bad. I think he just doesn't like to be around those kind of complaining people. And so he didn't want to be that kind of person. So I really had very little knowledge about what was going on in my dad's life. He only would call us if he was in a good mood. So, but that being said, just recently I did come across a letter that broke my heart. He said that he...
Before...
Is this too much?
No, it was...
Just objection, hearsay. Can I get a ruling?
I don't know what we're doing here, so can you ask another question?
Yeah. I'll move on. Let's move to the day of this incident in February of 2016. How did you first hear that your father had been in a ski collision?
I believe that I got an email that said, "I'm famous," in the subject line. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then below there was a link that said, here is information. I may not be quoting it exactly right, from my friend and eyewitness. And then there was a link below. And that link below, I couldn't ever look at it because you had to be like a meetup member or something. But I have a vague recollection of actually calling my dad and saying, can you give me your meetup group number so I can actually look at this? And he was able to give me that information. So I may or may not have seen what was in that link.
You don't remember the day of hitting that link and knowing what it was?
I don't know for sure at what point I looked at it. Just a little background information. I had a ski accident 3 weeks prior to my dad. I had torn my ACL and my MCL. I was not sleeping very well. I had my leg propped up on a pillow with ice around my knee. And I also had a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old to take care of at the time. So my memory of what happened during that period is very foggy.
That's fine. I'm going to put up that email, or at least the paper copy of the email. And this has already been marked as, I think, Defense Exhibit 111. And it's been discussed quite a bit. But
D102 is the same thing and will be a lot clearer if you want it. Do you want it?
well, we're going to go through this just the way it is read.
Well,
Hey,
I
I know
checked
it's-
because the top portion is not evidence.
Why don't we take it down and why don't you use the exhibit that has been, unless you need for some reason to enter this one, Mr. Sorensen.
This is okay as he's doing it, Your Honor. Just the top third is not evidence.
Well, I'd rather that the jury not be published a document
Thanks.
that hasn't been
All right.
admitted.
I want to make you all aware that you are giving out information when we're looking on these information, private information. Could you please white out the email addresses, or would that take too long?
Sure.
Or you could just fold over that piece of information. Thank you so much.
Giovanna, this is not mentally ill daughter. This is the eldest one. The one that the sister say has the mental illness is the youngest one called Jenny.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Holly was yesterday. So this is not the one. She might come on next week maybe, but
Thank you,
not
counsel.
there today.
We've discussed this quite a bit, and we will continue to. Do you see that up on your screen, Shay?
I do.
And are you the Shay Harris that's right up here?
I am.
We'll go through this a little bit, but I want to point out a couple things just before we get into kind of the content. Does this appear to be the email that you were talking about with the link that you described earlier in your testimony? At least a copy of it.
I believe so. I can't remember the time, but I trust that more than I do my memory 7 years ago. So.
Okay. And who's Jenny B. Sanderson?
She is my baby sister or my youngest sister.
Okay.
She's not a baby.
She appears to be the first person that this email is addressed to, correct?
I agree.
And then we've heard from Polly. Is
Yes,
your
that
sister?
is my second sister.
Okay. And then we're hearing from you right now, correct?
Correct.
So those are the three people that this was sent to.
Yes.
Then going up, we've talked a lot about this, but what is that line right here that I'm pointing to say?
It says, I'm famous. At what cost?
Okay. And do you recall, because there's a difference here between I am famous here and I am famous at what cost, who wrote that at what cost?
I added the at what cost when I sent my email back.
Sorry, don't want to cut you off, but so after you had tried to access this link, you responded to that email, is that correct?
I don't know at what point I don't know at what point I was able to access, or if I even did see what was here. It seemed like I would follow through to try to see what, because this is important information, but I don't know when that happened.
Okay. And I think you said earlier that when you tried to access this, it was a meetup group login, or you were required a meetup group login?
Yes, and I wasn't a member of Meetup, so I was unable to access that. But I knew my dad was.
Okay. I want to talk because it's going to be brought up quite a bit. Will you go ahead and read what your note says here for the jury?
Dad, I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is. I also can't believe this is all on GoPro. What are the chances? I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling this evening? Love, Shay.
Okay. Now, Shay, this is an important answer, but with that, after being sent that link, how did any reference to a GoPro video come up that you responded in the way that you did?
So we did this in an opposite order. My apologies. 7 years is a long time for my brain. I received a phone call, and thanks to Gwyneth Paltrow's team, they were able to put together the timeline of things. And I had forgotten that actually I got a phone call at 6:13 p.m. that evening, and then I had a conversation with my dad about what had happened. And then the email came later on in the evening. And now I can't remember the question. Do you mind asking again?
You mentioned you had a phone call with
Yes, yes.
your father. How did that instruct or have influence on this response?
Okay. After my dad told me about what he was feeling and that he could hardly think, his brain was numb, and that he couldn't take a breath without feeling a stabbing sensation in his chest, and that he had rung his bell. I believe he mentioned that with this big resort and so many people on this green run, there had to be GoPro video.
Overruled?
Go ahead.
And so he said there has to be GoPro footage. There just has to be, because there was this big blood-curdling scream before I got hit in the back, and that means that a person that had a helmet cam of this GoPro would look towards the scream and catch it all on video. And so I thought, that's brilliant. Then we have complete evidence of what happened and who was at fault. And so I kind of assumed that maybe this was GoPro video, and we could rest easy because we would know what happened.
But you had never, he didn't show you a GoPro video?
No, I've never seen GoPro video, and it does not exist as far as I know.
And now, after this email, you still have not seen any GoPro video?
I have not seen any GoPro video.
So it was, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you just told the jury, but it was based on that conversation you had with your dad that you responded in this way?
Yes. So I don't know if during the time I was talking to him, if I had my leg propped up and whether or not I was interrupted by my 4-year-old or 8-year-old at the time. But when I hung up that phone, I thought there was GoPro video. And I thought that would be comforting for my dad to say, it's going to be okay, Dad. I know you are really hurting, but we've got it on camera. So I believed that there was GoPro video at the time, and that's why I said that.
All right. I want to clear this before we go.
Lawrence, I've left my water bottle next to you. Could you please grab it for me?
The reason that I've laid them on top of each other here is going to be important for the jury. So this has already been admitted, and this is, the jury saw this yesterday. This appears to be the post that your dad put out the day of the incident, talking about the Whitney Smith that helped him down from the mountain. Have you ever seen this?
This is Defense 111, page 2.
I recognize this woman's smile, and I do remember he had an awful day, but this woman came to his rescue. She was his angel and taking care of him finally after a long time of being ignored on the mountain.
Just right. That's
Sustained.
what you're saying.
Sustained. The response is stricken, and the jury should disregard the last part of the comment.
Sorry.
Do you recall seeing this post?
I do. I do remember reading that at some point.
And the reason I've laid these out and gone kind of old school here with paper instead of the digitals we've been showing is for an important reason. Now, I'm going to zoom in here, down below on this pre-admitted exhibit, and I want you to look at, if we can get it to zoom in a little bit. We'll focus it up. Okay. Do you see below that comments what appears to be some sort of a link?
Are you asking me? Yes, I see the link at the bottom and then the photos too.
And that appears to be from Meetup, the website your dad was posting on. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you see these numbers here?
Yes,
Okay. You see photos and then slash and some numbers.
yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at this. I want you to look and see and tell me, I mean, it's a lot of numbers, but do the photos at the numbers at the end of that exhibit with this exhibit here, do these numbers correlate or match any of these numbers down here? I'll give you a minute to look at it.
Okay. Okay, it appears
Starting with 2.6.
the 261 is the first one, corresponds to the first one. The second one is not anything.
And this,
And the last one matches up with the exception of the last digit, which is a 2 instead of a 0.
okay. They're close, is that correct?
They're very close.
Okay.
One's right on, the other is close.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit and get off a little bit away from this email. You've given your explanation for why you wrote about a GoPro video. Is that correct?
I have a question. So the fact that the numbers matched up just means that those two are correlated.
It may.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask
Okay.
for an opinion, and
Okay.
I'm not a cybersecurity or
Okay.
not even cybersecurity, but I'm not a cyber expert, so I don't know
Okay.
if that means anything. I just think it's an interesting coincidence for now that those are correlating.
Yeah.
Now, you've given us your reasoning for why you wrote that line about GoPro. Is there anything else that you think may have influenced why you put that in an email?
I think I've already said, I think I just wanted my dad to have peace of mind that there was video footage out there that was going to show what happened.
But you didn't know that there was or was not.
I did not know that. And also, let me just state to the jury that my dad had had a traumatic brain injury when he sent out that email, which is why.
You didn't know that at the time.
Foundation,
what's that?
Your Honor.
Sustained. We do need to wait for a question before we address the jury. So thank you.
Gosh, I'm so sorry.
The evidence that my dad had a brain injury at the time.
Yes, the comment will be stricken and the jury's to disregard.
Let's stay on the facts.
Thank you for the counsel. After the accident, you have maintained contact with your father, correct?
I have.
All right. Have you noticed any big changes in your dad?
My dad has quite a few personality issues. Obviously, the injury to his brain has caused significant damage, enough to cause his personality to change. And
What have you?
Opinion. Move to strike.
Overruled as to a lay opinion under Rule 701.
What have you seen as far as your dad's personality traits that have changed?
My dad is very insecure. He doesn't show it, but he doesn't trust his brain anymore.
Is that a hard thing for him?
It's incredibly hard because he used to be able to multitask and do all sorts of complicated tasks, and now he has a hard time just following through one step at a time. And he used to be able to do multiple things at a time. So it's been really hard on his personality. He feels inept, frustrated.
You don't know exactly how he feels.
You're right. From his daughter's perspective, I feel that his life is exhausting.
And it's hard to hear. Have you noticed things about his ability, excuse me, let me inartfully ask. Have you noticed any differences in his ability to listen?
Oh. My dad used to be a really good listener. But since the accident, his brain has to work so hard at what he's going to say next that his ears just shut down, and he's goes inside. He's internal, and he may be standing in front of you, but he is not. He's not there. He's gone inside, coming up with the argument or the next thing he's going to say. And so his listening abilities have really been hampered by this brain injury.
Now, you told in your deposition, you told us a story about the van door. Would you please share that story with the jury?
Okay. First thing, my van door from the time I bought it, it was a brand new van at the time, but it always has a problem. I own a Honda Odyssey, and if you know them, the doors don't swing open like this. They actually go parallel with the body of the car. And so
just get a foundation for what time frame we're talking about. She did say after this incident.
When did you buy the car?
My daughter was born in 2012. So this happened after 2012. This happened when my oldest was 11, so it's been about 6 years ago.
So this was after the...
This was after the accident. Yeah. Thank you. So this van door, because children sometimes ride in it, has an optical sensor that will back the door up. The door will not close automatically, mechanically, if it senses there is something in the way, and that's to prevent a kid's arm or something getting caught in the door. But my van door has had a problem with it thinking that there's something there when there isn't. And there's a really easy fix. You just go to the driver's side, and there's a manual toggle on the dashboard where you turn off the electronics part and you can manually shut the door. Okay, that should be enough background information. My dad and I have picked up my daughters from school, and we're going to the dance shop to get some ballet shoes for my daughter, Tia, who is about 11 years old. And that means her sister is roughly six years old. So we go into the car. Oh, my dad happens to be in the passenger seat as I'm driving the van to the dance shop, and we pull up to a parallel parking position right in front of the store. And because my 6-year-old is in a booster and there's oncoming traffic, I'm paying close attention to get her out. That's not important. What's important is as we came out, I noticed that the van door on the opposite side, so on the curb side, had been left open. No one had shut the door. And it's downtown Spokane, so I was a little concerned that we had been robbed or something, but I took a look and everything was where it was supposed to be. And so my older daughter, Tia, jumped in. Grandpa Terry's right there with her to buckle herself in, and she goes to push the button. And meanwhile, I'm actually with my 6-year-old trying to get her into her car seat. So she pushes the button, and it does this funky thing, which is it backs off and refuses to close. Well, Tia's known that there's an easy fix for this. You just have to hit the button. And my dad's like, oh, I could do it. I didn't know exactly what was going on at the time. I could see through and I could hear a heated argument and anger and frustration. And my little daughter is like trying to explain to Grandpa Terry, no, my mom can fix this. And my dad's like, I know what to do. I can get it done myself. I'm the adult here. You're just a little kid. You don't know anything. And he was really laying it down hard on her. I was, anyway, what happened is with all this commotion going on, I figure out what the problem is. And I look over at my dad as he is with all of his might, like a football player trying to push one of those heavy padded things, pushing that door closed. And it is like barely moving. He finally gets it to about 2 inches closed. And I was like, oh, and I switched it to manual. So he was able to close it. And he's like, see, I told you I could do it. And he was just belittling my little sister, my Tia, my oldest daughter, and just going, you know, I know what to do. I'm the adult here, and just being so awful to her. And it's actually damaged his relationship with her because he was so awful to her. And I got in the front door and closed the door, and I looked back at my little daughter, and she's just red cheeked and her tears are streaming down her eyes, and she is just so belittled and made to feel like she's stupid, and I just thought this didn't have to happen. If he had just listened to her, and said, Mom can fix this. And she was like, I knew he was going to break the door, Mom. I knew he was going to break the door. And he didn't, luckily, but it was an awful, awful experience. And I have never known my dad to raise his voice or scream or belittle or do those sorts of things. It was just very uncharacteristic of him.
And has Tia told you how she feels about that relationship?
She does not like my dad. She doesn't like him.
Good spot, Eric. I can't with this fucking woman. I
Have
can't.
you noticed any other times where you've seen your dad since this 2016? Have you seen any other times where your dad's raised his voice in anger like he was against his granddaughter?
That was actually the worst. I mean, and I will say that my dad and I see eye to eye a lot. So there's not been a lot for us to argue or fight about. So I know my sister Polly alluded to an interaction that she witnessed with my baby sister Jenny, my youngest sister Jenny, in which he got right in her face and said F you, like screamed F you at her, which again, he doesn't talk like that, and he doesn't raise his voice and scream. That was not the old Terry that I knew as a dad.
You had never seen that growing up with him?
No, not at all. He was so patient.
Have you seen or known your dad? Since you brought up your sister Jenny,
yes,
and this incident the jury heard about yesterday.
Yes.
You know the family dynamics in your family. Right?
Yes, I do. It's complicated.
Every family there's people that are maybe closer to one another than further away. Is that your perception?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your.
So in every family, there's relationships that are closer or maybe some that are further away. Is that your perception?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you characterize your father's, from your own opinion, your father's and Jenny's relationship?
Before the accident or after the accident?
Let's say before, and then we'll ask after.
Okay. My sister, Jenny B, is neurotypical, and she...
Conference at your bar.
Yeah, sure.
This woman pisses me the fuck up. Look at she's she making me mad. Like, she's only talking about, oh, he shouted at Jenny, blah, blah, blah. Be trying to cover herself. Because she knows they're going to ask these questions about sister hating her father and stuff. Fucking hell. I just get pissed off with it. It's just too, like, every time she answers the question, she faces the jury. I have to take my fucking earphones off. Stick my head in. 20%, yeah, definite. I hate saying that because, you know, you want to believe every witness, but after her sister yesterday, now her today, she's hitting all the notes to try and cover. Oh, yeah, he never used to be angry, man, but now he is now. So that'll explain why my younger sister whose mental health feels attacked. Bollocks. Money. Show me the money. Maybe I should have done that. We just lost 6 people. Hey, Big Mike, if you're here, I always tell you, subscribe, Mike, and like the video. You never subscribe. I don't think you subscribe, my man. You're a big part of this. Christy loves you already. You need to subscribe, become a permanent member of this group. Yeah, would disagree with him, never be that. Exactly. That's why they try to hit all the notes. Good, I'm glad it's entertainment for you, Quinn. The chat is good. Big Mike, you better fucking subscribe. Better fucking subscribe. I'll send Chrissy after you. She's never been a Paltrow.
All right. This appears to be a good time to take our lunch recess, so we will do that at this time, returning at 1:30.
I have to do it. I have to do it, Big Mike. Thank you, my man. Thank you. But that's the only way I know, because I can't see who's done it. So thank you, my man. You better be here all the time now. Yeah, she could win an Oscar, this woman could. Our sister.
Ms. Hurst, if you could just remain here for just a moment. Thank you.
See you later, babe.
All right, so Ms. Hurst, there's a lot of medical experts in this case,
Okay,
and you're not one of them.
it's true.
And so we want to be careful that your testimony limits itself to what you observed
Okay,
and maybe opinions that you formed based on those observations.
okay,
But what we don't want you to testify to is a medical diagnosis of Jenny, a mental health diagnosis of Jenny, or I guess describe what you've seen with her in terms of a medical diagnosis or medical terminology. Does that make sense?
We don't want that last one. Is that what you just said, Your Honor?
I think I'm a little
Yes,
confused.
we do not want you to be explaining what you've observed with Jenny in terms of a mental health diagnosis. Like a person with this mental health diagnosis I see Jenny doing these things that are like a person with this mental diagnosis.
Okay.
But rather just what did you see?
What do you notice about her? Okay.
Well, what have you observed?
Mm-hmm.
And what, and you're certainly,
Was the key word that you didn't want to hear was the neurodiversity?
I think that probably triggered the concern.
Because that's more of a medical terminology?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like an everyday observation though.
You're right.
So,
okay. I understand.
I could see you translating. If you made an observation about Jenny,
Mm-hmm.
and you're using that term to describe that observation, I could see you translating that into everyday words.
Okay.
As to what you saw and what you observed.
Okay.
But in terms of using a medical sounding name, I guess, or label,
Okay.
that's what we need you to avoid.
Okay.
Is counsel okay with that instruction?
Yes, and I just want to make one other statement that's separate from this.
Just a minute, then.
Thanks.
I don't want to conflate the two. Are you okay with that instruction to the witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Ms.
we're
Brolins?
making copies. My staff has advised me that somehow with the help of I'm not even going to misspeak, except someone has accessed that link that we've been trying to get.
Sorry, is that just what?
Well, right.
I'm going to hand out copies.
Why don't we do this in chambers? And if you need to put something on the record, we can do that after that.
Sure, and I'm not even prepared to. I've just been advised that that link has been accessed. Not a GoPro link, but the actual link.
It's just that this witness is under the exclusionary rule, and I'd rather not discuss it in front of this witness.
Fair enough. Should we meet at, when do you want to meet?
1:15, would that be enough time?
Sure, in chambers?
Yeah, let's start in chambers. And if you could make me a copy.
Yeah, we're making some copies. I just got handed it.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And thank you. You're welcome to go take lunch or whatever, but you're still under the exclusionary rule as a witness, not to discuss the case with other witnesses or anybody.
Coached or anything.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so I think they're coming back at 1:30, but I'll come back at 1:15 just in case they come back from chambers into here. So I'll be back at 1:15. What I'm going to do is I'll play court TV over lunch break now, just to get some of the questions in and out. What you talk about? Hey, Joe. Basically, just goes through the family and how her father was reacting, and she was just trying to get in there about how he wasn't violent at all pre-accident. Now all of a sudden he's shouting at her daughter, at her younger sister. Basically, she's just trying to cover all bases to show it's the accident that made him aggressive, and you can't believe everybody else type of thing. So essentially, it's just a character thing. She's pissed me right off though. One worse than the other. I mean, honestly, 2 BAFTA award winners. Literally, they're just too polished, and they hit at everything they need to hit. On the wine from Mr. Stark. Yeah, well, I mean, he's got to do it though, hasn't he, Shannon? Do you know what I mean? But he is Mr. Stark. Gwen, totally believe they are absolutely coached. Oh, we got, yeah. If there was a GoPro, there's no. I mean, they just covered that one too well. But it's going to be interesting to see what they find out now. 18 on chapter. Yeah, Giovanna's brilliant. We're 16 right now, but amazing. Hopefully, you all come back after lunch. Otherwise, I send Chrissy and Big Mike after you. You should try to blame Gwyneth because. Yeah, basically, mate. That's what she's trying to do, Joe. Yeah, because she knows the defense going to ask her the same questions, and she's trying to get in there that he was fine beforehand. 100%. Yeah, I agree with Quinn. Big Mike, where are you from, Big Mike? We need to know more about Big Mike. Joe, yes. Oh, yeah. Aaron's on it. Mike. But you're too quick answering for me. Devoured by. I don't know. Well, I can tell you one thing: there'd be lots of tears, that's for sure. But what's really getting my goat up about it? We got the defense still to do. So when's Gwyneth coming up? When's she going to be on? And they wanted her father, the Terry, on. But I'm not even sure if Terry's going to be on. Hearsay, yes, hearsay. There's a lot of hearsay, but I think you can have a little bit of hearsay. Don't know who's worse. Can you imagine them? I mean, I couldn't. Who's married to them? Who? Yeah, your father. I couldn't. Yeah, I found that weird when she did it as well. To be honest, I wouldn't do it personally. Maybe some would, to be fair, but I wouldn't. On his link, so that. Cheers, Quinn. Yeah, if you're here, just keep it on. I'll put Core TV on. You can either mute it or whatever. We've got 21 here now. We're at break time. So I'll say I'll be back in an hour's time, but it should start back up at 1:30 Mountain Time. Yeah, no, she did do it, Shannon. She called him Terry. Texas, the big old Texas. Texas, big place, so Big Mike. You, what are you into? Are you into NFL or anything like that? Any football? Anything like that? Anything that of interest? Houston, Texas, Dallas Cowboys. What are we into, Big Mike? What's going on? So, what? I'm not sure what you mean now, Giovanna. Do you mean what's happening now? They're basically going on lunch right now. Then after lunch, they go into chambers to discuss an issue that someone's opened the link. Now, that doesn't mean someone within court has done it, but maybe there's a hacker out there, Big Mike or somebody might have hacked it. So they go have a look at everything. Hold on. Yeah, Joey, post your Twitter in here. We already follow each other, Joey. And I know Christy follows you, and I know Shannon does now. But anyone's got Twitter, Big Mike, anybody, drop your handles in here, so people will follow you. I'm not going to say that they're sensible people, but people will follow you. Chrissy M. Waco. That's Baylor, isn't it? Baylor University, Chrissy. That's Waco, yeah, Baylor. That's supposed to be. Isn't that a very religious area, Waco? Canada, look at that. Check that out. So we got a Welshman, Canadian, Texan, Americans. Amazing. Right, people starting to leave. Please leave, but just come back. If you're leaving, brilliant, no problems. Come back. I'll play Court TV now as well. Because Shannon told me I need to play stuff. So Chrissy, I know my stuff. I literally know everything about America. Yeah, okay, maybe Waco's not, but Baylor is a religious university, isn't it? Same as BYU and stuff. The only things I know is about college football and NFL and stuff. So that's how I've learned all my stuff about America. So that's why I thought it was quite religious. San Marcos. So that makes you a Houston Texans fan then, Big Mike. Okay. Okay. Second pick of the draft. Okay. You can do all right. Right. Let's get this Court TV on for Shannon before she has a pop at me. Oh, this is really nice, Giovanna. This is great. Any Welsh people in the chat? None of my friends like what I'm doing. Jackie's not here today, yeah? Where's Jackie? Lily's around. Oh, actually, Lily's around. She's from London, so she lives in London. Like her title. Stop sharing. Stop screen. Oh, is Court TV got anything on? Oh, no, I'm not playing that. That's just a load of shit. No, I'm not playing. That's just a repeat. What I'm going to do, though, is play this. 18. Right. I'm going to play this instead. And then I'm going to leave to get some dinner for me. But
What's up, everybody? Thursday night, day 3 in the books of the Gwyneth Paltrow ski
Firstly, Indiana's Colts. I chose the Colts, but like I'm a bit like still getting to know everything. Dak Prescott. Okay, that's what we like. Okay. I don't know where those places are, but as long as Giovanna knows, it's fine. Right. Gonna love you and leave you guys. Hopefully you all come back after the break. I'll say I'll be back here at 1:15 Mountain Time. And hopefully we'll be back live from 1:30. With that, love you all. Even Big Mike, I love you. Right. Take care, guys. See you in a bit.
Accident trial. I have some mixed feelings here, right? And I think today was an interesting set of witnesses, and the testimony that came in I thought was interesting. The defense's strategy is very clear at this point, and especially the way it's being presented by Attorney Owens. We're going to get to that. We're going to talk about what I think about this strategy. And while you can disagree with the strategy or not like the way something is coming across or think that something doesn't actually prove what they're trying to make it prove, without necessarily thinking the plaintiff is hitting home runs or crushing this case. So that's going to be something we're going to wade in the water today. A lot of you had questions on Twitter. A lot of you will have questions tonight. I will try to get to all of those at the end, as I always do, and throughout, of course. But hit that like button if you haven't already, and subscribe to our page. If you guys are not subscribed, hit that reminder bell to join us for these recaps every night as long as the trial goes, which is supposed to be 8 days. But we were supposed to get to Terry Sanderson, the plaintiff, today, and we didn't. And Gwyneth Paltrow is supposed to testify tomorrow, but it seems like we are a bit behind schedule, which is, as you followed any trial, not uncommon. Most trials do get behind schedule. But just as an overarching theme, as we started the day today with Dr. Fong and her testimony by video, there were some objections. There was, I think, a ruling at the beginning of the trial that surprised the plaintiffs a little bit, where the judge limited her testimony. I don't think they were ready for that. And it shows you how difficult it is to prepare trials like this, to prepare depots by video, to have them edited, to have certain things in and out. And then now when a ruling comes kind of at the last minute, maybe something you didn't expect, or whether you expected or not, you had to get this video depot ready. She was not going to present in person at trial. Now you've got to mute and fast forward and do all this weird stuff, as we saw when the depot was being presented, that is not good for the side presenting that depot. So we do try to limit the video depots that we play, and we try to protect against boring the jury. And a lot of you said, I just can't watch this. It's so boring. It's so much of the same stuff. It's so repetitive. And I think that is an issue that's going to run into an 8-day trial. Most trials can be done within a week, whether that's 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Sometimes there are major brain injuries, severe brain injuries. Sometimes there are deaths. Sometimes there's a lot of lost wage information or loss of capacity to earn. There are life care plans, which I don't know if we're going to have one in this case, which show exactly what has to be proven in the future as to the treatment that is needed for this person. That can sometimes take a while. So you have to try to pare it down, get your best evidence in front of this jury, and explain the case in a way that is easy for them to follow. And like I said, usually you want to start with somebody that explains the accident, which they did in this case. Then at some point, either early or late, you want to bring the B&A witnesses, how this accident and these injuries affected that person. They did this. Then you want to bring out the medical testimony, which they're doing now. And then eventually they want to hear from the plaintiff, which they are going to do. So I don't think they've gone overly in the case, but it has seemed a little bit clunky, and some of these videos can be. And I think their problem is way too many pauses and delays and things like that they should try to avoid. Now, Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, I think, is baiting them into it a little bit, and they feel like they do have to respond to that, which is fine. But I want you to try to understand how difficult it is to present a case like this, put this video stuff together. It's frustrating when witnesses can't come in person, but everybody's got a life, everybody's got a job. These trials take a long time, as you see in this case, 7 years to get to trial. So you got to get it done when you can. So Dr. Fong, the neuropsychologist, she was part of the TB12 clinic, which I thought was interesting, the concussion arm of that, which people could love or they could hate, depending on their feelings of Tom Brady. She does, again, and I think they have and this is also something that we talk about, and we try to limit it. If we have a good witness, again, if you shorten the trial, you have one good witness hit it, usually that's good. They have had every witness explain to us the difference between mild, moderate, and severe concussions. They've had every witness read through the same medical records, the same scans, the same diagnosis, the same thoughts that some other doctor had. And I don't know if I feel like that's effective. I would use these individual experts for one specific thing. And this neuropsychologist is the treating physician for Terry Sanders, and that's what I would have focused on. The treatment. What did you do? Why did you do it? What did he present with? Why are you picking the treatment that you're picking? You say he needs future treatment. What future treatment does he need and why? Okay? And I mean, I think she did do a good job with a mild brain injury or mild concussion does not mean that the symptoms are mild. I thought that was a good explanation on her part. And she also did a great job of using the bad facts or turning the bad facts or explaining, I should say, bad facts to how they're actually good for the plaintiff, where she said he has risk factors. His prior mental health history and the structural findings of NPH, while they were not symptomatic, they do make it more likely that he would be injured in a traumatic event. That is very important. We've already talked about that. Eggshell plaintiff stuff. We've hit that. And I thought she did a good job explaining that and whether or not he's going to recover. He's been treating with her for 6 years, it sounds like, still having issues. She's an eternal optimist, but it seems like at this point, he's not going to recover at least completely. So it is a permanent injury. He did come to her a year and a half after the crash. She does not feel like he was malingering at all. He did show up and give his best effort. And I thought it was funny because when you do these videotape depositions, you go back and forth with the other side. They object to this, you object to that. They pull out certain parts that are irrelevant if you have to repeat a question. Sometimes they left in Owens, Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, again saying, I literally laughed out loud. And he's like, hey, just so you know, I need enough time to cross this witness. Make sure I have enough time. The same thing he's been doing in this trial. So if the jury is going to hold Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer against her, they're giving them every opportunity to. Now, will it be enough? Who knows? I would never rely on that. There are lots of snarky, jerky defense lawyers with bad attitudes and bad jury appeal, in my opinion. But if the jury does not believe your client, then it doesn't really matter. And witness credibility is everything is the title, because that's where I land at the end of the day. That is absolutely where I land at the end of the day. So then let's get to one part I thought was really interesting. Some judges will allow it, some will not. The commenting on the other side's experts. And that's the first clip we're going to play today, is what Dr. Fong thinks of the defense experts in this case. And that's been a big theme, right? They've been differentiating treaters versus experts, which I think is important. They've also differentiated whether or not you need to meet with the client. More on that later. But let's hear what she thinks about the quote-unquote hand-picked experts of the defense.
2 neuropsychologists, Dr. Eastfold and Dr. Ruskin. You've reviewed the defense's hand-picked experts, including 2 neuropsychologists, Dr. Eastfold and Dr. Askenazi. What are your responses to their opinions, or at least in their reports?
I mean, they have a lot of opinions in their reports. But again, I want to just emphasize that there's a really big difference between going over someone's chart in another state across the world and dejected, crying, helping them. I think it's really easy to criticize someone from that far away, and it's a totally different beast when you're in the trenches with that patient trying to get them out. They have a lot of opinions that I think show that they're not concussion experts. They're not traumatic brain injury specific persistent post-concussion experts. And I think if I'm being totally honest, a lot of their opinions are easily refutable. Not most of their opinions are easily refutable by just going online and looking at the CDC recommendations for clinicians and how to treat concussions.
So basically, you can Google things that make it easily refutable for what the defense experts are going to say. That's very confident, and I like a confident expert. We will see how that goes when the defense experts actually have their opportunity to testify, but she comes out swinging at the defense experts. So here's a question I have for the chat. Do you differentiate, and if so, treaters, meaning treating physicians, somebody like Dr. Fong or a radiologist that just happens to read an MRI versus a quote-unquote hired gun type of expert? At all, somebody that's through all the records to try to find ways to make the client look, or make it look like the client, had pre-existing conditions or is paid to find something wrong with the client's case or the patient's case. Do you differentiate?
They do not. I just do not.
One of my favorite lines is "all due respect."
They're seeing the individual and as someone that is really suffering and has suffered and has done everything in their power to try to get better.
Do you have, or what examples do you have of their opinions that you disagree with? Recall right now.
Yeah, well, one of the big ones is that they don't think that he has post-concussion symptoms. I don't know if they just don't believe it exists or whatnot, but I mean, it's interesting because I believe all the experts agree, defense and plaintiffs, that he had a concussion.
So she says that's a big line right there. All experts agree, defense and plaintiff, that he had a concussion. A lot of you are saying the treater holds more weight. Both have their purpose. I agree with that. Absolutely. I think there is a space for the expert to come in and review the records and give their opinion. But I would put more weight on the treater as well, because they are there for the most part to help the client, not just for litigation. And as she said, and any treating physician will say, I treat these people that have litigation the same as I treat the people that I'm just trying to help. I do what's best for them. And people said I've dealt with a hired gun. No, it's true. Sometimes they can be horrible. Sometimes they can be really good too. And sometimes they can be really fair. So they're not all bad. And all treating physicians aren't good. But generally speaking, I usually put more weight on a treating physician as well.
Where we're dividing is whether or not that turned into post-concussion symptoms. And again, it's just they may not be aware of the litany of research that confirms that post-concussion symptoms are real and persistent post-concussion symptoms are real, despite normal findings on neuropsychological assessment. A lot of their attacks seem to want to place a lot of the blame and the burden on prior diagnoses, like his prior anxiety or his prior depression or his prior headaches or his prior findings. But the important thing to note is that this is a man who at that age of his like 60s was very, very active, was very high functioning, was someone that was volunteering on the community all the time. He organized social gatherings for people. I mean, this is someone that was engaged to be married, and now has lost even that prospect. I mean, this has completely changed his life physically, emotionally, biologically, psychologically, and socially. We call it a biopsychosocial model, right? And he has been affected in all those domains. And like I said, litany of literature will back this up.
So she gives why she disagrees with them. But Gloria makes a great point. Hello, Gloria. She relied on self-report, and that's not necessarily true. We're going to get into self-reporting today. We're going to get into subjective complaints of patients / clients, injured parties in these cases, and why it's so important and why it's not as abnormal or just something that happens in litigation as some people may think. But that's coming a little bit later. She talks a lot about how she spent 30 plus hours with Terry, more than any of the defense experts. He went through this boot camp, with her concussion therapy or whatever it is that she does, post-concussion therapy. Then we get to cross-examination, and James says, I'm going to do it quick because we don't have a lot of time. I may have said Owens earlier. It may have been James that interrupted, but either way. And again, she takes the opportunity during cross-examination to take some more shots at the defense experts. Now, I think some jurors might not like this. I thought it was fine, but some jurors may not like this. You always have to be careful how hard you go.
But I did not block nothing for that.
I didn't say that you specifically asked whether you went through medical records to look for prior history that might have some influence on Mr. Sanderson's findings in your clinic. And the answer is that you did not do that, correct?
I did not do that for Terry, but I don't do that for most patients that come to me. And so I need to just further correct you that most times when you go to the doctor, you don't come with a whole stack of medical records. You come to the doctor saying, hey, these are my symptoms. This is what's going on. This is what happened. Can you treat me? And so
let's pause there for a second before she goes after the defense experts. And Runkle and I think he's doing a stream tonight as well. If you want to check it out, I'm not sure if it's the same as this one, but if it's the same time, check it out. If you're here now, check it out after. If it's later, check out his stream. So he posted that he can't get, I can't remember what it is. I don't want to misquote him. He can't get something without bringing all of his records, and he's seen a neuropsych and he had to bring all of his records. And so I am not using, I guess I can use my own personal experience as well, but my own personal experience and working with thousands of people that have been injured and go to the doctor, it is very abnormal for you to bring all of your prior records. Sometimes you will bring specific relevant prior records, like for a neck injury. If you have had a neck surgery before, you'll bring those records. If you've treated with a chiropractor and then you're going to a neurospine surgeon, you'll bring those chiropractic records or your MRIs of your cervical spine or something like that. But for the most part, every time you go to a doctor, you don't bring all your records, especially to the level. This is what happens in injury cases. Okay, let's pull back the curtain a little bit. The defense, every single PCP, primary care physician record that you have in your entire life. So if you sneezed and then your nose started bleeding and now you're saying, I have some kind of brain injury and I'm bleeding out. Well, you've bled from your nose in the past, right? That's what they'll say. I had a concussion, I'm foggy. Well, you've had migraines in the past, haven't you? You played football in high school, didn't you? They will bring out everything to try to sprinkle some doubt. And we heard that throughout today. And it is working on some jurors. And it is absolutely not working on others. It depends on the type of jury and juror that you are. Some people on Twitter, which it can be a great space to crowdsource and get information and what people think, just like this. I love hearing what you all think about this. And at Dragos Law on Twitter and Instagram, if you want to get on there and follow me and get into this discussion as well. When he said something like, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, isn't it true the plaintiff has gotten COVID twice and he had a bad bout with it? And COVID can cause fogginess or whatever. And I had people commenting that is true. COVID can do this, a very common sign of COVID. So, I think a lot of his, maybe lethargy and feeling old and not being able to do as much and brain fog and all that stuff, I think probably came from the COVID. It's like, I don't remember any experts testifying of that. Do you? I remember lots of experts saying he got a concussion, which that's also the results of concussion and post-concussion syndrome. But they say the word COVID and people start thinking of all the side effects of COVID. And now they're going to start pushing some of his damages toward COVID instead of the concussion. And that's what happens. And that's sometimes what defense attorneys do. And to me, that just tells you I have had clients that are literal teenagers, and they get a single level herniation in their lower back after a car accident where their car was totaled. And the defense attorney's expert will say, well, we don't know that could have happened before. There's degeneration on this 17-year-old spine. And, everybody's spine is a little degenerative. I'm like, okay. So everybody's spine is injured regardless of whether they get in a car accident, but it certainly could not have come from this car accident. She went to the doctor the day before and said that, yeah, she could have. That's what they'll say. They will find everything. I see people saying, now listen, I think it's a cash grab. Terry's a grifter. Say whatever you want about him. Okay, I don't know. And I'm not saying just for this case specifically, okay? I'm not saying for this case specifically. And Shelly, I agree with you. Shoot. COVID is too new to have. Oh, sorry, I misread this. So I agree, but I think there are some studies and there are some side effects that people do agree with. But nobody has said what Terry is dealing with is from COVID. That's just the defense attorney throwing some stuff against the wall. And degenerative does not mean injured. You're absolutely correct. But that's what the defense attorneys will say, and that's what the defense doctors will sometimes say. They will always find something, is my point. They will pick things out of records. And when you're 69 years old, they're going to be able to find stuff. He's been wearing hearing aids for 40 years. Okay, what does that prove? And people are like, well, he just seemed really sickly. They're reading all this stuff. He was going blind in one eye. He had NPH. It's like, okay, does that mean people that wear hearing aids can't be injured in an accident? Does that mean people that get COVID can't get a concussion? Because I agree. Listen, I agree, Candy. I think priors are very important. I don't know that it's a cash grab yet. I'm reserving ruling on that. But the fact that, okay, listen, Courtney, relax. Everybody, people that are like, that's not what he said. I know that's not what he said. Go check my Twitter timeline. That's what a bunch of people are taking from his individual question on COVID. He just said plaintiff had COVID twice, right? And he had a rough bout with it, right? That's all he said. But other people are getting that because that is clearly what they're trying to imply. You can disagree with me if you want. Had lots of these cases, and if there's one thing I know it's what they want people to infer when they talk about comorbidities. A client that I talked about had a slew of comorbidities and prior issues that had nothing to do with this accident. It was a neck injury, but they talked about everything: IBS, urinary tract infections, migraines, his broken pinky finger, stuff that had nothing to do with his neck, just to make it seem like he is sickly, as if that has anything to do with this. So I will tell you where I think the plaintiffs are missing, though. I will tell you where I think the plaintiffs are missing, okay? And we're kind of going all over the place, but there's a lot going on. It was about depression. Okay, so again, him asking a question about COVID is supposed to prove that that's where the depression is coming from? That's not how this is supposed to be done, just so you know. There's supposed to be expert medical testimony that says his depression came from COVID, not from this. How would you know someone's depression came after COVID? They would report it to you. That's how you would know. And he's reporting that it's from this incident. So now you're just saying he's a liar. I'm going to pick what his depression's about, not him. That's not how anybody diagnoses depression or anything else. So that's not how we're going to do it here. And I don't mean to hate on Courtney. I'm glad Courtney's in here. I'm glad she's giving these comments and these opinions, because that creates the content. That creates the conversation. So I hope Courtney understands that. And I hope you stick, and I hope you keep giving me these comments, holding me accountable, making sure I'm listening and making sure I'm agreeing with your points and not misquoting you. Just so you know, want to make sure. So Dina, he had depression prior to the accident. Totally fair point, right? And I don't want to confuse points. And I'm not necessarily specifically talking about Terry Sanderson. I'm talking generally how this stuff is supposed to be proven to a jury and how defense lawyers do it many times. Okay, let's listen to her hit on the defense attorneys a little bit more.
I just want to be very clear. I'm not a forensic. I don't do this forensically. A lot of the defense experts, that's when they'll need all these medical records to make all these opinions. I'm a treating doctor. I come with the patient as they are and provided medical records sometimes.
Right, but you did know when you treated Mr. Sanderson that he was in active litigation about exactly the sorts of things you were evaluating him for, and that your testimony, your opinions would be used in this case, did you not?
No, I did not, because there are some people that come in with attorneys that never, ever ask me for an opinion at all. We have some people that come in without an attorney that, of course, the time get one, and then I have to testify. But I think, unlike some of your defense experts, I'm a treating physician 95% of the time. I only do this when I have to in these cases.
Right.
That holds water to me, but I am a plaintiff's lawyer, okay? I am a plaintiff's lawyer. Water to me. Start talking about some of the pre-existing conditions. And again, that can be good evidence, that can be bad evidence, depending on what your strategy is. And I think, personally, it would have been better if the plaintiffs would just would have accepted that he had some of these pre-existing conditions that a lot of you see. And this is one of the ways that I think they missed. I think, and when I say being honest about the case, I don't mean that they're lying. I don't mean that they're being disingenuous. I don't mean that they are trying to trick anybody. I think they're doing what they think is best for the client. But I think the true facts of this case are that Terry Sanderson has pre-existing issues, maybe some anger issues, maybe some depression issues, with maybe prior strokes, COVID, whatever, the NPH, whatever you want to say. Some of that existed before this incident. Okay, that's number one. I believe this ski crash happened. Now, who hit who? I don't know yet. Let's take a second now, John. Put Kenneth White. I'm going to start your comment here. John, put the poll up. So we're going to put a poll up. I want to know if at this point, what you think the plaintiff has proven his injuries as a result of the crash are. If you think that he is at fault for the crash, I don't care. We're not asking that question, right? Who's at fault for the crash is a different question. The poll I want to put up is, what do you think his injuries are as a result of this crash? Now, I put broken ribs and concussion together because most of the doctors are grouping those together. I think I put like long-term or severe or permanent brain injury. I put all of the above, and I put none of the above. Okay? So that's the one I want you to answer that question and let me know what you think they've proven. And as you answer that, I am going to give you where I think I'm at and what I think the plaintiff should have done. I think, based on the medical records, based on all the testimony and evidence in this case, that he had those pre-existing injuries and conditions, none of which were broken ribs. Broken ribs are incredibly, incredibly illustrative of a traumatic event. There's many things you can get over time. Fractured ribs are very, and there was some collision. Absolutely caused the broken ribs, and I'll give him a concussion as well. That's what I think the injuries are, if I'm being honest with my client about this case. And I hear a lot of this testimony that he is blaming everything on this case. And that is understandable. You have to realize what people are like when this happens to them. And it feels it's so frustrating how unfair it is. All I'm doing is skiing. Let's just assume he's telling the truth. All I'm doing is skiing. And somebody plows into me from behind. And now I've got broken ribs. I've got a concussion. My life feels so much harder. So I'm going to blame it all on that. I think by asking for, as Kenneth said, $3.1 million, serious brain injury. I don't know if I want to give this up. I was going to tell you where I think the value of this case is right now, but I think I'll hold that. We'll do that later on when they start talking about actual damage numbers. But I think if they come in and they say 4 broken ribs and a concussion, and they put a value on that, and that is what they are proving, not that he is basically never going to cognitively function again because of this incident. That's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around. And we're going to hear a lot of these experts say, well, yes, that's what the records say. That's what the treaters say. That's what the diagnosis was in the medical records, which I think they're repeating so much, but it's not having that effect in really proving to me that this is the reason all of those other problems are having. So the broken ribs, however long they took to heal, easily connected to this accident. The brain injury is a concussion, a mild traumatic brain injury, but not a moderate or severe brain injury. I would not come anywhere near, and I know they haven't said that. John, send me the poll results whenever you have them. And I think that it's a bit of overtrying the case. I would have eaten the priors, eggshell plaintiff, here's his injuries. Let's talk about the value of those injuries. And I think it would have been much more digestible for the jury. I could be wrong, but that's kind of where I'm at. All right. Wow. Okay. I'm pretty surprised at these results. So we have over 1,000 results. So go, as you're voting, hit that like button. Judge brought it down to 300,000. I do not think that is the case. I could be wrong, but I do not think they asked for 3.2 million in opening. I have not seen that the judge brought it down to 300. I think that would be insane if the judge could just limit it to 300 without something that the plaintiffs already agreed to. So 68% of votes so far go to concussion and broken ribs. 68%, that's pretty big. But 22% say all of the above with a permanent brain injury and a concussion and broken ribs. So that's 90% of you think that he did suffer a permanent brain injury, concussion, and broken ribs. Now, that could mean that you think a concussion and permanent brain injury, which I would agree with you. It's brought down to 300K. Where's everybody getting that? There's a poll on Brooklyn Basement. There's a poll on YouTube to vote. I've got to go look that up again. I have not seen that 300K anywhere. A lawyer costs limited to 300K. Whatever. I don't want to get too confused, but I'm positive they asked for 3.2 million in opening. So only 1% of you, only 8% of you. Oh, because there was also 1% that just said the permanent brain injury, and then 8% of you said none of the above. So only 8% of you think that he was not injured, which to me, the poll is closed now. John, repost it if you can. I don't know what happened there. But I really think that they have proven he broke his ribs and had a concussion. They don't belabor it. Let's get back to Dr. Fong. I'm the best judge because I spent the most time with him. Some people were turned off by that. She did get defensive and argumentative a little bit with James. I thought it was a good sparring back and forth between them. She's not board certified, which, she says doesn't matter, but most jurors like to hear that you're board certified. She said it didn't matter. And she did find out that Sanderson fell and hit his head and was out cold for 45 minutes. She did say that she would recommend treatment, and that would be a big deal. And that to me is another reason why it would be hard to differentiate what the permanency is of his brain injury because of a severe fall where he was out cold for 45 minutes. I'd like to hear more about that, Frank. All right. Then we get to Polly Sanderson, whom on direct I loved. I thought she was amazing. And a lot of people had mixed opinions on her. She lived in Idaho. She volunteers. She teaches. She does all this stuff, very admirable jobs. Her husband was America's heroes. So all of these witnesses for Sanderson, to me, the lay witnesses, have been so incredibly likable, including Terry Sanderson himself, an optometrist, military, just seems like a great guy, great family. Now, we hear a little bit about his angry side as we get further into this testimony, but again, I think good background, good witness. Talk about how they did things together, how he was so great, et cetera, exactly what you'd expect. Some negatives are that he's selfish, he doesn't think about others. He was really smart. Her parents divorced when she was in high school. They liked his new girlfriend, who I believe was the person that we heard testify. How he changed after the crash. His processing speed was slower. He gets lost in the forest through the trees. He had a short fuse. He didn't used to. She wouldn't recommend him going overseas alone. And he did lose friendships because of the injuries. Okay. All good testimony for the plaintiffs. Then they got into this conversation, which maybe they were trying to do it before the defense did, but where he was getting in the face of her sister and screaming F you at her. Oh, I think that was post-accident. That's why. And she said, my sister did not deserve that. Then on cross, Owens mentioned how his nephew took her deposition, which I thought was interesting. I just think it's a fun fact, family lawyers. And he says, I know this isn't fun for you. Asked if she watched the trial. And I thought it was kind of a nice start. And I was like, maybe his demeanor is going to be better. Goldstein said, your dad is obsessed with me. Yes. It'll be better for everyone if done. Yes. He gets her to say that if she could go back and tell her dad not to bring this lawsuit, she would, because she knew it would be, if she knew it was going to be this hard. I would have followed up. He kind of just continued on. But then we start to get into the fact that Jenny, the youngest sister, didn't talk to her dad for 13 years after she moved out. Polly's like, no. And he asked that question or reiterated it what seemed like 100 times. And Polly always said, no, I don't think you're correct on that. More on that later. Then he says, Jenny committed to coming to this trial in writing and then pulled out. And we're going to listen to that exchange because he's very clearly trying to put in front of this jury that somebody, maybe even Terry Sanderson, threatened or did something to keep Jenny from testifying. I am shocked the judge allowed him to imply this unless he maybe has something from Terry Sanderson, because we haven't heard Terry Sanderson's cross yet. Maybe he has something that's going to show that's exactly what happened here.
Your impression, do you believe that's a positive thing? Jenny has a pretty strong opinion on that, doesn't she?
She does.
That it was in an awful, unhealthy way. Is that her opinion?
Are those words used in a deposition?
Just ask.
Oh, go ahead.
I've been told not to read the deposition, so I'm just asking you to comment. Jenny believes it was an awful, unhealthy way. Do you agree?
No.
You think Jenny would say, by the way, let me ask you about Jenny for a minute.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Jenny about this trial?
She knew I was coming.
Jenny committed in writing to attend this trial, and then, let me finish my question, and then pulled out.
Relevance. The jury should disregard the question.
Do you know if Jenny's planning?
So he sustained the objection there. But then he let him ask more questions, and maybe it was because the plaintiff's attorneys didn't object enough. But that stuff should be stricken. That's totally inappropriate.
To attend this trial?
To answer that? Oh, she's not planning on attending.
Do you know that there was a point in time when she committed to attend this trial?
I was
Okay,
not.
now he lets her get into it.
Or
Let's
that
get
she's
into it.
planning to attend the trial?
Asked and answered, so there's not relevance to any more questions along this line.
Did you or anyone you know attempt to dissuade her from attending this trial?
No, she felt like it would be a financial hardship. I said I would be happy to pay for a plane ticket if she wanted to come.
I did too. Do you know that?
I think the witness opened it up, so.
I offered to pay.
I agree. And this was a great line for Owens. She's like, financial hardship, I agreed to pay, or I said I'd pay for it. Owens like, I agree. That's how it is for us. That's what we want in your deposition. But Owens wants the jury to know this guy's daughter is such a good witness for us. Gwyneth Paltrow was willing to pay for her to come testify. Yet somehow, after in writing committing to come testify, she bailed. Now, they could have subpoenaed her, but they didn't, which is interesting. Then they get into how Terry was abusive to Jenny, controlling, and then we get into how Polly that we found out later in the day. He has a mental health diagnosis, which we're not going to mention here because they decided to do it in camera, not in the public view. So I don't want to mention anything. And they said there may not be a basis for it. I'm not going to get into that, but she may have a certain diagnosis that does make certain things that she says either not true or that she perceives them in an incorrect way or not a true way, however you want to kind of describe that. And I think some people were very put off and said Polly was dismissive of her. I kind of listened to it as Polly was trying to answer the questions without saying something, because we heard later, if that diagnosis gets brought up, it's going to be a mistrial. That's what Owen says. So I think Polly was trying to maybe say it without saying it and explain how sometimes she disagrees with Jenny. I feel like she said things like, that's her truth. I respect her experience. That's not how I perceived it, but that's how she perceived it. Other people took it as dismissive. So it really just depends on the 8 jurors that are sitting there and trying to determine the credibility of Polly versus the credibility of Jenny. And that's really what it's going to come down to. Then we take the break and we come back from break. And one of the best part, and he gets into it with her on Jenny. And I'll tell you what he thought about it and what he thought about the exchange, because this is how he starts his cross after lunch.
Let the record reflect the jury's back in the room and parties and counsel are present. Mr. Owens?
I need to apologize. I was being an ass earlier. You are, it was wrong for me to triangulate you, your dad, and your sister, and your mom. And I ask for your forgiveness.
So he apologizes for being an ass, pitting her mom, her dad, her sister all against each other. And then literally is about to go in on it again. But that is pretty funny. Let's see here. Made me think, did he check Twitter? I'm going to have to look up this 300,000 thing because so many people are putting it in the chat and it's frustrating me, but I will get to it later. All right. Somebody just said Polly was great until she wasn't. I think she lost the case for her dad. I don't think anybody is going to win or lose this case for Gwyneth Paltrow or Terry Sanderson. I think it is 100% on their testimonies. I think the jury is going to have enough for, so Legal Vices here, originally claimed $3.1 million for the hit and run April 2022, claim of negligent infliction of emotional distress and punitive damages were dismissed. Now $300K for simple negligence resulting in injury. So I will just say, I have never heard of a judge limiting damages. Never tried a case in Utah, so that could be the reason why. But a judge limiting damages to $300K in a simple negligence case, because negligence, I mean, you can have future medical bills and things like that. But more importantly, the reason I'm basing it off this is, I just realized John was gone for a minute, so I want to make sure I didn't miss any, which I did. Is the real reason I'm basing mine on the $3 million or $3.1 million or $3.2 million or whatever is because that's what the plaintiff's lawyers asked for literally in opening statements to the jury. So if it really is limited to 300,000, that's going to make the plaintiff's opening look very, very weird. But I'm going to look it up later. And hopefully I have a better answer for you later. All right. Back to cross of the sister. He texted you this link. Did you open it? Did you access it? There was a lot of discussion about this GoPro link again, and whether or not she ever saw the GoPro link, whether or not she knew what it was, and she said she didn't. She said she thought she couldn't access it. They argued about it a little bit. Did you ever say that in your depo? I asked you 100 questions on this, and you could have fixed your depo. The reason we take depos is so years later, people don't come up with new memories. Literally, this is the man that apologized for being a jerk just minutes earlier. He just can't help himself. He really can't help himself. He's a tough one for me. He's a real tough one for me. To sit here and try to compliment him as much as I can as I sit here and play because I'm not trying this case. Sister was in her crash, hurt her knee. Dad was also in a ski crash, hurt his knee. So he's setting up how knee injuries are normal. Gwyneth Paltrow hurt her knee too. Concussions and rib fractures are abnormal. Okay. Again, he talks about how the dad said he was okay after the crash. And then he says, and this I would have objected to, the plaintiff's lawyer didn't. So we don't know where the link is. The most important piece of evidence in this case. I saw a lot of you send me this link and what it was. And if you look up something similar to it, that it's a photo and not a GoPro. Now, the statement was, I can't believe this was all caught on GoPro. That somebody else wrote, I think. But the link maybe is not the most important piece of evidence, which you all sent me. I don't know that to be true. I haven't seen that come out in the trial. But why would that be the most important piece of evidence? We don't know what's on it. Right? Now, I think that's the point is a lot of you have already picked up on this, and I see the comments coming in. And that's exactly what he wants everybody to think, is that it shows that Terry ran into Gwyneth Paltrow. That's what the GoPro video must show. Interesting. We don't know that that's what it shows, but that's what we call an inference, a negative inference that you can take from something not being produced by the party that has control over it, which would be the plaintiff in this case, seemingly. Then she also says there's inherent risks in skiing, including hurting your knees, which her dad did in the past. So I would write down every witness that talks about inherent skiing, of getting crashed into, I've been crashed into, I've been hurt, I've hurt my knee. Every single witness gets up and says that, and I would make sure to read every witness's name that said that in closing, if I'm the defense in this case. Then again, he proceeds to go through every physical ailment he could find in the records, including hamstring pulls, arthritis. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't talk about a broken fingernail that Terry Sanderson had at some point in his past. Now, some of you hold on to that and say, I saw a comment just flying through, he's a hypochondriac. You know, this guy's always complaining about everything. Okay, that's exactly the strategy they're going for. I don't know what most of those have to do with the injuries he's claiming in this case, especially 4 broken ribs. The 4 broken ribs is really big to me because that's totally indicative of a traumatic event. Then we heard about how Terry would read a book while driving. That seems wild to me. And that shows bad judgment and unsafe action. There was an objection that was sustained because, again, that could be seen as propensity evidence. Like, what does that prove? How is that relevant? It was sustained. Again, improper, but you can't unring the bell. Owens has done multiple things. Now, he probably would still take the win either way, but just mentioning these little things to the jury is inappropriate, because then the jury's going to make the leap that if he's willing to read a book when he drives, he's probably willing to not pay attention when he skis, which one thing does not prove the other. And I know there are going to be people that disagree with me in the chat, but legally speaking, not an appropriate argument. His travels didn't suffer. He's traveled all around the world. He traveled all around the United States. And I think that's fine. And I think that goes to, listen, maybe close to $300,000 in damages, which maybe is even more than I was going to say. I was going to say somewhere around 250, but versus 3.1 million. And that's where we go with, what are you actually asking for? What are you actually asking for? Because I think that's really important when we go to this jury. Also, the defense, I remember saying they're asking for millions of dollars. The defense has said that in their opening as well. On redirect, she's asked, why do you think your dad was obsessed with this case? He's principled, and he couldn't believe someone would hit him and not care to help him. He thinks someone should be held accountable for their actions in this case. Then they get in a little bit to Jenny. It was kind of clunky. You know, again, she struggled to communicate. This was the stuff people had a big problem with, which I understand. I don't think Jenny should be on trial here. I think Jenny's words should speak for themselves. I think they can, listen, as a lawyer, you have to attack the credibility of a witness that you think is not credible. That's what they did on Jenny, so I can understand where they're coming from. But I understand people having a problem with it as well. And then, again, a guy who has apologized for pitting family members against each other already. Let's hear him pit family members against each other once again, because if Jenny happens to be watching this, I don't think she's going to take too kindly to this.
Did you read her 136-page deposition?
Am I allowed to?
Of course you are.
No, I have not read her deposition.
Well, I don't know if you are, but I didn't give it to you. I'm just wondering. Does it surprise you that?
Of course you are. I mean, this guy just like says stuff without thinking. That would scare me if he was my lawyer. Of course you are. Well, actually, I don't know. I didn't give it to you. That's all. It's like, so can she or can't she? It's very weird.
Question and answering perfectly eloquent. The whole thing for like hours and hours.
She had no foundation to answer that question. And that's just a personal thing.
Sustained.
Does it surprise you that Jenny could talk eloquently for hours and hours?
Sustained sounds like counsel testifying.
Okay. She has a bachelor's degree, right?
Well, it's hard fought, but we got there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the answer?
Yes, is the answer.
And people got angry about that. It was hard fought, but we got there. This is hard, okay? Yeah, I think that was probably a little bit too much. But if you're in a situation where if you've had people in your life that do struggle with mental health issues, and you feel strong about a family member as close as your father, and you feel like those mental health issues are creating an issue unfairly against your father, and that she's saying stuff that you don't think is true, it would be a really hard line to walk and a really hard thing to balance. That was something I probably wouldn't have said. But I do understand the struggle that she's going through right here. I'm going to give her grace, like I try to do with everybody. And I would hope people would do to me.
She, I mean, it sounds like I'm defending your sister here, and you're not. So let's kind of talk about it.
No, because I will. Yeah.
Overruled.
I can't believe the judge overruled that. That's not even a question. That's just counsel testifying. But again, that's what he said. Jury heard it, and that's what came in. Again, I think that's him being a jerk. And he apologized for it, which makes me not really believe his apology now, right? Because he just went right back to doing it. And then once again, maybe speaking a little too quickly or before he's thinking, we get this little gem that he stops the trial to read into the record after tons of questions about Jenny not talking to her dad for 13 years. And I believe it was even said in opening statements.
Robin Dale, right? And
She was overruled. Go ahead.
she went to, you took Jenny to Europe with him, didn't you?
That's correct.
They have a good time?
No, it was miserable. I think at some point she sent me footage where the bearing had gone out in my dad's Beely suitcase. And it was just an hour and a half of him like spinning the wheel trying to figure it out. And when I said, how are things going? No.
Because I think I misspoke. With Jenny, you said that
You think you misspoke, sir? You know you misspoke. Many times you misspoke.
you and your father didn't. Because I think I misspoke. With Jenny, you said that you and your father didn't speak for 13 years after you graduated from high school. We spoke. I'm correcting my error. I spoke in error. It says we spoke. It was just distant. So I misspoke. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I don't know why the plaintiff's attorneys objected. I would have just let him do it. And I would have literally, in closing argument, been like, hey, remember when he testified that he was totally wrong about one of the points he continued to bring up? That's what I would have done. I mean, that's why I've never seen that. Just FYI, I've never seen that. All right. And then we get another doctor that was in the Navy, great resume, aerospace engineer, PhD in biomedical mechanical engineering. He took general surgery and neurology and neuroradiology. I mean, this guy was like the expert of all experts. And he says that he insists on seeing someone in person. And we're going to talk more about that, I know, when we get to your questions, because you guys are... He also insists on seeing someone in person. Remember back to Johnny Depp's case, this was also a huge point for all of these doctors when we're dealing with depression and anxiety and that can come from concussion syndrome or domestic violence or whatever it may come from. It's so important to meet with the patient. And most of you agreed with that as well. He also talked about how witnesses can be exceedingly helpful. DNA witnesses. What was he like before? What was he like after? The client's own testimony. And a lot of you say, and a lot of you are correct, well, they could be lying. And you're right. They could be lying. More on that in a second. He doesn't have dementia. He doesn't have Alzheimer's. He confirms all the reports. Again, concussion, broken ribs. Brain injury was mild. Again, I like this expert. He would have been my chief expert, and I would have built my case around exactly what he said. Broken ribs, concussion, stuff lingered. But the brain injury was mild, and it's still ongoing and permanent. But it was mild. It didn't cause him to not be able to travel. It didn't cause him to not be able to think. He is not going to never enjoy another day in his life. That is not the case. He's enjoyed many days. There are just some days where it's a lot more difficult. And I think you can get behind that as a jury. Now, once again, very important evidence. And I think he explained it even better than the first expert that explained it. And I think his expertise is more along the lines of describing how bodies move and how injuries occur based on bodies moving. And I will tell you, up until this point, I really had no clue which way I was going, who hit who, whether it was Sanderson or whether it was Paltrow. After this, the scales are tipped just a little bit. Again, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, just greater weight of the evidence. And at this point, he tipped the scales for me to think that Gwyneth Paltrow did in fact run in to Terry Sanderson. That's just where I'm at. I'm going to play this for you and tell me, you guys let me know if you get swayed at all by his description of why he believes, medically speaking, that that's the way it went and that's the way it happened.
The closed head trauma from ski accident.
What are your opinions as to the cause of the TBI?
Well, basically his head struck the ground, and that would be the fourth application that would result in resulting in the TBI.
What are your conclusions or opinions regarding the rib fractures?
Well, that once again, that came from his contact with the ground, from the ski accident, that is.
Okay. Based upon your biomedical engineering and the physics, tell us what this can indicate regarding the cause of his fall to the ground.
Well, the falling to the ground resulted from his center of gravity being shifted outside of the torso, so he had to, it drew him to the ground. And so the question becomes, what caused that shift in his center of gravity, caused him to fall to the ground? And that was, since he fell to the right side, and that was
I'm going to come back. Sorry, Lita, I'm going to come back to that one. Sorry. And I just interrupted him to explain it, so I'm going to back it up a little bit. But I pulled the comment down. I'm going to come back to that later.
What caused that shift in his center of gravity, caused him to fall to the ground? And that was, since he fell to the right side, and that was an impact from where an externally applied force application from his left side. And that's what caused it.
So he specifically says it was caused by Gwyneth Paltrow running into him to explain she would have been pushing up with him. This is a good enough explanation where I'm saying, again, it's the broken ribs are the most important thing to me. But on cross, I'd get up and say, so you're saying it's impossible that he couldn't have hit her and then maybe tumbled and broken his ribs, or broken his ribs when he hit her, or on the way down, or they hit a ski or something like that. I would ask those hypotheticals on cross.
Okay. Now, does this indicate that Terry Sanderson was hit from behind?
Well, yes, it does. I mean, if you got a witness saying that he was struck from behind, but suffice it to say, the force application came from behind and from the left side, causing him to go over onto his right side, and that's where that impact did not result. That first impact did not result in rib fracture or concussion. It was his contact with the ground that resulted in the injuries that we see in the medical records.
Okay. Can you explain how your understanding of force application showed this?
The biggest thing is that when you fall to the ground and you have rib fractures on the lateral side of your torso, then obviously there was a force application directly to the rib in that location. And so when you fall to your right side, your elbow or your arm gets in the way between your chest wall and the ground. And so the hard object would be you, i.e. your arm and elbow, making contact with the rib, resulting in the rib fracture. And then very, very shortly after that, then you strike your head against the ground as well.
Does this explain or show that Terry Sanderson was hit from behind by Gwyneth Paltrow?
Well, I don't know who, I guess it was her that struck him, but yes, it does show that he was struck from behind and went forward to the right.
So again, he makes a good point. He's like, I don't know who struck him. I mean, I guess it was her based on what's happening, but he was struck from behind. Which again, his explanation I thought was the best explanation of it. And then he also gives an explanation, which we had, I believe, a doctor in the chat that disagreed with this. But again, when we have trials, this is the expert evidence that we have to go on. And this is where I believe the 18 months equals permanent line came in opening.
Well, that has always been the issue. The fact that his symptoms have lasted from a neurological sense greater than 18 months, we regard that as being permanent. And you can see that as of 6 years after the event when I saw him, he still had these symptoms. So his symptoms have been indicative of a permanent condition.
A permanent brain injury?
Yes, I mean, he has a mild TBI or a permanent concussive disorder.
Something involved with executive function and other.
So again, from an expert, there you have it. That's what he says. Whether you agree with it or not, up to you as a juror. You can take the credibility. What experts do you believe? What do you not? Who do you not believe? He also talks about a pre-existing condition of NPH. So we put the vote up again, and the votes, 2,000 votes, and again, almost exactly the same. 10% of you say none of the above. 90% of you say concussion, broken ribs, permanent brain injury, all of the above, some combination of that. The vast majority, 67% concussion and broken ribs. The pre-existing. He has the pre-existing findings on an MRI of NPH, subjective findings and subjective complaints, which is very important. And that's going to bring me to what we call a clinical correlation. NHP or NPH, what is it? NPH, I think, is a brain. I keep forgetting what it is. I keep forgetting what it is, but it's basically a brain disorder. So that he had prior to the crash. So a clinical correlation. They talked about this today, and I wanted to get to it when we talk about these subjective complaints that everybody or a lot of people seem to think is total hogwash and probably a lie, and everybody lies to get money, and these claims are usually frivolous, and a lot of people say things like that. Yeah, normal pressure hydrocephalus. Thank you. Every single doctor from the beginning of time does a clinical correlation to try to determine how you got injured. You don't always need to do that to treat the problem, right? If you come in with a broken arm, they can usually treat that broken arm not having to know how you broke your arm. Now, sometimes it can be helpful, but many times doctors do a clinical correlation to try to figure out how you got whatever it is that's wrong with you. The way that they do that is they take your subjective complaints, which mean what you say happened, what you say hurts, when you say it started hurting, and they combine that with objective findings, which can be an MRI, a fMRI, a CT scan, an X-ray, some other kind of neuropsychological testing that they can say is objective, but some of that can be based off your subjective complaints. They say is objective, I should say. So you mesh those together and see if the subjective complaints line up with that. A lot of times we have back injuries and they have numbness running down. You can tell what level it is based on what finger the numbness has. What part of your shoulder hurts, you can tell by does it hurt when you rotate this way or does it hurt when you rotate this way? And you can tell. And you connect those subjective complaints with the objective findings. And in this case, he's saying he got hit in a ski accident. His ribs hurt and his head hurt. And they have x-rays that show broken ribs. As objective of findings afterwards, you can say he was disoriented and a medical professional was evaluating him in person saying he was disoriented. He had fog. And then he had depression and anger and those kinds of things that follow a concussion. So they're taking his subjective complaints and applying them to the objective evidence that they have. Now, that's why malingering and embellishing and that type of stuff is so important. Yes, okay, here. Candy E, if the plaintiffs get you to this point, but that you believe he was injured in this accident, they're starting to win the case. But I think a lot of people think, and I guess not based on my poll, maybe I'm going overboard on this, that just because he is subjectively complaining about it isn't enough. When in truth, that is how doctors have always treated patients. And we're going to get to the medical records and other things now. Let's jump into the Q&A. All right, we got 6,000 people in the chat again. Let's get to 5,000 likes. We did it again last night. Hit that like button if you guys haven't already. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I'm trying to get to 20,000 on Instagram at Tragos Law. And let's subscribe so we can keep talking about this case. I love having all of you in here every night. I'm really passionate about this stuff. And this is the thing that's frustrating to me. I'm kind of hopeful that Terry Sanderson's telling the truth. If he's not, it's a setback for plaintiffs. If it is just a money grab, it's a setback for plaintiffs because I hate the frivolous lawsuits. It takes away, it's just like somebody wrong victim of domestic violence away from real victims. Correct, Wendy. I'm not saying it means that she's negligent. We're taking it side by side. But my point is, if he's lying, it sucks and he deserves nothing. But there are people that have serious injuries that are questioned the same exact way because in a primary care record, they said their back hurt one time and now they can never hurt their back in an accident ever. And so that's the frustrating part. But I appreciate all you guys doing this because I'm learning a lot from how you see this case and how you look. Good vibes. I agree. Tomorrow is going to be a great lineup. And yes, many times when not just me, I'm sure other people look at your comments and then a chuckle follows. John, is it a coincidence that GP's attorney, Edgin, ended yesterday's cross quickly after the brain MRI pick and Owens ended today, noting a mistrial? Could GP's attorneys have found someone lying? Thoughts? I don't know. No, I think that they set up that brain MRI to show it's exactly the same before the accident because that other neuroradiologist said, here, I'm going to put these arrows to the exact points where I think this shows objectively what his issues are. And they're like, but objectively, he had all that before the crash. That's why I think he abruptly stopped after the MRI. We, the jury. I just want to thank you for what you do. You're my favorite YouTuber, fair and honest, 2 great qualities. Saw you as a guest with Nick, and I said, there's something about Peter. Keep it up. I appreciate it, we, the jury. I'm not sure everybody agrees with you tonight. That's okay. I like the discussion. Janet. My brother-in-law, who is an internist and a radiologist, often talks about the power of sitting with the patient and observing them. There's so much you can tell about their condition. I agree with you. But your doctor, your brother-in-law, who's an internist and radiologist, is very smart. I bet you if I handed him a stack of thousands of pages of records and I said, find these problems this person had before this accident, he'd be able to find some, plenty, and connect them. And that's the point. That's their job. They're not trying to make this person feel better. They're trying to find problems. Ellen, Peter, what makes you think Fong is not a hired gun? Fong, I wouldn't say is a hired gun. She was chosen to treat Terry. Now, I think this other guy, I can't remember his name, the ball doctor that we just saw with the great resume, I think he's just a hired gun expert, which I think is interesting. When the plaintiffs go after hired guns and they have hired guns of their own, sometimes that can get muddy. But I do see a major difference in a treater who is doing this testing and doing this therapy to try to help the patient or doing a surgery on the patient. I see that as a different type of relationship, and it is because they have a doctor-patient relationship where if the doctor screws up, they can be sued for malpractice. Guess what? The defense attorney can say, none of this has to do with that. And he can be completely wrong and screw the plaintiff over if the plaintiff ever followed something that a defense doctor said, but there's no patient-doctor relationship and they can't be sued for malpractice. I should say in Florida. I guess that could be different in other jurisdictions. Jay, what's up? Where's the GoPro video that shows what happened? End of story. I'm on the side of Gwyneth Paltrow. She did not ruin his life, period. Interesting. So she did not see, you're doing things here, Jay. It's not an all or nothing. It's not a guilty or not guilty. It's a civil case. So you're on the side of Gwyneth Paltrow. Does that mean you think she didn't run into him? And if she did run into him, we get to the second part where you say she didn't ruin his life, which is fair. That means you can say $1 of damage or $0 in damage. Ms. Escobar, in all due respect, documentation is more valuable as you may forget. I mean, you do have all these issues. So go Cougs. So Mrs. Escobar, I'm so happy you sent this comment. I'm so happy. I vehemently, or what is it? Somebody said, as my dad used to say, violently. I violently disagree with you. Now, violently disagreeing seems bad. That seems too far. I disagree with you. I had a case very recently, within the last 18 months, a trial, where they went through my client's years and years and years. I think he was like 50 years old, all of his medical records. And when we deposed his primary care physician, he admitted to us that his medical records from his office that he dictated were not reliable. The judge agreed, and both sets of attorneys agreed, because it was so clear that throughout so many medical records, way too many things are auto-checked, auto-filled. Once you check them once, they stay there forever. Whether it's you had back pain that day and it stays there forever, so it looks like you've had back pain for 20 years when really you came in with 1 day with back pain. When you said, I didn't smoke, but they do check that you are a smoker. And throughout all of your medical records, it says you're a smoker. When you said you had surgery on your right shoulder in the past, but it was actually your left shoulder, but throughout all the records, it says right shoulder. So sometimes documentation and record can be completely wrong. So I would not say it's more important. I say it's valuable. I absolutely agree with you, it's valuable. But I think people's testimony is also valuable, which is why that is evidence that's held just as high as the medical documentation. And the jury can still weigh the credibility of that documentation. I appreciate the question. I'm not hammering on you. I appreciate that because it's a good illustration. And I've seen plenty of times where medical records are just wrong. Not all the time, but plenty of times. Scary amount of times. Lita, I was surprised that she didn't want to see his previous medical records. Every medical specialist asks for them. I've worked in healthcare my entire adult life. So I would say maybe every medical specialist that you've worked with, because every medical specialist absolutely does not ask for all your previous records. Many medical professionals I talk to think certain doctors' records are totally worthless for some of the reasons that I mentioned. Now, they usually want to get relevant prior records, like if you've hurt the same part of your body or have had the same issues and talked to another doctor, but very rarely do they want all prior medical records. Paw Printed Heart. His daughter said Terry is mad and just wants to hold somebody responsible. He doesn't think the ski at your own risk applied to him. Melanie, Uhtred, sometimes injuries can be a catalyst for looming problems in the future, but who's to blame for that? I find this case just sad. I do think it's sad. And it's the plaintiff's job to prove that what he's dealing with was caused there, which is why I would limit it to what was actually caused there, not all of his problems. DC Babos, I was in a head-on collision years ago. I had a head concussion and my neurologist would not let me go to work for a whole year. That year was the only year I did not work since I was 11. I'm 55 now. This is what we call very, very compelling evidence, which is why I don't have a problem with a lot of you saying, I don't think Terry's lying because of this or because he traveled or whatever. That's fair. That's exactly what juries are supposed to do. And that's why Terry's going to make or break his own case. Because I think if you took the stand and you explained that, people are going to be like, yeah, this person was hurt for that year. This concussion affected their life unlike anything else. So let's say DC Babos had migraines as a kid. And they try to say, oh, you had migraines, so that has to do with your concussion. It's like, yeah, I had migraines and worked my whole life, except for 1 year. And you know what year that was? The year after I got in this accident, got this concussion. That's the type of evidence we need and we're looking for. So I understand why you guys are still looking for that. No beef with that. Katie, and I just want to tell you, I'm arguing more from a general sense than I am specifically from Terry Sanderson. Katie, if you had a prior injury and it's documented, you shouldn't ski and you get injured skiing, can you still sue? Feels like that should be a no. So like if you're blind and you go skiing by yourself, yes, I think that's a problem. If you have an ACL problem, so your knee is a little weak, I don't think that's a problem. But like, let's just take it for driving. If you don't have a driver's license or you've had your driver's license pulled and you go drive and you get hurt driving, if somebody ran into you and you were doing nothing wrong, even though you shouldn't have been driving, yes, you can still sue. If you did something wrong based on your impairment, then no, you couldn't sue. Hopefully that answers your questions. Sherry, if the jury decides both are responsible, how are awards split? Does the judge or jury decide in Utah? The jury decides the damages in civil cases. I don't know if they have a comparative fault or a contributory negligence or how it's broken down in Utah. I'll look into that before we get to verdict time. Diamonds and doggies. To me, him being absent from court looks like he can't control his emotions and shows me he may have anger issues. I don't think it's a good look for him to not be in court either. Marjorie, there is generally a bad vibe to this whole trial. I can't quite pinpoint it. Hopefully someone will sprinkle some love in that courtroom. Be kind.
Alex, I need to stop that for a second because I need to charge these bad boys for about 5 minutes. And I'll just put the clock back on the other one. Hopefully you enjoyed that. And if you want to see it again, obviously it's Peter Trigos. Just go and see. There's, I think, 18 minutes left. Sorry about that. I just literally, I got like 20% left in my headphones. So there'll be silence. Share screen. Once I can find it. One good thing about these bad boys is they charge super quick. Hey, Chrissy. How are we? Share. I'll be in chat now, Chrissy. I've just got to charge this. Oh, hello, people. Is this working? Hang on, I need to check this button now. The camera's fine. Now it's working. Now our bad boys are working. Let's see you all back. Chris is back. I'm back. Quinn's back. There's quite a few people stayed over lunch to watch that. Sorry that I had to stop the Tragos machine. It's just literally I had everything goes through my headphones, the speakers and everything. So, and I literally had 20% left. So I wasn't going to last the end of the stream. So there is that. And now I'm back up to about 50% or 40-50%. So it should be enough for the end of the stream. So happy days. Now we're back with this witness, Shay. Let's see what Shay has to say. What are the acting skills she's got now? Oh, Christy, where's my hello, Christy? I mean, I did say hello to you, but only joking, by the way, only joking. We'll wait for Big Mike to come back and he'll be fine. Joe, I hope you're back. Shannon will be back at some point, I'm sure. Back up, right at you, Christy. Right back at you. My niece just messaged me, so gotta keep the women in my life happy. Do you know what I mean? The four biggest ones are my four nieces. Geez, one thankfully can't text yet, but she's too young. The other three are a nightmare. If I don't text them back, it's straight on FaceTime. Okay, that's done. Uncle duty's over. Happy days. Well, I say that just as I get another message. So we got Shay coming back. Oh, it's on the screen. She's gonna put her acting skills to work. Takes it back. Indeed. There'll be more people coming, don't worry. So you don't have to drop out, guys. So there will be more coming now. Take your advice. I'm just texting again. Tweeting actually this time. Also, shout out to Ashley as well. I promise I'll shout you out, Ashley. I know you're watching on TV. You can't chat, so shout out to you. Just sent you a tweet back. Hey, the service. Um, just got tweets now on Twitter to say that we're going to be live. quote tweet we can now. Live. I hope more people find it. You know what? I think, Chrissy, I think we met Quinn yesterday. If you think about it, we've met so many people since day one here. Giovanna a couple of days ago. Let's go through the names here of everybody. Richie's supposed to be joining us from now on. Richie Coleman, if he's subscribed, and you know, I think he's subscribed and on the bandwagon. We call him a day oneer. Joey, New York Joey, he's with us. He's full time now. Big Mike, I think Chrissy, this is your job now, Chrissy, to keep Big Mike. I think you and Big Mike, I think you two are gonna have a good relationship on stream in the chat here. Rando as well, obviously. Let's go through everyone's names here. Rando. That's the one name I always forget is Rando. But like Chrissy, you didn't know Crime Spies, did you, before this started? I mean, I don't believe you did anyway. So it's just like, how many people have actually come together? That's just amazing. I just want more people to be here, like, you know, people meeting up, people, also people having different views as well. I knew you'd like his comment about the clapping. That's straight away. I was like, okay, Big Mike, you just found your woman here. This is Christy. So, try. That's enough. I bloody hashtags everywhere. I mean, that wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me at all. If it was, that would be outstanding. That would be outstanding. That's exactly what we want. Do you know what I mean? That would be outstanding. And it's just like we don't know who anybody is. Like, the only person that generally like is me, because it's like you know. You can see my faces. I can't see anybody's faces. People could be making stuff up. I think it's because we started talking now, and look, we're losing people. No, do you know what? We haven't. We haven't. That's a good talk about. No, so we no, you're right. We 100% have not heard anything from him, which is a surprise. Because I rewatched some stuff, and he was just like coughing and blasting everywhere. Right, I've now retweeted everything. Oh, I do it all the time. That's why I think that I was built for this. I speak the same whether there's 100 people in here or whether there's 0 people in here. The only difference is you normally get topics off people, they can bounce stuff off. But if there's 0 people in here, I still talk shit. And I always talk to myself. The only weird thing is I can see myself now. That's the only thing. Oh, peas in the pod, you see. Chrissy, with that peas in the pod there. Similar like that. I bet you half this stream is the same. I know Erin is the same. She just talks to herself. Shannon's definitely capable of talking to herself all day. And sometimes, you know what? I prefer my own company because it's sane. Well, I think it's sane anyway. your conversation with some. I Twitter just now, Chrissy. Honestly, if you go on Twitter, I tweeted back, right. A woman, do remember her name now, was accusing another tweeter, Mad World, who normally is in that she's moving house in a minute. She's accusing Mad World of being me. But we're the same person. It's like madness. I've been accused of having my own accounts before, and I tweet myself all the time. If I had that time, great. I haven't got the bloody time to be tweeting myself and having a conversation with myself. There's some mental people around here. I mean, I shouldn't really use mental because of this trial, but so go on my Twitter, right? In my reply all, whatever you call it, you'll see conversations that I've been having because this woman accused another account called Mad World. So I'm friends with Mad World. She promotes my stuff. But this woman then said, "Oh, Mandy, whatever her name is, we're making fun of her or something." That Murdoch woman, whatever, that blogger. So she's now associated because Mad World is reposting all my stuff. That must mean that Mad World is me. So that I'm retweeting my own stuff, but using different accounts to do so. And having conversations with myself, basically, using both accounts. So basically, I will tweet something, Mad World will tweet back, but it'll be me as Mad World tweeting back. I can't make sense with myself. Like, genuinely, it's like some people around, it's like, I've been accused before of doing that as well. It's just like, are you serious? I don't know Mad World. I know where she's from. I know she's moved houses. But that's all I know. Here she is, troublemaker. Nothing shall.
Session, Manuel Kent Holberg is presiding. Be seated.
Yes, Ms. Harris, you can come take your seat. The jury's on their way.
Keep again.
Quick comment. This applies to both sides. Sometimes someone's running to the bathroom like Steve Owens. I don't think we should start without him or start without me. It may just be a 30-second delay, but I just hate to come running in and the jury's over.
Each time that I do start without all the lawyers here, I'm getting an okay from the tables. Like it's okay to begin. So I guess let your table know, don't start without me if you have to leave.
Your Honor, what am I about to
What a name, shenanigans.
Absolutely. Yeah. At any time. Yeah, just turn to me and do that. Sure.
Here she is.
Let 'em know.
Goody. Yeah, he's back. Oh, look at Gwyneth. She's smiling there. Yeah, he's back again. Do you know what I mean? You timed that so rotten, Chrissy. Right, I'm going to go on mute. For those that are new, I'll just go on mute and start speaking.
Maybe seated.
Thank you. Mr. Sorensen?
Shay, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about your family, about some of the relationships. Do you remember that questioning?
I forget the question now, but I remember we were talking about family.
Just to bring us all back, kind of what we were talking about. In your family, and the family dynamics between your father and Jenny. What are those?
I think they have a hard time communicating with one another. I think because of my dad's traumatic brain injury, and I'm speaking of after the accident. Before they also
Just objection making causative connections to the accident, which are medical opinions. So if we could say factual.
Sustained? You can certainly use the accident counsel as a demarcation point in time. Sure. And the witness can as well.
Okay. So
let me ask a question, please.
Okay.
So after the accident, what have you observed about your father and Jenny's relationship? Again, not any sort of expert opinion, but just from a sister's perspective, what have you witnessed?
I have seen that my dad and my sister do not get along. They have a hard time communicating to one another. She thinks very differently than you or I may think. And she really comes from the heart. And also my dad is a bit of a fixer. And so he wants to help Jenny. And Jenny doesn't believe she's broken. And I don't believe she's broken either. She just sees the world a different way. But that causes a lot of problems with their relationship. And also, I think after the accident, my dad has a hard time hearing, in that he is always thinking about what he's going to say next. And so oftentimes he doesn't hear the other side of the story. And a person feels like they are not being listened to in that case. And that is a big frustration, not just with Jenny, but with other people in the family.
Thank you. And you mentioned the way that Jenny sees the world. Have you ever had a situation where the two of you have viewed an event and your perceptions of that same event, a shared event, was totally different?
There was a time when the three sisters got together for a little gathering at my mom's house when my mom wasn't there.
Your Honor, can we just clarify pre-accident or post-accident and the time frame?
Let's see. This is a good question. I don't have a clear recollection, counsel, on what it's probably around the time of the accident. But we're talking about my sister Jenny and not my dad. This story doesn't involve my dad whatsoever at this remembering I have. There was a time when the three of us girls were sitting on my mom's bed downstairs, and for some reason Jenny B was very upset with Polly, and she was very angry, and she was yelling at Polly, and I could not understand where Jenny was coming from. I didn't understand why she was so angry with Polly, because she's really good friends with Polly. And she was tearing Polly down, and I thought, where is this coming from? I do not understand why you're so upset and, frustrated with her. And it felt awful because I kind of looked over at Jenny, and she had kind of a glazed over look in her eyes. And I was like, wow, something is really different. I can't put a finger on it, but something is really different with the way that she's experiencing this right now. And I'm sure that's her truth at the time, but it didn't feel like my sister Polly deserved to be treated like that. It was really hard.
Thank you for sharing that.
Can I phone a friend?
No, not right now.
I think we can do that on cross-examination. She already said it was around the time of the incident.
I'm going to move on a little bit.
Okay.
Last little bit of questioning here for you. You mentioned that your father was very organized before he ran clinics, and you watched what he did while he was running those clinics.
Yes, I did.
Comparing that time before the accident to how he is now today in his multitasking, how have you seen differences?
Huge amounts of differences. There is no way he could ever run an office right now under his current situation. There's just too many moving balls, and he has a hard time just, getting from point A to point B. He tends to get distracted, and I think his thoughts are like a pinball machine, being from one end to the other. And there's no rhyme or reason for it. So he would never be able to do that. I think he's incredibly knowledgeable, but he's not able to complete a task from the beginning to end. He gets distracted. I don't know how he how he survives, actually. So.
And before her testimony yesterday, have you and Polly ever discussed the changes in your father that you both have observed after the accident?
Let me make sure I understand your question. You're wondering if Polly and I have ever talked about things that we've talked, or the differences that we've seen in my dad before and after.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. So yes, of course, we're sisters and we're in this together, and we want to find help for him. And we also need to be compassionate and understanding about what he's gone through. And also realize that when bad things happen, there's a reason for it, that this is not my dad. This is an alternate version of my dad.
And so if she expressed things to the jury yesterday, and you obviously don't know exactly what she said,
No.
but would you find that you tend to agree with her assessment of how your father is now?
That is a defective
Sustained as to relevance.
No further questions for now.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a minute to get set up. Is that okay? Okay. You mentioned your dad needs to be dealt with compassion. Did you say that?
That my dad needs compassion. I think every human being needs compassion.
All right. Mike, you understand my client says your dad plowed into her back?
I did hear that.
Do you agree that if she's been falsely accused, she deserves the jury's compassion?
Sustained.
Help me out. Are you saying everything about your dad's personality was good before the ski accident, and everything about your dad's personality was bad after the ski accident? Yes or no?
I am not saying that.
All right. So let's slice that in half now. There were problems with your dad's mental health prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I don't know that.
All right. There were defects in his personality prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I do not know that.
All right. So I am trying to sort of reconcile these answers. So I hear you saying, you're not saying your dad's personality, everything about him, was perfect before. True?
Could you restate that question? It was confusing.
It is confusing. Sorry. I feel like the wet blanket in your family exposing unpleasantries because your family is painting an unfavorably positive view of your dad before the accident. That's the preface.
Overruled.
Do you understand why I would do that?
I'm not you, and I can't be in your mind and in your situation, so I don't know your perspective.
Do you agree though, if we're saying the ski accident utterly changed his life? You're saying that, aren't you?
Utterly changed his life.
Are you saying that? Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
All right. Is it fair in your mind, at least, to look at your dad before versus after the ski accident? Like in terms
That's
of,
not a question. I'm sorry.
is it fair? Like on anger, on emotions, on relationships, on all these things you've been saying are different. Do you agree that we ought to at least look at how things were right before the ski collision and then talk about what they are now?
That's a portion of the time. Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to do that in my next hour or two. I'm just letting you know. Do you understand the concept that if someone is struggling from 26 chronic medical conditions, that it may actually impact their mental health?
I don't. Do I understand that?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you agree that it might?
It depends. I mean, this person gets a hangnail a lot. And
That's
also,
not a
I don't have his medical records. I don't know anything about his medical records unless he's shared them with me, which he is a very private man.
This is a tough spot for you to be in. Do you agree this is unpleasant for you?
It's not the first place I would choose to be right now.
I mean, you love your dad. You want him to stand by him and support him. Is that fair?
I do.
Even still, when you heard that he was demanding $3 million, you were shocked by that number. Do you agree?
Those are your words, not mine.
They are your words in your deposition. Do you recall this? Shocked. I was shocked.
If my deposition said it, then it must have been said.
Did you say it? Did you read your deposition in preparation for today?
I have not committed it to memory.
Do you remember? Do you remember a lot of questions about that you thought it was seemed like way too much money?
Those were not my words.
All right. Well, we'll get
I mean, if you want to pull that up, those words in my deposition, I would defer to you and to the deposition.
Your Honor, I want to pull up Defense 111.
She's worse.
Page
This was worse.
That's a
than
received
yesterday.
exhibit, right?
I don't know.
Page what?
It's Exhibit 111, page 44.
Has that been received?
I'm fucking pissed with this woman. Pissed off with her right now.
Has not been received.
I move for its admission.
Any objection?
And they're interrupt on the stream. I'm fucking pissed with this woman. The sister was fucking a bitch yesterday, but this woman, she takes the fucking piss, man.
So how do we do this, Your Honor? How do you want to do it? I've got a Terry. I can explain, or we can come to the bench.
Well, is it relevant?
I think highly.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and proceed
Okay.
if that's the objection, and
Okay.
I expect the relevance to be shown.
Your binder, can you turn to, can I come, do you have a defense binder there?
I do not have anything.
And just for the record, Defense Exhibit 111, page 44, is conditionally received upon showing relevance.
May I approach?
Yes.
There's one right here.
Oh, thank you.
He wasn't asking you. He was asking the judge to approach.
Okay.
She's like, yeah, sure you can.
Have you seen this document before? Do you recognize it?
I have not. I have not seen this.
Did your dad, were you Facebook friends with your dad?
I am, yes.
And were you on February 1, 2016, just weeks before this accident?
I don't recall when we became friends on Facebook.
Were there times you weren't friends with your dad on Facebook?
I just don't know at what point in our life together I became friends with him on Facebook.
5 years ago. He says he's writing to his daughters. Do you see that? The second note down? I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you see that? He's talking to you.
Yes, I see that in the Facebook post.
Okay, Your Honor, and Terry Sanderson in his deposition identified this document and said it is in fact genuine. So I move for admission.
Is this Defense Exhibit 111, page 44?
True.
It's been received.
Thank you. James, could you bring that up? You understand I take no pleasure in finding these defects in Terry and your dad prior to the injury?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding defects in your dad's mental health prior to this injury?
Okay.
Okay, take a look at that document. James, could you bring that up? And maybe just do the first top half, James. Your dad recognized this, that he posted this as.
He did.
And,
This is the first time I've seen it
all right.
that I can remember.
And that's a straight jacket. And does that sound like your dad's sense of humor?
Poking fun at himself, I suppose.
And mental health, like that he's in a straight jacket. Does that sound like your dad's humor?
My dad has different kinds of humor.
All right. Let's
I
go to the.
I don't know that it really does fit him.
And then he did a little note to the daughters here.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Sanderson, I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you believe you received that?
I don't recall ever seeing this post. I was a busy mom of a 4 and an 8-year-old, and I did not really check into Facebook a whole lot.
All right, we can take it down. So, I think that maybe the best way to do this is comment on things Jenny said and ask you if you also observe that. Okay?
Okay.
He seeks attention. This are all before the accident. Do you agree that your dad was a seeker of attention before this accident? He liked attention.
My dad
Yes or no,
likes
please?
affection. So if chosen between having a hug and not having a hug,
Sorry,
he'd love attention.
I think I didn't enunciate that very well.
Okay.
Attention, not affection.
Okay.
So
Oh.
he seeks attention. He likes attention. Do you agree or disagree? And then I'm going to move on regardless of what you say.
Okay. Sometimes.
Do you think the notoriety of this case would makes him feel powerful? I'm not using the deposition.
Overruled.
Could you re-ask?
Yeah,
the
do you
question?
agree with this idea that the notoriety of this lawsuit makes him feel powerful?
I would say no to that.
That he suffered from anger issues before the ski accident?
Disagree.
That he assaulted a man? literally punched a man in the face or something to that extent. Yes, sir. That's true or it's not true?
That's not true.
Why
I
would
asked my
Jenny
dad-
tell me that?
Why would Jenny tell you that?
Yeah.
She may have gotten wrong information.
Your dad thought someone was having an affair with your mother
Mm-hmm.
and went and punched him in the face. Punched him. I guess I don't, maybe I'm assuming the face. You've never heard this before? Yes or no? It's a pretty egregious allegation, so I'm
It
wondering,
really is an egregious
have you ever heard it
allegation.
before that this
I
is your own mom we're talking about?
I know.
So yes or no? I've heard it before. I've never heard it before.
I've never heard it before.
All right. It may have happened and you just don't know.
I was not there at the time. This is not something that was something we talked about around the family dinner table.
Okay, because you're deflecting, I'm going to ask, did your mom have an affair on your dad? Well, I'm trying to plant the foundation here of I don't know if my.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. I'm going to flip the question and see what the judge says.
Okay.
Did your dad have an affair on your mother when they were married?
Just move on, counsel.
Thanks. Okay, do you agree with this statement? That your dad would push the boundaries of speed when he drove prior to the ski accident?
Define push the boundaries of speed.
He would frequently exceed the speed limit.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Go ahead. I'm trying to ask him simple questions.
So could you restate that question?
Did your dad speed a lot in the car?
No, he did not speed a lot.
All right, let's this will help me too. When did you leave home? At what age?
I left for college at age 18.
All right. And you moved out of state, or was that in the same state?
I moved to Utah, so out of state, from Idaho to Utah.
And how many years was Jenny at home with your parents after you left?
That's a great question. My sister was 9 when I left, and so she was there from age 9 to 18.
All right. And were you close to her during those 9 years?
I was closer to Polly, but from age 0 to 9, I really treated her like she was my own human baby. So yes, I was close during those first 9 years.
The last 9, though.
Oh,
From
when
9
I
to
went
18.
away to college?
I'm wondering if you were close to Jenny during that time.
I would say our connection diminished because of my distance and only seeing her during vacations.
And that's when your parents' marriage, again, I take no pleasure in this, but you have sounds like the first half of your parents' marriage was pretty good and the second half was pretty bad. Is that fair?
I would agree. We had good days and bad days, but that's a good generalization.
All right. And Jenny was there during the bad part and you were not.
That I think it would be harder to be in Jenny's shoes than my own.
So my question, just to be clear, is Jenny was there during those hard years and you were not. True?
I can't say that for certain because I wasn't in her shoes. I wasn't experiencing what she was experiencing.
Did you ever observe your dad being domineering prior to the ski incident?
No.
Jenny describes your dad as being domineering before the ski accident. Do you disagree?
That was her truth.
So what's the answer? I disagree, or I don't agree.
I can't speak for my sister.
Okay. Was he ever emotionally or verbally abusive to you prior to the ski collision?
No.
And after? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And then Jenny describes your essentially emotional and verbal abuse to her prior to the ski incident. You don't dispute that, do you?
Could you rephrase that question?
Sure. Jenny describes your dad being emotionally and verbally abusive to her prior to the ski collision. And I'm wondering, you do not dispute that, do you?
Objection here, so sustained.
If you have information that would tell me that's false, I want to hear it.
I guess I'm not following your question. I'm really sorry.
If I'm going to say a statement and you tell me, I know that's true. I don't, my staff is telling me Jenny never used the word punch. She used assaulted. So I'm going to put that on the record. Thank you for the clarification. If I asked you the same questions about assault versus punch, would your answers be the same?
I can't recall the question right now because I'm currently answering this question in front of me. So
Thank you. Do you believe your dad was hyper-focused on success prior to the ski collision?
no.
Okay. Do you believe that he was controlling of Jenny in an unhealthy way?
No.
He was constantly overstepping boundaries that she set to protect her mental health. Do you have any reason to doubt that? Go ahead. Oh,
Yeah. Sustained, the way it's phrased.
do you agree that even prior to the ski incident, you would keep your father at a distance to protect yourself?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Emotionally protect yourself.
No.
Okay, so let's be clear. After high school, each of the daughters moved out of state. Is that fair?
When I graduated from high school, I moved to Utah. And I believe my sister was a junior in high school when she took a job as a page at the White House, and not the White House, obviously, at the Capitol in Boise, Idaho. So I'm not certain on this, but I believe Polly left when she was 17 to go to Boise.
Out of state?
No, she was in
gotcha.
state.
How about, let's say, the 1 year before the ski collision, all the girls were out of state. I should say women. All the daughters lived out of state from your dad.
That 1 year prior, yes, we all were living in a separate state.
I heard you say he was a very good multitasker when you lived with him. True?
He was excellent.
Yeah. And how many years ago was that?
Well, I have to count on my fingers, sorry.
Sure.
$30. $34 years if my brain math is working right
All
now.
right. So 34 years ago, you observed that your dad was really organized and ran a very successful optometry practice in Soda Springs, Idaho. Is that all true?
Yes. Good job remembering all that.
It's hard. All right. He was not, at the time of the ski collision, running a successful optometry practice. Is that true?
That is correct.
All right. And in fact, he had retired many years earlier. Well, you tell me how many years.
I don't recall
Over
exactly
5?
when. Probably. I'm not certain on the date, so I can't tell you. But it feels like he's maybe been out of practice for 10 years.
Right. That's my thought too. Kind of 2010-ish or thereafter. Sounds about right.
You can talk to my dad. He will know.
And part of the reason he retired was because he lost vision in one eye. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised if he told me that in his deposition?
Would I be surprised? Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Do you recall him being in a major dispute with his business partner when he left his optometry practice?
Objection.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll try again. Are you aware? One thing you've said is that your dad's relationships with others have worsened since the ski collision. Is that true?
For the most part, yes.
So I'm going back and asking about some of his relationships prior to the ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
I'm following.
So do you recall he was in a dispute with one of his business partners at the time he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
I didn't know specifics. I just knew that things did not go as planned and as promised.
So I didn't ask for specifics. How about generally? He was in it.
Overruled.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I don't know specifically, or I just want to know at all. Do you know generally that he was in a dispute with his business partner when he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
No, I didn't know that for sure.
All right. Why did you say not specifically? So tell me what you know generally.
Mm. I don't know enough about what was happening to make any sort of judgment.
Tell me what you know.
That my
Overruled.
So I need to answer.
Yes.
Okay. So could you restate that question?
I don't know if I can. I said, what do you know? What do you know about a business dispute with your dad?
I didn't know it was a business dispute. I knew my dad was having troubles with Mr. Brown, and I didn't know much more than that.
Do you recall he actually wrote a letter to the editor in the Soda Springs, Idaho newspaper? Do you recall anything in that regard?
No, I did not.
Overruled.
This trial is now on day 4. It seems like 3 weeks, but it's 4 days. Have you watched any of it?
I haven't.
And have you ever read your sister's depositions? I apologize if I've asked you this before.
No.
Okay. Are you staying with your dad literally like last night, tonight?
He is running a VRBO, yes, and I am staying with him. He's got great reviews, 5-star reviews.
Are you saying he personally or the place you're renting?
I'm trying to be funny, and it's not coming across as being funny.
No
I'm staying with my dad. He's letting me stay there.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. The GoPro email, we're getting sick of looking at it, so I'm not going to pull it up.
Yes, you're right.
But your understanding after talking to your dad was.
Wait, can I just make it clear that that whole VRBO thing, 5-star reviews, that was all just a joke, but
Yes.
I'm under oath and he is not actually doing that. So I just want to make it clear for the record that that's not happening.
Say it.
And I apologize.
Okay. Humor, and especially dry humor, doesn't come across on the transcript very well.
I know.
So
I understand that. I
that's fine.
apologize.
Is it fair to say that after your call with your dad on the date of the incident, you understood that there was a GoPro video?
That was my understanding because that's what I wrote down in the email.
And you also wrote, "I'm so glad you're okay." Did you write that?
I did write that.
All right. So after talking to your dad, I think the incident was just before noon, and your email was like 9:30 at night. Does that sound right?
I think the phone call came through at 6:13.
Right.
And I only know this because of the deposition.
Okay.
And then the email, I think, came through at 8 o'clock or so at night.
His did, and yours maybe 9:30.
Okay.
But I think we're on the same page. So when he called you about 6 hours after the collision, your understanding was he's all right. Is that fair?
What I was trying to get across.
Can you say yes or no and then explain?
Okay. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. At about 6 hours after the collision, you talked to your dad, true?
True.
And then your impression was he's okay.
I didn't know enough at that juncture to know what was wrong with him.
So yes or no? Your impression was, I'm glad you're okay, that he's okay.
I'm glad you're alive.
No, it doesn't say that though. It doesn't say I'm glad you're alive. All right, I'm going to
That's
try
a little
one.
morbid to say, I'm glad you didn't die, Dad.
I'm going to try one
I was
more
trying
time.
to lift his spirits.
Okay, we're not allowed to argue, and I don't want to argue.
Okay.
So let me just ask a question. I assume at 6 p.m., 6 hours or so after the collision, one of your first questions is, are you okay? And he said, yes. Do you agree?
No, he did not say, yes, I'm okay.
All right. I'm sure you asked that question, right? Are you okay?
In the email, I did.
No. Now I'm talking about the call at 6 p.m.
I do not recall what I said 7 years ago.
Right, but isn't this like I was in a ski collision? Isn't your very, very first question like, are you okay?
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Right? Are you with me? One of your very first questions is, are you all right? Isn't that true?
I may have asked him that question. And he said, I really got my bell rung. I can't think straight and it hurts when I breathe. I get a stabbing sensation in my ribs.
I don't want to be hyper technical. This is why people don't like lawyers. But I think earlier you said, I rung my bell. Is that what he said?
Not I rung my bell. I really had my bell rung or something to that effect.
Okay.
I really had my bell rung.
We'll go with that in just a minute. Now, should we pull up your deposition where you say, I'm shocked. I was shocked to hear that he's asking for $3 million because I thought it seemed like a lot of money. Should we pull that up, or are you going to concede that statement?
If it's in the deposition and I said it, then I trust you.
Well, that's nice of you. Thank you. I accept your trust. But I can't testify. So if you dispute it, we're going to pull it up. And
Okay.
if you don't dispute it, we'll move on.
Let's move on because I trust that what you have in the deposition is what I said.
All right. Separate from the ski collision, everything, did you ever think to yourself, all right, Dad's going to get older and then he's going to need more help. So throw out the whole ski collision. As Dad gets older, he's going to need more help.
So overruled?
Did I ever think about it?
Yeah.
My dad, prior to the accident, is very young and agile and active. And I just never thought about what, I didn't think that far in the future to know about. I guess it's inevitable that we all get old. I have a 102-year-old grandmother that just went to the rest home. But at that point in time, I have never thought about my dad's, what will happen in the future for my dad. I just thought he would live forever.
For instance, well, that's not a healthy thought, though, is it?
You're right. It could be disappointing in the end.
It's always going to be disappointing if you think my dad's never going to die. Isn't that true?
Setting myself up for failure.
Is the 102-year-old, by the way, is that on your mom's side?
That is.
Yeah.
She's my Native American link.
Now, your dad had two unhappy marriages that ended unhappily, ended in divorce. Do you agree?
I can't agree to that. Not the way you stated the whole question.
All right. Did he ever?
He did have two divorces.
Well, do you know any event where actually police were called with the second marriage? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not. Are you getting your facts straight?
I'm
I have a
asking you
question.
about facts, and I have to have some basis to ask the facts.
I know,
But let me keep going.
Okay.
Would your dad send you emails? You don't care about my side of the family. Did he ever send you those?
I've seen that email come through.
Would it surprise you if Polly felt like he was not fit to drive even before the ski collision?
Would it surprise me? Rephrase that again.
Would it surprise you if Polly felt like your dad was actually really scary to drive with?
I would have to be in Polly's shoes.
Okay. You
And I can't
described,
speak for her.
were you ever personally present where he's driving 70 miles an hour while reading a book?
A long time ago on a Montana state highway.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
And that made you nervous as a kid?
It did. But he never had an accident. As far as I know.
Your sister yesterday said something to the effect like, Dad took risks with skiing. Do you know anything about that? Like prior to the ski collision, that he took risks?
I don't agree that he took risks when he was skiing. He was very careful.
He had been in a collision before. Are you familiar with that?
What kind of collision?
Yeah, let me back that out. Did he injure his knee in a ski accident?
I know he has an injured knee. I did not know how it happened.
All right. How about throw out the knee? Do you know of your dad ever having a ski accident in which he hurt himself?
I do not recall my dad hurting himself in a ski accident.
And I want to be clear that I don't know of a ski collision where he collided with someone else. So I'm just talking about him.
Did he fall down on the ski run?
And hurt himself.
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, multitasking while driving, for instance, driving on an interstate freeway while reading, that's not good multitasking, right? That's bad multitasking.
I would agree completely.
Yeah. And as people get older, it's not uncommon, is it, for them to need to focus more on an activity instead of multitasking? I think it's just general common sense.
Overruled?
Do you
Could you
agree?
re-ask the
Sure.
question?
Do you agree that just as people get older, they might get less good at multitasking and have to focus a little bit more attention on doing one thing?
It seems like a good practice.
It's a good practice probably for all of us, isn't it?
Amen.
Okay. There's been some talk about your dad after the ski collision, somehow falling and being knocked out for 45 minutes. Do you know anything about such an event?
Can you rephrase or
Yes.
restate that question?
And I'll state it even broader.
Okay.
Do you know after the ski collision of your dad, like being knocked out?
No.
All right. In his deposition, he described 3 major events since the ski collision. One was that getting knocked out. You never heard of that?
Getting knocked out. No.
Another was cutting himself by accident.
I have heard that.
And he said it looked like a crime scene. There was blood all over the place.
Is that what he said?
I don't think I made that up.
Okay.
Anyway. do
Because
you
I
know-
got that photo and it scared the bejesus out of me.
Okay,
the
did you
image.
get it after it was all cleaned up and pretty? Because I'm not sure which photo you're talking about. I think I've seen one of the place. Was it on his inner thigh?
I don't know exactly. He's not shown me where that happened.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. I'm not sure what photo you're talking about. What
Okay.
photo did you see?
After Mark saved my dad's life, my dad took a picture of the bathtub, which is where he was holding up, I think, waiting. And it was awful. It was
Okay, and it's not Gwyneth's fault that he cut himself and had to go to the hospital, true?
And there's
It is?
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay.
I was like, with his
The third major event your dad described to me was an accidental overdose of his own medications. Do you know anything about it?
yes, I do.
And they had to administer Narcan to reverse the opioids in his system.
It's true.
And are you blaming Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
How could I?
Sustained as to relevance?
The day of the event, we've seen a few pictures. But I think you've seen one you described where he was in the Instacare smiling in a wheelchair. Do you recall this?
I didn't.
I recall it or I don't.
I don't know the location. I do recall seeing my dad with a smile that I've never seen on a person's face before.
And that was the date of the incident, right?
I don't know. I don't have a recollection of when I got that or what day it was.
Well, you brought it
Time
up when we were quizzing you about your memories. And a picture of my dad in a wheelchair with a big smile, right? You
Yeah,
recall
cheesy, not him smile. Yes.
that? Okay. Do you recall your dad describing Gwyneth Paltrow as Godzilla coming, like Godzilla was coming after him?
No.
Okay, I didn't make that up. Godzilla was coming. Is that what you understood your dad to describe to you in terms of Gwyneth?
No.
All right. When you said Godzilla in your deposition, which I'm looking right at it,
Yes.
what were you referring to?
So I believe in a video that I watched of my dad talking about the collision that essentially he's skiing down the green run with the beginner.
Okay, I don't want the
runs.
whole story.
Okay,
I want
essentially,
Godzilla. When
what
did
he
your
said,
dad tell you about
what
Godzilla?
he said is I heard a scream from behind me, a blood curdling scream, and that blood curdling is my word. Like Godzilla was coming, and then he was hit directly between the shoulder blades
And you
and
don't,
driven to the ground.
and you personally don't know what happened that day, right?
I was not there.
And your dad, after he says after the collision, he doesn't remember things for a while. Is that fair?
I wasn't in his body. I don't know what he does and doesn't remember.
Okay. He got his information from his ski buddy, Craig Ramone. Is that fair to say? Is what happened after the collision? Immediately after.
Can I have you ask the question again?
I'll try it. Sorry if I was inarticulate. Is it fair to say that your dad got all of his information about what happened after the collision in the minutes after from Craig Ramone?
She can't speak to what.
Sustained?
When you said you saw a video of your dad, that was at a press conference he held. Is that true?
I don't recall. It's a long time ago.
Did your dad, sorry to interrupt you, were you done?
I am done.
Did you tell me that your dad was not used to Googling his name and having lots of search engines results come up?
Well, that's
Overruled?
Did I tell you that?
Right.
Can you say that again, please?
Your dad would send you links after he filed the lawsuit about press that was mentioning him. Do you agree?
He would keep me informed of what was going on.
And he kind of thought it was cool that his name was in press. Do you agree?
I don't think he said that it was cool.
He told me he thought it was cool that he was in a ski collision with an accident, with a celebrity. He told me that in his deposition. Does that surprise you?
That surprises me that he would say that.
Me too. Would you remember what he said? Do you agree you would have a better memory of how your dad was doing immediately after the accident at the time you sent the email 9 hours after the accident than you would like today?
Have a better memory?
Right.
Most likely.
Has your dad told you that even now he comes up with new memories of what happened about the accident that he hadn't had before?
Overruled?
Could you please ask the question?
Would it surprise you to hear that your dad said that he still comes up, well, last time when I deposed him, he's still coming up with new memories of the accident?
improper use of deposition.
Sustained?
I'll just move on and ask your dad that. So it's a
Good.
little hard to
It's hard
get
for
through
me to
you.
know.
Yeah, closing arguments for today. So
When your dad wrote "I'm famous" as his first, that was his, I guess, the call at 6:30ish or something, and then an email at 8 or so, right? Those were his first contacts with you.
I can't remember the order. I think we determined the phone call happened first.
Right. And from that, you got, he's okay. And from the second one, he wrote, "I'm famous." Fair? Those were your first two contacts with him after the collision.
I can't remember exactly without looking at the deposition, and you guys figured that out for me.
You mentioned that your dad was an extrovert, and does that generally mean he likes people, he's outgoing?
He gets energy from being around other people.
But also he likes attention. You told me that. Is that true of your dad even before the ski collision?
Ask and answer.
Sustained?
Thank you, I forgot that. He likes to look, even before the ski accident, he liked to always look the best he could when interacting with others. He took some pride in that.
He took good care of himself.
And have you seen in your dad some measure of pride as his limitations, physical and mental limitations, have increased with aging?
I'm having a hard time understanding your question.
Sure. You understand generally with this concept of as people age, there can be limitations imposed on them physically and emotionally. Is that fair?
As a person ages, that's correct.
All right. And have you observed in your dad, separate from the ski collisions, some measure of sort of loss of pride in as those things have occurred?
We're talking about before the ski accident, correct?
Sure. Yes.
No.
All right. Did he consider himself like, I'm never gonna grow old. I'm gonna be as active as I ever was?
I think when he lost his parents, so he knew that death would be inevitable someday. I don't know if that's answered your question.
Welcome to Leo or anyone else.
My staff tells me I'm getting long, so I'm gonna try to move this along.
I do have a plane flight to catch too.
Who gives
Okay,
a fuck?
thank you.
It's your fault. Hope you miss it. I'm not in the mood for this one, man. I'd delay it now. I'd be like, no, let's just wait. I'll repeat the question.
Do you believe your
all
father
over
has a
again.
clear recollection of who hit who in the ski accident?
He has a clear recollection of hearing a scream and getting hit from behind, and he was knocked out.
This is literally the question from your deposition, so I'm going to read it and see
Okay.
if your answer
Okay.
is yes. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit whom in the ski accident? And your answer?
In my deposition was yes.
And would it surprise you if he takes the stand in like 2 hours and says, no, I don't?
I
Would
have
that
to be
surprise
honest.
you?
When would it surprise you?
If he contradicts you in like 2 hours?
Actually, as I reread my deposition, I thought, you didn't even answer that correctly. Of course he doesn't know who hit him because he got knocked out.
But
So
that was your belief when
that
he
was my
proposed to you.
belief at the time. And I was like, I didn't read that question or hear that question correctly.
And you did have an opportunity to make corrections to your deposition, did you not?
I did.
And you did not make that correction.
I actually
Did you make that correction or not?
I made the corrections and
Did you?
I did not submit that in time because I was told by my dad's attorneys that that will be a red flag and to just drop it. And I did not submit that revised.
So did you make other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to submit?
I had made,
Yes or no?
did
Did
say
you
that
make
again.
other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to give me? Yes or no?
I made corrections.
The answer is yes.
It's not a simple yes and no.
Well, I'm not happy if you made corrections to your deposition that were never sent to me. So I'm wondering, you made corrections to your deposition and you gave them to your dad's lawyers? Is
No,
that
I did
true?
not. I did not give them to my dad's lawyers.
Can I rely on your deposition here?
Can you rely on it? At the moment in time, I believed that my dad knew who hit him. As I reread it later at home, I thought that you answered it wrong, Shay.
All right.
So
What are some other corrections that you've made to your deposition that
I
never heard of until this
I
moment?
can't remember. I think one was that they kept calling Zakia Jackie. Some mostly were just minor clarifications.
Do you understand why I might be a little irritated in hearing that you made changes that I never got?
Yes, no one got them. They never got submitted.
Your dad was a workaholic. Is that fair?
Later in my life, he became a workaholic when my parents' relationship was not as good as it used to be.
Your dad, prior to the ski collision, forgot to tell you that he loved you very much. Do you agree?
I'm going to have you restate that.
These are your words. Your dad forgot to tell me that he loved me very much. Is that true of your dad prior to the ski collision? Just say yes or no, please.
My dad. I don't recall.
Growing up, I'm not making this quote up.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, he forgot to tell me. Sure, I can. Page 78, line 16. I'm not trying to.
No, if it's there in the deposition.
I want the quote. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Do you agree? This goes to his level of affection after the ski collision.
Overruled?
So just say yes or no and we'll move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time and I'll do my best. I may not be able to answer yes or no.
Your dad, okay, quote from you. He forgot exact what I just said.
78 what?
78, line 17. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Did you say those words?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, could she read the whole sentence? You just half
Maybe
a sentence.
that could be helpful.
He did hug you.
Just a minute. Are you
Let's
impeaching the
take it.
witness, or what are we doing here? Why don't we take a recess? It's time for the afternoon recess, and we'll address it.
I just had to make a bloody Twitter video. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. No, get out. I don't want that one. I want this one. Open it. Yes, done. Gwyneth.
All right, take a quick break.
I think they want the full sentence, and I'm going to give the full sentence when we come to
He's got here because
totally reasonable. Let me see.
I mean, this has gone way beyond the scope of direct.
Yeah. Well, the scope of direct is not limited by time. It's limited by topics.
We were 25 minutes.
Certainly less than a half hour.
Half an hour.
Less than.
Oh my gosh.
What time?
Give half an hour.
Your flight is at 5:30. I'll let you work that out with the lawyers. Thank you.
Right now.
Spider Girl, I didn't listen to that question. I was doing a video, to be fair, so I didn't see what the question was. Yeah, I literally. Why is it not uploaded? Come on, not fucking upload. I've never been so frustrated with a witness before. Like, I genuinely hope that you receive this for what it is. But it scares me because they won't see it. We had this conversation yesterday, and there's more people here today. But like, I know Erin was here and a few others were here. We're saying every time I think the jury understand and see all these things, they don't. So I don't actually know what the jury see anymore. Because in the Murdoch trial, I was like, oh, they won't find me guilty for these reasons. Or if they do, it'll take a few days. Straight away, guilty. Zachariah Anderson. Oh, they'll take a long time to find him guilty, but I think it's going to be not guilty. Guilty. So I don't even know what the juries look for anymore. Oh, was it that? Well, to be fair, I shouldn't. No, I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say that. No, that's too harsh, even for her, you know. But how the fuck could you love her? But, you know, that's just too harsh. Really frustrated. Really frustrated. Someone said she's dragging her out. Yeah, but Like, she got a fight at 5:30. Tough. Miss it. Answer the bloody questions, and we still got the cross after this as well. So, what was it? Oh, who was in here that was asking? Leo. Welcome, Leo. If you're still around, you're probably not, but if you were still around, she's supposed to take the stand today, but I don't think she's going to now because they said, oh, Terry's taking the stand in 2 hours. Well, that's not going to happen either, I don't think now. So the plan all the way from this morning was that Gwyneth was going to go after lunch, then Terry, the plaintiff. But look at it, whatever time it is now in Mountain World, it's 8:45 or 9:10 in Wales. So God knows what time it is with you guys. So it's probably only 2-3 hours left of the day. So they're probably not going to be able to do everyone. But they might do Gwyneth today. I don't know, but I think they want to get the father done as well. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I don't know. But genuinely, I think in this courthouse or whatever it's called, that Gwyneth's probably the third best actress. The woman yesterday and the sister today. Oh, you got to do a round of applause. I mean, what great acting. Oh, I need to calm down. I just get frustrated with people that are lying because I perceive that she is lying. And what she said about, yeah, my corrections, you know, the lawyer said they couldn't put him in because it looked bad. Oh my! She knew she fucked up then when she did that. And she go, "Oh no, I never sent them anything." Absolute bollocks. Oh, she is. She's wound me up. That's what she said. She's wound me up. Judge is back. She's like, I hate to say that people are lying because you never know, but she must be. I mean, there's no way. Her and her sister, and she's a smug. Yeah. Oh, Erin, I'd love to put you in a room with her for 5 minutes. Do you know what I mean? Oh, so smug and cheeky as fuck back as well. Like, oh, I'm shouting. My neighbours must be like, what the fuck's wrong with him? Oh my God, my days. I just can't. Just can't. But oh, it's like hey, the chat is doing well today. I'm loving the chat today. Big Mike hasn't come back, but Leo came in, but then left. There's a few people that come in new, but then left. I don't know what's going on. I slept on and off all night, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Oh no, he's still ill. That's not good. That's not good. I hope you get better soon, Spider Girl. I mean, you're not missing anything in this trial. You know yourself. It's just going to come down to who they believe. For me, it's just just the frustration of it all. This trial, but don't worry, we're going to do the Letitia one, and Lily and yourself are going to be fully on board with that one. I can tell you. I wouldn't hypervent in her steel, that's for sure. There's that. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, I think she's lying. And I hate to say that about Witness. I hate to say it, but you just know that she's doing it. It's the same thing. I said the same with the Murdoch trial. I thought Blanca was not necessarily lying, but I thought she was stretching the truth a lot in her trial to make herself look fantastic and to make Maggie look, good, but to make Alex look really bad. But this woman, did she cry? No, she doesn't cry, mate. But what she's done is she's just talking. She's lying through her teeth. She's been caught out lying a few times now, and she's making it worse for herself. And she's so cheeky back. She just answers back all the time. And I think the lawyer's actually doing a good job of controlling himself. Yeah, I mean, look, she's not crying, but she has been on the verge. I've seen her look at the jury a few times, just to give a sympathetic look, Yeah, Mike did see that, Erin. She did cry at the start when she was doing with the plaintiff's lawyers. She was crying. I think we all saw that after lunch. I don't think she's done much crying since then. If they are, they're fake tears. Oh, but not happy with this. Not happy. I have to do a little video. So watch this back. This one. Here we go. It's going back now. Queen Blanca. Oh, don't.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
Thanks. We left on a sour note. Your dad was loving to you, right? He gave you hugs every day.
I'm sorry. Yes, he did.
He supported you. He was a good cheerleader for you as a father.
He's always been there for me.
And the quote I said, he forgot to tell me he loved me very much. I should conclude it, but I got a daily hug from him at least. That was the end of the statement, true?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Did you tell me earlier in your deposition that your dad was well respected in the community until he had the point of an affair?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Did I tell
yes
you
or
that?
no? Did you tell me your dad had an affair and he was respected in the community until that point, and then he was not?
I did tell you that.
Your dad, on his hearing impairment before the incident, even with his hearing aids, he would need to lip read. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that.
My client tells me to land the plane, and so I am quit. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Mike's back.
Okay. Hopefully you'll make your airplane.
Oh, they're done. Let's see who they bring up next. Is it Gwyneth Paltrow?
Does the defense have any reason to call her back?
No.
Okay, so you're completely released from any legal obligation here. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Gwyneth Paltrow.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's tweet this out then. Tweet this bad boy out.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Put that there.
Seems like evening, doesn't it?
I've been inside all day. I have no idea.
You and me both. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my legal name is Gwyneth Kate Paltrow Falchuk. That's GWYNETH KATEPALTROW
Great, thank you. May I call you Ms. Paltrow?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. As you've seen the last few days, we always have the witnesses give background information, tell about yourself, etc. I have a feeling that everybody in the courtroom knows who you are. So we're not going to go through all the background. We're just going to kind of cut to the chase. Is that fair?
Sounds fine.
All right, wonderful. Let's just talk about skiing. My understanding is that you are pretty much an intermediate type skier.
I would characterize myself as intermediate.
Okay, you've been skiing since you were a child.
I have.
Okay. Do you do black diamonds, blues, greens? I'm not really a skier, so you've got to kind of help me out with this.
I prefer to do more blues than blacks.
Okay. And blue is intermediate, right? Under black?
Yes.
Okay. And the bandana run where this accident occurred, it was a green run?
Yes, to
All
my
right.
recollection.
Fantastic. So as an intermediate skier, would you say that you skied enough to at least be familiar with the rules of skiing?
I think so, yes.
All right. And what are those rules?
I think, use common sense, ski safely, be aware of other skiers around you.
Okay. What about skiing in control? Is that something that you need to do?
Yes, absolutely.
You have to give the right of way to those who are downhill.
Yes.
Okay. You also have certain responsibilities if you're in a collision. Is that fair?
Yes, which I learned more about post the collision.
I bet. You've probably been hit over the head with all of that information since the time, right?
Indeed.
Okay. So let's talk about those things. Did you know the rules at the time of the collision that if you're in a collision with someone, you need to give your name and information, contact information?
So because I was hit by Mr. Sanderson and he was at fault, I assumed that Eric, who was our ski instructor, who was there at the time, who was overseeing the event, he said, I'm going to leave all of your information. And he said, you should go ski down because my kids were waiting for me.
And I appreciate that, but my question was, did you know of the rule of skiing if you are in a collision that you need to share that information?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant. This is not part of their negligence claim.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. At the time of the collision, were you aware of the rule that if you're in a collision, you need to share your name, your contact information with the person that you're involved in a collision with?
I don't think I was aware of the rule.
Okay. Were you aware that there is kind of a rule of common decency to do that?
I would not have left the scene without leaving my information, and my information was left.
Did you provide that information?
No, Eric Christensen, who was the ski instructor with us, said he would leave all the information.
You don't know if he did or did not, though, do you? You weren't there when he did.
Well, subsequently, I know that he did.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking when you were there at the collision, you didn't ensure that it was given. You weren't there when it was given.
I was not there when it was given.
All right. And it's also, I think you even admitted in your deposition that it's the rule of common decency to make sure that everybody's okay, exchange information, and to follow those skiing rules. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about that day after I get a drink.
Okay. I'll have one as well.
Do you have one? Oh, we have some
I
wine.
do. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. So I just want to kind of set the stage. You're skiing that day. My understanding, it was a nice conditions, beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Sorry. And Deer Valley, we know that Deer Valley is always immaculately groomed. Good conditions on the slopes.
Good conditions.
All right. You were skiing that day with your daughter, Apple, correct?
Yes.
Moses.
Mm-hmm. My son.
And Brad Falchuk, who was your boyfriend at the time, now current husband.
Correct.
All right. And his two children.
That's right.
Right. And his kids were the same approximate age as yours on the day of the ski collision.
They all remain the same age.
That's a
as
very,
each other.
very good point.
We're like the Brady Bunch. Girls are the same age, boys are the same age.
All right. And back then it was 12 and 9?
11 and 9.
11 and 9. All right. Fantastic. And the day of the collision, I think you had been to Deer Valley twice prior to that
I believe so.
Okay. And this was the first day of your ski trip.
I think that's correct.
Okay. And I don't know how many days you were there, but I know, at least from what you've told us, that after that first day, you also skied the next day.
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Sanderson was at home, you were skiing.
I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. So the children, all 4 of them, had lessons during that trip.
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that those lessons were fairly expensive?
They were.
Okay. Do you remember about how much they were?
I would have to check. Whatever the Deer Valley rate is what we paid.
Okay. Let me know if this is about right. At least from what I saw in your deposition, the total bill was around $8,980. Does that sound about right for four?
I think that misstates the evidence. I think that was for both families.
For four kids.
I would honestly have to check,
Okay. All right. That's fine.
but it's very expensive.
Very expensive.
Very.
Right. And then tips on top of that.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming, you're under oath here, that you're a good tipper.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. I wouldn't expect anything less. All right. So let's talk about your daughter, Apple. She was 11.
She was.
Okay. And her instructor was Carrie Oakes.
That's correct.
All right. And Apple at the time was a good beginner.
Yes.
Okay. And your son, Moses, he was 9 at the time.
Yes.
And he was more so of a real beginner.
Yes.
All right. And his instructor was Eric Christensen.
Correct.
Okay. And I think both Carrie Oakes and Eric are coming next week.
I believe so.
All right. Fantastic. So 3 days ago, can you believe it's been only 3 days?
No.
Me neither. So 3 days ago, Mr. Owens, in his opening, talked about risky behavior, risky skiing. And he made mention that, of course, Ms. Paltrow was not skiing recklessly, not taking any kind of risky behavior because her children were there that day. Do you recall him saying that?
I think it does misstate my testimony, but
Well, it wasn't testimony that you stated.
my argument.
Can you answer the question?
If I remember what he said?
No, just maybe do you agree with that? That on that day of the collision, you were not engaging in any kind of risky behavior, especially
Correct.
because your kids were there.
I was not engaging in any risky behavior.
Okay, but also, and I think your counsel made mention of this in opening, that especially because your children were there.
I don't recall him saying that.
All right, well, did your children being there make it so that you especially would not engage in risky behavior?
I didn't engage in risky behavior. I wouldn't with my children there or without my children there.
Okay. And kind of in life, I mean, I'm a mom, right? I've got a couple kids, actually about your age, and one of them, not your age, your daughter's age. Sorry, I'm not that old. When my kids are around, I kind of behave myself a little bit better, especially when they were younger, than on average. Would you agree with that?
I've always been very open and honest with my kids, and I think they know me very well.
Right. And would you agree that you have engaged in risky behavior with your children present?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Like literally, Big Mike, I cannot put that. I'm gonna record this bit and post it, so I can't put that one up, But that's hilarious. Missy, you say cheeky? Yeah, British words cheeky. Cheeky monkey. That's what we would say. Be cheeky, you cheeky monkey. Yeah, a little bit. But also, I think she knows she's in the limelight, so she's also trying to be a bit like, set herself up. But if I wasn't going to be recording this bit and put it back up, I don't give a shit. I'd put it up, but I mean, I want to get viewers here, not get them out. They're not all like Chrissy. Oh, Jesus Christ, I should read your post before you do it. For Prabhup. Oh. Yeah, I think you're right, Giovanna. Oh, hopefully, retweet it again. Hopefully, get some more people in here. I rushed my last post, so. Right. Okay, just check. Nope, fine. Oh, I love the fact that the chat is flying. It's just more that I'm trying to be a little bit careful what I post here if I'm gonna repost it, even though this is going up all on its own anyway. But and I've sworn quite a few times, so it doesn't actually really matter. Right, come on, Gwynny, let's see a smile. Stop being
Back, thank you. So the objection is sustained, and the jury should disregard the question.
All right, let's go back to the day of the accident.
Okay.
So you're on Bandana, correct? It's a green run. It's true you were relatively familiar with that run, correct?
Yes, my children especially like that run.
Okay. And the accident happened towards the beginning of the run. Is that accurate?
Not at the top, but.
Sure, but
Yeah.
not at the bottom?
Correct.
All right. And it sounds like from what I have heard and reviewed, you had done about 4 to 5 runs that day, and you and kind of the group were going to go get some lunch with everyone.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about as you're skiing down. Apple, we've talked about she was 11. Moses was 9. Did your children, when they were skiing or doing anything that kids do, like to ask you to watch them?
When they were very little, I remember, watch me jump in the pool and things like that when they were more like 4 or 5 years old, that sort of age.
Okay. So when Moses was 9, he didn't say, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," or "Mom," I don't know what he called you, but
Mama.
Mama, watch me do things.
Not that I recall on that day.
Okay. Do you remember testifying that on that day, that's exactly what did happen?
I don't remember.
All right, and I'll show you your deposition in just a second. So in fact, you remember the deposition, right?
Yes.
It was actually during 2020. It was during COVID.
Yes.
So it was via Zoom. We've never actually met in person. It was kind of on the video. And you were asked a question a number of times, were your children asking you to watch them? And you said no. I
don't remember them saying,
Okay.
watch me on that day.
Okay. Well, do you remember that in that deposition, then we played you parts of Carrie Oakes's deposition?
So, Your Honor, this is improper impeachment. I mean, what's the question that's being contested?
We're just kind of going through the history here.
Not through the deposition. Let's
I'll
hear.
allow a few questions. I think counsel was referring to what was going on during depositions, but
Yes.
please get quickly to the question.
Absolutely. Do you remember during your deposition being played just a portion of Apple's instructor, Carrie Oakes, her deposition, wherein she said that, yes, Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me."
That she was saying, I don't remember that while they were skiing, they were saying that?
Yeah.
I don't remember that, no.
All right. Okay. And so you don't remember then changing your testimony in your deposition, admitting that is what happened?
I'm sure if Carrie Oakes said, I'm saying, I don't remember him saying, watch me, watch me.
Okay. Yeah, approach your honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you a copy of your deposition.
I'm gonna need my reading glasses, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
I don't think there's a contradiction here, Your Honor. She said she doesn't recall that Carrie Oakes said something. So I don't know why we can't just move forward.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you turn, let's see here, to page 122 of your deposition?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read the question that was given by Mr. Sykes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to know it's Mr. Sykes who asked the question when I read it. Then I'm going to have you answer. Now, Ms. Paltrow, and I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm starting on line 4.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true? I'm just a country lawyer here. Okay. Isn't it true that your kids wanted to watch you ski? Or pardon me, that the kids wanted you to watch them ski. Isn't that true? And your counsel, he objected. How did you answer that question?
Let's read the objection, Your Honor, if we're going to do this.
The objection was vague as to time.
Do you want me to rule on the objection? I mean,
If we're going to read it, then we should read the objection.
Okay, read it.
Yes, the objection said vague as to time.
Yes.
Yes. And then how did you respond?
I said, I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone.
And then you continued.
Which is what happened.
Exactly. So you were watching your children when you alleged that you were skied directly into your back by someone.
My daughter was down the hill. My son was to my left. So I was skiing. My eyes were not fixated only on my son when Mr. Sanderson skied directly into my back.
Okay. And so when Miss Oakes, who's going to testify next week, said that your son Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," that's who you were watching, right?
That's vague as to time, Your Honor.
Right. Yes.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, what was the question?
When Moses is saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," that's who you were looking at when you were when you were skied directly into your back.
I do not recall Moses saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me" on the ski slope.
Okay. Well, Apple was down further, right?
Yes.
She didn't see it.
No.
Okay. And Moses, he was the one, at least according to Carrie Oakes, was calling your attention.
Okay.
Okay. 9-year-old, did he want more attention to have somebody watch them rather than 11?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Moses was skiing above you though, right? He hadn't gotten down as far as you.
He was on my left.
And up.
I was on the right. He was, oops, sorry. He was on the left side of the slope. Yes, I believe kind of a little bit uphill.
Okay. And that's where your attention was when you were hit allegedly in the back.
I don't know where my attention was the moment I was struck in the back. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, that's what you said, which is what happened.
He struck me in the back. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Okay, I know, but you said I can still watch my children ski.
Yes,
and he's
meaning
directly into my back by someone, which is what happened.
Yes, exactly.
What's the pending question? It sounds like they're saying the exact same thing.
What's the question?
The question is, you were watching your children ski when you were struck in the back.
So that's asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled?
I was skiing and looking downhill as you do, and I was skied directly into by Mr. Sanderson.
And your 9-year-old son, you will admit, was on your left and up a bit.
To my recollection.
Okay. All right. And Carrie Oakes is the one who says that he was the one calling your attention.
You'll have to speak to Miss Oakes.
We will. All right. So I want to go through the accident a bit because we did this over video. We didn't really get to act it out a whole heck of a lot. But I want to just kind of talk with you first and see if this is your recollection of how it happened.
Your Honor, I think this is improper. She should just ask her what happened. Then if she testified contrary to that earlier, then she cross-examines her with the deposition.
And what's the objection?
Improper use of deposition testimony.
It's a party under Rule 32. It can be used for any purpose. You may
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. You were going along relatively slowly. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to kind of ask you a couple
Sure.
questions. So let me know if anything I say is not accurate.
Okay.
So you're going down relatively slowly when all of a sudden you heard a strange rustling noise behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like a rush of air in a strange way.
Yes.
Okay. And 2 skis slid in between my skis.
That's correct.
And all of a sudden, there was a body from the whole front of a body pressing into my back.
That's right.
Okay. Like, we'll talk about this in a minute. And there was a man behind me pressing into me. How did you know it was a man?
Because he was making some strange noises that sounded male, and he was large. So I assumed it was a male.
Okay, he was large?
I felt all my back pressing.
Okay. All right, there was a man pressing behind me, pressing into me. I was extremely upset.
Well, I was confused at first, and I didn't know exactly what was happening. It's a very strange thing to happen on a ski slope. And then
I agree.
And I froze, and I would say I got very upset a couple seconds later.
Okay. Let me just continue on here. I just want to make sure that I got this all right. I didn't know if it was an intentional assault of a sexual nature.
Right.
Okay. Was he grinding and thrusting or something, or just the noises? What made you think it was a sexual assault?
So that was a quick thought that went through my head when I was trying to reconcile what was happening. I was skiing and two skis came between my skis, forcing my legs apart. And then there was a body pressing against me and there was a very strange grunting noise. So my brain was trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought, is this a practical joke? Is someone like doing something perverted? This is really, really strange. My mind was going very, very quickly and I was trying to ascertain what was happening.
Okay. And I think you said, I didn't know if it was an accident, but he was groaning and grunting in a very disturbing way.
Yes, there was a sort of groan coming out of his mouth.
Okay. Then you said, I froze.
Yes.
We kept skiing.
Right.
We went to the right.
Yes.
We came crashing down together.
That's right.
Okay. You said this man was behind me on the mountain. My knee and our skis were still sort of tangled up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Is that yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Our bodies were almost spooning and I moved away quickly.
Yes.
And my knee splayed open and I was completely in shock.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
And if the court and Ms. Paltrow, if you don't mind, since again, when we did this over Zoom, would you mind stepping down and us kind of acting this out a little bit so I could get a good feel?
Let's see. Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure.
This is going to go into Monday, isn't it? For what time is it out there now in Mountain Time then? Does anyone, like somebody knows? We're trying to work out 7 hours behind, isn't it? So now it'll be about 2:30 there. Oh no, they could finish tonight. I've seen the chat. I mean, you dirty buggers, you. Beep, 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 beep. What's wrong with Gwen? Oh, 3:30. Thanks, Erin. Okay. Oh, no, yeah. Sorry. It's confusing me. All this is confusing. Yes, because it's 7 hours in California in Pacific time. Thanks, Erin. Yeah, Joe. You know what's weird? Because I always work out 5 hours Eastern behind. But with your hour going forward, whatever it is, you're 4 hours now. That's thrown me. And I knew like Vegas was always 8 hours, but now it's 7 hours. So it throws me all off. Never too early for vodka. Yeah, I mean, Lily, that's a bit like it's 0 o'clock somewhere. Big Mike's on it already. I mean, but also, right? I'm not joking, right? Yeah, it's 5, so am I. Act it out, right? Bring back the sisters. Just bring back the two sisters. Get them involved. I mean, they're great as well. 3 actresses. They can act it out. No problems. They're all used to scripts, so it's not a problem. Yeah, Joe, I'm trying to avoid it because I've seen some of Big Mike's and Chrissy's and everyone's messages. I'm like, I'm not posting some of these things. Like I normally would, but if I want to cut this video up, it's going to be a nightmare. So, Giovanna, you're 9:26, so you're 2 minutes out, but you're very close. It should be 25 past, 26 minutes past, Joe. 5. Aww. Here we go. We're back. Right, go back into mute. I love the chat, by the way. Keep going with the chat. It's amazing.
The court doesn't mind if I act it out, correct?
Let's just get a sustained.
Yeah, the objection was sustained.
May I ask how tall you are?
I'm just under 5'10".
Okay, I am so jealous.
I think I'm shrinking though.
You and me both. I have to wear 4-inch heels just to make it to 5'5".
Well,
So
they're very nice.
well, thank you. So, all right. So, as of right now, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay.
Okay. I'm skiing down. Can you tell me with my legs? I don't know. Again, I'm not much of a skier. Are you snow plowing? Are you parallel? Kind of orient my legs first of all. Sorry. I can do this. I can do this.
Not snow plowing, just
Okay.
skis.
All right.
It's hard for me to see where you're standing.
May she come down just to see?
You can.
Is that
walk to where
okay?
you can see better. Or you can walk further forward, Ms. Van.
Oh, sure. Great. No problem. All right. So,
The jury, you can go ahead and stand or move wherever you feel you need to see what's going on here.
all right. So, are my feet oriented correctly?
Yes.
Go ahead and tell me how to move them.
I think, skiing down, going to the right.
Okay. So
Okay,
about
probably a little bit further apart.
about like that.
And then 2 skis slide slowly between my skis.
All right. So my feet are about what, a foot apart? Would you say 18 inches?
Probably.
Okay. And you believe that 2 skis slid right between.
That is correct.
Okay. And so all of a sudden you see these 2 skis coming in between your legs. I would have freaked out too.
And I did.
Okay. So the skis are coming. How far did the skis get in between your legs before you guys fell?
His body pressed up into my back.
Okay.
So I froze. I don't know exactly how far the skis would have come through.
Okay.
Because then I noticed his body pressing against my back.
Okay.
And then it was probably a few good seconds, and then we fell to the right. Somebody must have caught an edge.
Okay. So when you froze and you're skiing together, I think you said at one point it was like you were spooning.
Well, when we fell down, I fell on his body. He fell on the ground. And so it was kind of like a spoon on the ground.
Okay. So
Your Honor, the defendant has come into well of the court here. Why can't we see it to the plaintiff testify?
I think it's fine.
okay. Well, now that Mr. Sanderson is here, and I don't need you to do anything, Terry, but just for comparison's sake, I'm in my heels. We're about the same height, about 5'5" with heels.
It's roughly.
Oh, tell me I'm taller, please. Okay, so we've got Mr. Sanderson that's about 5'5" that comes in back of you, and you said that you felt something huge. What was your word behind you?
Just a big body.
A big body. All right. And was it just the front of his body that touched the back of your body?
I couldn't see in the back of my head.
Sure.
But I felt a body press against my back.
But there was no grabbing, like he didn't like grab your waist or grab your
No,
arms?
not at all. No.
Nothing like that?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. So skis slide between, you kind of freeze, you end up, maybe your skis kind of cross, you end up going down. Would you agree that Mr. Sanderson fell to the ground and then you fell on top?
I don't know if it was simultaneous. I don't remember.
Okay. But you didn't fall and hit the ground, correct?
I don't remember exactly where I hit.
Okay.
But I fell over.
All right. And
with Mr. Sanderson.
Right. And Mr. Sanderson fell and hit the ground.
Yes.
All right. So going back here, you guys are on the ground. Now you realize right? You're not saying to the jury that this was in any way, shape, or form a sexual assault.
I am not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying what went through my mind for a split second when it was happening.
All right, great. So you're down on the ground, and then you started yelling at him.
I don't remember if I started yelling at him while I was on the ground. I remember pushing away because I was very upset, and it was still very strange to me what had happened. And I pushed down the hill, and I turned around and I yelled at him.
Okay. Did you scream before you went down?
I don't think so.
Okay. So if others heard a scream, that wasn't you?
No, I froze. When he slid between my skis, I absolutely froze. And I don't remember yelling or screaming until I was very angry at what had happened.
Okay. And so you guys are on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said to him, I think you don't know if you were up or if you were still on the ground, but he was still on the ground, right?
Yes.
When you said, "What are you doing?"
Yes.
Okay. Like, why did you do that?
Yes.
And he said, "I think you skied into me."
Yes.
And that's when you were furious and said, "You skied directly into my effing back," at the
Sorry.
top of your lungs.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
And well, in fact, you were screaming that so hard, you were worried that Moses was hearing you.
Yes.
Okay. And after you were screaming to him, isn't that when Mr. Sanderson said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry"?
I said, "You skied directly into my effing back." And he said, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry."
Right. And that was you screaming at him while he's on the ground still, right?
I was yelling at him.
Pretty loud, pretty forceful.
I was pretty upset.
Right? You're
Yeah.
small but mighty. Actually, you're not that small. So when he said, "I'm sorry, would you agree that he kind of mumbled it?
Yes.
All right. And then you remember Eric came over, Eric Christensen.
Yes.
Who was Moses's instructor.
Correct.
Okay. And that was when you were concerned that, oh gosh, Moses is close by. He's hearing me yell obscenities at this man.
Which is not my custom.
Right. And I think you said that. And at some point, the man stood up and we were all sort of talking.
Yes.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Sanderson standing up?
I wasn't having a conversation with him. Eric was helping him up and asking if he was okay.
Okay. Eric eventually yanked him up, right? He pulled him up.
He helped him up.
Okay. He didn't get up on his own accord.
He helped him.
And were you still standing right there when he helped him?
I believe I was, yes.
You sure you hadn't skied down a little bit?
I might have skied down a little bit. My son was down a little bit, and my now husband came over at some point.
Okay.
I remember moving away from Mr. Sanderson after he collided into me and we hit the ground.
Okay. And do you remember, we heard from Craig Ramone, he was the first individual who testified. Do you remember him coming to the scene?
I do not.
You don't remember him at all?
No.
You don't remember him being there or asking you, "Are you okay?"
I do not.
Okay. You don't remember him asking Terry if he was okay?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. And then I think what you've said is Eric told you, "I'm going to handle this." And that's what I think you've said people do. They handle things for you.
I don't believe I said that.
You've never said that?
I believe what I said was, in the acting world, that's a world of representatives. So you have an agent who represents you. And so if they say, "I'm going to provide information," you allow somebody to represent you. So when Eric, as an accredited Deer Valley ski instructor, said to me, "I'll fill out the paperwork," he knew also that my daughter was at the bottom waiting for me to come for lunch or at the lunch place.
And so Mr. Christensen handled it for you.
Mr. Christensen stayed and filled out the report, made sure Mr. Sanderson was okay, and said to me, "You can go ahead."
Okay. How do you know that if you weren't there?
Because he told me.
That's what he told you,
Yes.
but you weren't there to see it.
He told you you can leave. He wasn't there. I object to the form. I don't understand.
Sustained. Go ahead with your questions.
You weren't there when the paperwork or the exchange of information was given, fair?
Fair.
All right. And would you agree that Mr. Christensen did not see the incident, didn't see the collision?
Correct.
Okay.
He just saw us right afterwards.
Right. And in fact, nobody from Deer Valley saw the collision.
Correct.
Your kids didn't see the collision.
That's right.
Okay. The only person that, and you may not be aware of this, the only person who says that they saw the collision was Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Okay. The way you answer that makes me think that you don't believe that he saw it.
I did not believe his testimony.
Do you believe that he saw the collision?
No. I don't believe that he saw what he thinks he saw.
Ms. Paltrow, why would he lie?
This is a man.
Goes to motive, Your Honor. But, perhaps that's not the right objection under the rules, so let me be quiet and withdraw my objection.
Can you answer it?
He said he was at 40 feet away and colorblind. I don't know how he can be positive about what he saw, especially with how much he changed his story.
Well, what does colorblind have to do with anything? My husband's colorblind. We tease him all the time that he can't tell red or green. But what does that have to do with not seeing who hit who?
Well, if you have two people in ski gear with helmets on and you're 40 plus feet away, I'm not sure how you can discern who is who.
Okay, well.
And I can tell you that he didn't, because Mr. Sanderson categorically hit me on that ski slope, and that is the truth.
And I'm sure that that's what you believe. I'm not saying
because it's the truth.
I'm not saying that.
Let's get a question.
So you and Mr. Sanderson, if you're almost 5'10", Terry's 5'5", pushing it.
Your Honor, that's facts not in evidence.
Counsel, you'll have an opportunity to redirect or to direct examine. So go ahead.
If you two stood next to each other, do you think that somebody would confuse the two of you?
I don't know. I'm telling you what happened.
Okay. All right. So you're screaming at Terry, worried that Moses hears you. You admit that you were shaken up.
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall Mr. Ramon being there
I do not.
or asking you if you were okay?
I do not.
Did anybody ask you if you were okay?
I remember Eric Christensen asking me if I was okay, and Brad, my now husband, asking me if I was okay.
Okay. And when you talked to Brad, he was down further, right? Down with
Yes.
Moses. So none of that took place where my client was.
He came over to me after the fall.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you don't have any kind of medical training.
No.
Okay. You don't know what injuries Mr. Sanderson did or did not sustain in the accident.
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware now that you've sat here the last 3 days that he did sustain 4 broken ribs?
Yes.
Okay. Aware that he sustained a concussion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that he had to be taken down on a toboggan?
So we should be clear, like, does she know as a result of this testimony, or does she know personally?
Would you clarify your question?
Yeah, sure. How did you learn that he broke 4 ribs?
Through all of this.
Okay. And to make it clear, I don't want to find out anything that your lawyers told you. That's attorney-client privilege. We can't. So anytime I'm asking you, I don't want you to tell me what your lawyers have told you.
Okay.
Through the court proceedings, is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. You learned that Mr. Sanderson broke 4 ribs.
Yes.
Okay. And that he sustained a concussion.
correct.
Okay. That he was taken down on toboggan.
Yes.
Did you learn of that day?
No.
Did you inquire?
What is your name again? Sorry. Kristen?
Yes.
Sorry, I was going to say, Kristen,
It's all right.
I think you have to keep in mind when you're the victim of a crash, right? Your psychology is not necessarily thinking about the person who perpetrated it.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not inquire.
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever ask, hey, how was that guy that ran into the back of me? Is he okay? Did you ever ask anybody from Deer Valley about that?
I did not, because at the time I did not know that he had sustained injuries like that. I thought it was very minor on the day.
And you didn't stick around long enough to find that out.
I stuck around long enough for him to say he was okay, to stand up, that he told Mr. Christensen he was okay.
And when he was helped up by Mr. Christensen, again, you weren't right there. You were down a ways.
Just a few feet down, yes.
Could you tell if Mr. Sanderson was still dazed or unsteady on his feet?
I could not. I don't know.
Okay. And again, you didn't leave your name, address, contact information. You didn't fill out any paperwork in connection with this accident.
Eric did on my behalf.
Right, but I'm asking about you personally.
Well, it has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. After the incident, you skied down, went to lunch, and then my understanding is you got a massage.
So after the accident, I met all the rest of the kids at lunch. We all gathered, we had lunch, and I still felt very shaky, and my knee was bothering me, my back was bothering me, so I decided to go in early and get a massage.
Okay. You never did seek any kind of medical treatment for your knee or your back?
No.
Okay. Now, at the scene, before you skied down and had lunch, there was no indication that Mr. Sanderson knew who you were. Is that fair?
I don't know.
Okay. I think, well, you testified there was no indication of that. You were wearing goggles, a helmet.
Yes.
Okay, kind of looked like everybody else on the slope.
That's always my intention.
Okay. Probably had a better ski outfit, though, I bet.
I still have the same one. I just have one.
Okay. So nobody on the hill would be able to recognize you. Is that fair? Maybe your family and friends.
I have been recognized on ski slopes before.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that no one on the hill would be able to recognize me?
That would be the idea.
Okay.
But sometimes paparazzi has a way of figuring it out, is my point.
Okay. So your testimony to the jury here today is Mr. Sanderson skied into you.
That is correct.
All right. Craig Ramone, you said he's not telling the truth or you don't believe him.
I'm telling you that what he said is not what happened.
Okay. So in other words, if somebody says something that's not what happened, they're lying.
He is not telling the truth.
All right.
I don't know if he knows he's lying, but I'm telling you what he said is unfortunately not the truth.
All right. Well, in addition to Mr. Ramone, you've sat here when some of the experts have testified.
Mm-hmm.
We had Dr. Gibby and we heard Dr. Boehm. I always want to say Baum or Boehm.
Yes.
Boehm.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard their testimony that the only way that Mr. Sanderson's ribs could have been broken where they were is that if he was hit from behind. You disagree with that?
I think it misstates their testimony.
I guess I'm not sure what the objection is, but it's overruled. The jury will have to remember what the testimony was.
That means you get to answer. You disagree with their testimony?
Absolutely, I disagree.
Okay. What medical training do you have to disagree with that?
I'm just telling you the truth of what actually happened.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
All right. And you don't have any other witnesses who sought to support your position, correct?
Well, I have a lot of witnesses who saw the split seconds afterwards and the positions of the bodies on the mountain, which would indicate very clearly who hit who.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses who saw it?
Who saw the collision?
The collision?
No.
All right. And you're not trained in accident reconstruction?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Neither am I. All right. So, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that this was an accident that you caused?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that you are accident prone?
So, Your Honor, can we have a bench meeting on this?
Why don't we take our recess now?
What do we think? I don't like the lawyer with a fake smile and jokes and stuff. Gosh, sugar.
Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Or something?
I know she's an actress, but I believe her more than the others. Yeah, so she's quite adamant. She's like, no, he ran into me. Maybe she might. I'll come back.
Your Honor, why are we dealing with things that have been addressed specifically on pretrial motions? And I have to object.
Which motion?
Number 14. Previous unrelated injuries.
The court's ruling on that was that it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by that motion. I think it was represented to the court and the motion was therefore granted. The ruling would be revisited if the defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. What's the relevance? Let's say she's clumsy. There's been no testimony that clumsiness in any way contributed to the accident.
Your Honor, we also mentioned during that court hearing that questions were asked repeatedly in Ms. Paltrow's deposition if she was accident prone, to which she said, no, I am not, which she has admitted a number of times that she is. So this is all impeachment evidence. And that's when the court said, okay, that's impeachment. Please provide that information to counsel, which I did. He has all of the articles, etc., and the video where Ms. Paltrow went on Jimmy Kimmel saying, yes, I am accident prone. I am always running into things, which is I'm a moron, which is very relevant to this case.
How? Yeah.
Because we believe that that's exactly what she did, is she ran into things like she always does. She was asked if she ever said that. She said no. And we have impeachment evidence that she has.
But you've got your accident reconstructionist did not testify that her clumsiness somehow had played a part in the cause of the accident.
It's not just clumsiness, it's that she's running into things and that she's accident prone. Absolutely, that's the heart of this. And the point is, she was asked a number of times in her deposition, were you...
And that part I think I see as collateral impeachment. Mm-hmm. So I don't see that as, I don't see that as your avenue to get the evidence in. The closest, I guess, is your theory of the case, but you've got no expert and no one that testified that clumsiness somehow played a part in the accident. So it would just be argument based on kind of fringe impeachment.
It's not clumsiness, it's being accident prone and always running into things.
Okay.
Which is what we contend she did in this case.
All right. Let me hear it from Mr. Owens.
we shouldn't pretend that we have not had this fight before. I'm in deja vu from 2 months ago when when you already ruled on this. The judge, Your Honor, said the ruling will be revisited if defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. That's part of page 13. I didn't even have the motions around because we've already had it granted. So why would we need to go dig and find out what our motion said? So, Your Honor, Ramon didn't testify that she looked clumsy, for instance. Ms. Paltrow never says, did not say, I've never been clumsy. Anyway, you've ruled, and we're in deja vu here.
I've ruled, I mean, under Rule 404, evidence of a person's character or character trait is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion the person acted in conformity with the character or trait. And under the court's motion in limine decision, it indicates on page 13, motion 14 pertains to her public appearances and previous unrelated injuries. That's the previous instances of that I believe that Ms. Van Orman's referring to. And the court's order says it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by these motions, and the motions are therefore granted. The ruling will be revisited if the defendant opens the door. If that occurs and the plaintiff wishes to present any of the categories of evidence, he must first address this with the court out of the presence of the jury. And I guess there wasn't any request. I mean, is that what your motion that is pending relates to, that you want a clarification?
No, that's regarding the ski expert.
Okay.
But what about prior inconsistent statements, Your Honor? I'm entitled to ask her if she's testified that she's lied under oath a number of times, and I want to be able
Your Honor,
to show the jury that
slanderous, and I want it withdrawn this moment.
Well,
she has testified
just a moment.
inconsistent.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
I'm not gonna sit
Well, counsel, I'm talking, okay? Have a seat. Have a seat. Okay, with the statement that you just made, do you want to rephrase that?
Yes, absolutely. She has made prior inconsistent statements. During her deposition, Ms. Paltrow was asked a number of times, 3, 4, 5 times.
That may be on this issue. That
Yes.
may be, but to me, without some witness tying it into the essential elements of this case, or the essential issues in this case, I see it as collateral impeachment. So.
Even the fact that Mr. Ramon has testified that she skied into Mr. Sanderson, as in she is also walking into walls, etc.
The ruling was, my understanding was that the plaintiff was not going to inquire into the areas covered by the motions, which included that the previous unrelated injuries or other instances of conduct. So I'm going to stand by my ruling. I haven't revisited it. I think it's a good ruling. So.
And I'd like an apology, Your Honor.
There was, and I am sorry, all I'm saying, there were inconsistent statements. I am not trying to slander Ms. Paltrow nor say that she's lying by any which way, form.
We accept. Thank you. My client says she accepts that.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a short break and come back maybe 5 after.
So we've got a 10-minute break. Yeah, it's interesting how we all look at it. I think because I'm with you, Erin, I think because we've seen it all now, I'm Team Gwyneth. Had I not seen it all, I'm not sure I would have been Team Gwyneth though. But I'm the same as you. I just think there's money grab here. I think everyone's got a piece of the pie. Or it just seems like that, to be quite honest with you. I'm not going to put that on screen, Melissa, because there's swearing on it, and I'm going to be cutting this up to put up on YouTube. Oh, I know what you mean, man. The special treatment element of it. I get it. I get it. I imagine, yes, that would be frustrating. Oh, I think today's been a great stream, guys. Thanks for keeping at it. So that would be. You see, I can put that up on screen, but I can't put anything else. She couldn't just. Oh. Yeah, Joe, I don't know what her motivation is. I think it's just because she doesn't want to give her money out. But, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but even though it might be 3 billion or 300,000, whatever it is, the jury could recommend or give them X amount of money. So if they decide, he broke 4 ribs, we're going to give him 10,000 each for each rib. They could make a set for 40 grand. Is that right? So they don't have to. There's no set amount. I don't believe, is there? Correct me if I'm wrong. And quite likely I am wrong, but Ooh. Here we go. Ba, 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 ba. Well, I do appreciate you all engaging today. It's been fantastic, I think. I think we reached a high point of 25 at one point, which is, well, at the start of this um, Gwyneth speaking. But it's been nice and steady stream. 18 likes. Oh, look at that. Check that out. 18 likes on this video. Thank you very much, guys. Oh, oh, excuse me. Need a weekend to recover. I put the where's it gone now? I jumped online earlier on for the Aiden Fauci one because I just like, it started, so I just decided in a split second I'm going to record it randomly. I had about, I think, 4 people that joined me, but it's had 278 views. That's good. That's good. Just by doing like a 10-minute video. So if you want to see it, it's the actual results when he was found, well, not found guilty, sorry, the sentencing. Literally, I didn't even put many tags on it or anything, so happy with that. 10 minutes, I was watching it anyway, so I just recorded it. Oh. Mm. Oh my God, stocks and shares. Tesla's doing my head in. Come on, Elon, sort yourself out, mate. I've got my stocks are down. Jeez, I'm way down in stocks as well. That one is disturbing. What's disturbing? Oh, the Fauci one, yeah. That was I didn't I watched a documentary on it, but I didn't follow it or anything. So heartbreaking. What's he thinking about? Do you know what I mean? Oh, just she's died and he's thrown his life away as well. Do you know what I mean? He was 14 at the time, was he now 15, 16? He's thrown his life completely away. I know he can appeal he's up for parole in 25 years, but they're not going to give it to him. Let's be honest. Just a waste. I saw some of the testimony. Didn't watch it all. I just snippets, like 20-minute video, 24-minute video, and to see the sister drop in. I don't remember what it was, like stones. That was impactful. It's 114 stones in a glass container for every stab wound. And her other older sister testimony was about like what was a lot like asking Aiden what was it like? What was the last words? Did you stop there and watch her last breath? Did you hear her lungs collapse? Did you hear all that? It brings it all home. You're just like, my God, how much did this girl suffer? And she also asked, did you kill her to her face? Did she see you do it? Or was there a shock to her from behind? Can you imagine all those questions? And the brother's kicking himself every day, thinking, if I hadn't gone to bed that night, could have saved a life. So, oh my God, having to live with that. Wow. We don't know how lucky we are sometimes. We all have it bad, but when you consider some of those things, geez, you just hug your loved ones and you just pray nothing like that ever happens to you. That's a bit sad note there. But on a positive note, I love America. I love the fact that I've had loads of messages, not loads, you're talking probably about 8 messages from people saying they love my accent, all from America. I love it. Love it. Because I love Americans. I'd love to live in America. And to know that I'd be A-okay there with my accent that's all right. Oh. But I don't know where I would want to live in America, though. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to live in snow. Sorry. Sorry, Shannon. I'm not saying I'd want to live in like heat like Miami or something or California, but I don't know, just normal place. Just has a bit of rain sometimes, has a sun, doesn't have too much snow. I don't like snow. I don't mind snow for a day, but I don't like snow for like weeks upon end. In Wales, if you get a bit of snow here for a couple of days, we're on stop. Like that's it. You work, you don't work. Schools are shut. Even if it's like one speck, it's like school's like, oh my God, we've got to shut down. I used to love it in school when some snow was to come down. You're off for like a couple of days. The only thing with America is the portions that you eat. Jeez, you only need one meal a day. Oh, is it? So Minnesota, what? So what in Minnesota? Do you have like 1 month a year where it's sunny and then the rest just like snow and stuff? Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking, Shannon. Melissa, I'm with you. It's a vibe killer. As I say, a day could deal with it. Could deal with it. I'll go out and play chuck snowballs, fine for a day. After that, nah. No thanks.
Jury is on its way.
Thank you, Judge. I love this judge.
Okay, come on.
I think this judge is fantastic. Vibe killer. Agree. It's really hot and stuff. Yeah, I know. Every time I've been over, it's been boiling. Whether it's in New York, New Jersey, Vegas, it's always been boiling. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Charlotte. South Carolina there. Yeah, I've heard good things about that. So obviously I support the Colts in the NFL, but I've heard bad things about Indiana. It's just like nothing there. But like Charlotte and everything is a happy place. Summer's a hot, hot. Yeah, yeah. I love it though. Oh, I'm not saying that. No, I don't like heat. I don't like that much heat. Yeah, I mean, we don't have anything like that. We don't have pools or anything like that here. It's all indoor pools we have. You lost my channel buffering, Giovanna. We found it again now, though. Mosquitoes couldn't do it. Like, yeah, no, I know I'm lucky, but I wouldn't want to do too much heat. But then, like, we don't do air conditioning either. Well, we do a little bit of it, but you guys air conditioning and everything. Like, we don't have air conditioning in our houses or anything like that. We never need it. Hotels do, but they're only in use in the summer. And that's only because you can't open any windows or anything like that. And I'd say you probably have, in Wales, probably equivalent of about a week or two max, where it's unbearable hot, if you're lucky. Do you know what I mean? That's the worst you can get. The rest of the time is fine. It's just a case of tops off for the lads, go out sunbathe. I don't, but that's what happens. You see everyone with the tops off if it's nice, because we're not used to it. Right, it looks like we're back now.
My client, will you take the stand?
Yes, please.
See you next Tuesday.
I think the jury's coming.
No, we don't
Okay,
bother
you
with
didn't bring
it.
them in.
AC, man. Why do we want? I've got no AC in my house. Literally, I say hotels. Yeah, you get them, but they're always like you always switch them off.
All right, jury.
Oh, crowd spies, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what air conditioning looks like. We don't need it. We have some fans in the summer if we desperately need something, but that's about it.
Ms. Van Orman, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Paltrow, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about this was where my whole.
Get on the record that my objection was sustained.
I'm sure it was on the record whenever it was there. I don't recall.
Okay, I think we just said that now would be a good time for a bench meeting, but.
The objection was sustained.
Okay, I'm moving on, shifting gears.
Right.
So, Ms. Paltrow, the reason I got involved in this case in the first place was your counterclaim. So I want to talk with you about the counterclaim. Is it true that you feel it's unfair that Mr. Sanderson has brought this case against you?
I do.
Okay. And he has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation?
Well, I lost half a day of skiing.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And I think that's what your counsel has argued as well, that you you had a full day pass, but you can only ski a half a day.
Yes, I went back down after lunch.
Okay, right. And that's when you had lunch and you got a massage.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't get your knee checked out, didn't have any kind of medical attention.
No, it didn't feel acute in any way. It felt just like I had overstretched my knee and I had sustained a blow, but it didn't feel like it needed medical attention.
Okay. And you're bringing this claim for $1.
I am.
Okay. In fact, your counsel, Steve, do you still have that dollar bill?
Yes, I'll let you use your own.
I'm not going to even respond to that. I don't need it.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't need it. You saw Mr. Owens wave that $1 around, right?
I did.
Okay. $1 in symbolic damages. Is that accurate?
It's an actual dollar that I'm asking for.
Okay, but you also have testified when I asked you questions in your deposition that $1 is symbolic. Do you remember me asking you about
It's symbolic because the damages would actually be more.
that? Okay. But remember me asking you, is it symbolic? And you said, yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you as well, well, you learned about that through Taylor Swift because she asked for $1 in symbolic damages, right?
And I think I said at that point I had not been familiar with it, but I since am.
Now you are. But at the time, a couple of years ago in 2020, you didn't know anything about Taylor Swift's $1 symbolic damage lawsuit?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Because I asked her about it at the time, and she denied it. Correct.
Can you answer the question?
Relevance.
I was not aware at the time.
Are you good friends with Taylor Swift?
No.
Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift.
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas.
Your Honor. Relevance, or I would
Sustained as
like
to
a
relevance.
bench trial.
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
Ask her about Oprah. I mean,
Mr. Owens, sustained. Please move on.
You're telling the jury that you are here asking for $1.
I am.
That's not totally accurate, though, is it?
What do you mean?
Well, the jury isn't going to be deciding this, but you're also asking the judge to award you attorney's fees for over hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't that true?
Your Honor, the judge has made a ruling on this issue that it will be a separate event.
Sustained as to relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, that they have.
If you want to argue the relevance, we should do it up here.
Absolutely.
The frustrating thing is, it's like, yeah, I want my dollar and I want my fees paid for. Bloody right, I would. I don't think there's anything bad about asking for your attorney's fees to be paid. So I don't know what a point is. It's all about expensive holidays. You got all this money. So what? Oh. I mean, I agree. I just think that she's not winning anyone over like this. The jury, I don't think. Because Gwyneth, at the minute, she's been very calm, collected. She's been trained to be like that. So the attorney should just be more compassionate and be like, okay, well, obviously, we believe you're lying, blah, blah, blah. No, go for the jugular, and it's not suit. What I don't like is if she wants to that style, that's fine. But stop with the whole jokes in the middle then and try to be friends again. You know, just stick to one style. But I'm on one today. I'm just like, I feel it today. It's like, come on. Gloves are off. And this is quite annoying because now I've got to edit some of this stuff as well, which I'm not very good at editing. But it's practice, isn't it? It's practice. Rosie! Rosie? Well, we got confused earlier on, didn't we, Rosie? We got really confused earlier on, you and me. Hope you're well, Rosie. And you're right, rich people do have the same rights, and I totally agree with you. I agree, Giovanna. Another shout out to Ashley if she's around. You got my back, Ashley. Fair play to you. Thank you for that on Twitter earlier on. Oh, that was funny about asking about Oprah. Though. That was quite funny. Crow spies, you agree?
I'm sorry. Yes?
Nice one, Rosie.
Okay. Objections overruled.
Thank you. And I'll restate it because I know it's been a little while. So it's not true, Ms. Paltrow, that you are just asking for $1. You are also asking, and this is not for the jury to decide, but this is for the court to decide later, you're asking for your attorney's fees in this case, which could be quite substantial. Is that not true?
So
It's a
I'm
yes- it's a
asking
yes
for
or no.
$1 for me and
Mhm.
then reimbursement of attorney's fees, which is a separate thing,
And that could be a substantial amount, correct?
potentially.
Okay. And when your counsel got up waving that $1, don't you think that's a little bit of a mischaracterization?
I have one more question on this issue, and this is now 3.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Don't you think that that's $1? That's a mischaracterization, isn't it?
I took it as I would receive that $1, which is all I am asking for.
Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that you've misrepresented a number of things today to this jury?
Absolutely not.
No other questions.
Mr. Owens?
You've been here every minute of this jury trial, true?
True.
And you're intending to be here every minute next week?
I am.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've learned a lot.
Who hit who?
Mr. Sanderson hit me.
The comment was that Mr. Sanderson doesn't take criticism well. Do you take criticism well?
In my profession, after all these years of being in the public eye, I think I take it relatively well.
You keep sending me notes. I didn't cause these damages.
That's
right?
absolutely correct.
Do you feel some empathy for Mr. Sanderson and his declining brain?
You know, I really do. I feel very sorry for him. It seems like he's had a very difficult life, but I did not cause the accident, so I cannot be at fault for anything that subsequently happened to him.
So his daughter got up and said he was cursing out her daughter. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Did you cause that?
I did not cause that.
Did you give him brain injuries that were evident on his MRI in 2006?
I did not.
All right, let's start on a happier note. Let's bring up that picture of you and Moses. And while that's coming up, did you personally take a selfie with you and your son?
I take selfies with my kids all the time, yes.
All right, and we're going to pull it up in just a minute. You know what picture I'm talking about. Did you
Yes.
personally take that photo
I did.
on the day at issue?
I did before the accident.
Okay, and it's hard to tell who the 9-year-old is there.
Thank you.
Are you on the right or left?
I'm on the right.
And Moses is on the left.
Yes.
And are you going up the ski lift?
It looks like it.
This is Defense 86. If we haven't moved for its admission, I would like to do so.
No objection.
Defendant's 86 is received.
And I notice, do you have a helmet on there
I do.
and goggles?
Yes.
Did you always that day while on the slopes?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon testified, for instance, you were not wearing a helmet or goggles or any face covering whatsoever. True or it's not true?
I think you can see the evidence that I was wearing a helmet and goggles.
So answer my question, please.
Sorry.
Is it true or not true that at the time of the collision and in the aftermath, you were or were not wearing a helmet
I was.
and goggles?
Correct.
Did you ski at all that day without a helmet?
No.
Is that for anonymity? I'm saying it wrong.
Anonymity?
Thanks for saying that. And also for safety or both or what?
It's for safety primarily, but yes, I like to, when I'm skiing, try to keep a low profile.
You were asked about, well, let me back up even further.
Okay.
You told me you learned to ski at Alta.
I did actually.
Tell me a little about that.
My father was, he loved skiing and he had learned later in life. And so he was determined for my brother and I to learn how to ski when we were young. And he used to do these really sweet one-on-one ski trips with us where he would take us to various destinations, and Alto was one of them.
And then he died young, true?
Unfortunately,
And
yes.
did you stop in his 50s? That's how I'm in my 50s, but
I'm in
did
my
you-
50s.
Did you
It's very
stop
young.
skiing for a while?
I did. I was pretty devastated by his death, and just being in a ski resort and on a chairlift, it was difficult for me. So I avoided it for a few years until I had my own kids, and then I heard his voice in my head thinking I should teach them how to ski.
And Brad Falchuk, you were dating him at the time.
Yes.
And now married to him.
Yes.
Were you skiing with the Coldplay guy, according to Ramon?
No.
Who's the Coldplay guy?
The Coldplay guy, I believe, he's referring to my first husband, Chris Martin. He's the singer and he's a guitar player and a piano player in the band Coldplay.
Thank you. And did this kind of blending of the family's trip have some significance to you?
Yes, this was a significant trip for us. It was the first time Brad and I were introducing our kids and doing something together as to see if we could blend families.
There's an implication that at the time of this collision, you were distracted. Were you distracted?
No,
Were you paying attention to where you were skiing?
I was.
Was there anyone in front of you?
There was not.
There's an implication that somehow you're looking at Moses up the hill to the left while you're skiing downhill. Were you doing that?
I was not.
Carrie Oakes of Deer Valley does say something in her deposition about the kids wanting you to see them or something. Were you in fact, did you all meet at the top of the hill?
I think we were 6 in our group plus our ski instructors. So we would always meet that day at the top of the chair and kind of plot out where everyone was going.
Great. Okay, the 6 people, let's just make sure we know who they are.
Myself, Brad, my stepdaughter, Isabella, my daughter, Apple, my son, Moses, and my stepson, Brody.
Okay. And then you had paid for each of the 4 kids to have their own individual instructors.
They were all very different levels. So Brad paid for his kids and I paid for mine.
All right. The $1 that I'll probably waive in closing, but not this minute. Were you planning to ski the whole day?
I was.
And did you send a little text after lunch?
Yes.
Can you bring this up? And I'm going to get this board. Has it been admitted? So good question. D110 is the text. Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 110 for defendants is received.
These are kind of hard to see, and James is going to bring it up. D110. It's green here. 83A is the better copy, I guess. So, Gwyneth, do you have a defense binder there?
I just have my deposition.
And so, for ours, I'm going to hand you this binder. Can we move to admit 83B?
No objection.
Defense Exhibit 83B is received.
It's a little hard to see.
Okay.
And James, could you blow up the last sort of, yes. I think we need to go back just a little more to put a date on it. Do you recall I asked you, hey, did you text anyone that day? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And this is your own personal cell phone copy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and there's a date. Sorry, it's a bad copy. February 24, sorry, February 26, 2016. Is that in fact a true and correct copy of your phone screen?
Yes.
And who were you texting with? Do you recall?
Eric Christensen, the ski instructor.
All right, so we went down Bandana. So you'd already been down that very, oh, my board. I'm gonna get my board in case this is better copy. All right, okay, cool. Which one's you, on the right or left? Do you know? The green?
Eric is the green and I'm the white.
Okay, cool. We should take north side up, question mark. That's you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go back out. And in the afternoon, let's go with the, okay, let's keep going down. Oh, let's go Ruby left. So you're coordinating a little bit?
Yes.
On the mountain in real time, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, James, I'm testing you out here. Moses wants to know if you are still skiing and where. All right, so it's 2:29,
Mm-hmm.
and this is, no one's thinking lawsuit yet, right?
No.
And that's you on the left with the G, and
Yes.
it says, can you read it?
It says, I came in. That guy sort of hurt me. I'm going to get a massage at 3. Gigi is here if he wants to come.
Okay, Gigi was helping with the kids?
Yeah, Gigi was our babysitter.
All right. Did you go in earlier because you had been hit?
I did, yes.
Did you personally pay for a ski pass at Deer Valley?
I did.
And was it a full day pass?
It was.
And was it, is the monetary difference between the full day pass and the half day pass more than $1?
It is.
Ms. Van Orman kept saying when you were allegedly hit. Were you hit?
I was hit.
The definition of an assault is an unauthorized touching.
Yes.
Did Mr. Sanderson touch you in an unauthorized manner?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may.
Big Mike, I thought Chrissy was bad. Jeez. I didn't know that, Rosie, about a song. Didn't know that Chris wrote a song. Google Home just called Gwyneth a liar. He said the wit text was him. Who's Google? Hey,
And
Google
you should
always
disregard the question.
Did he touch you without your permission?
He did.
The sexual part, by the way, that's just for a split second. You're thinking, what's going on here?
Yes, I was trying to put together what could possibly be happening behind me.
A scream. I think there are a couple witnesses that said they heard some noise.
Yes, when we fell.
Is it impossible you let out a noise upon being hit?
I think it's impossible that I let out a noise upon being hit because it was a very slow move. It wasn't an impact. The impact came when we fell on the ground. So it's very possible that when the impact was made, I screamed, but I do not recall making a sound until we were falling or on the ground.
Okay. So a collision, when I think of two skiers hitting each other, I think of a hit and then sort of separation between the two.
Yes.
Is that what happened with you?
No, this was very strange. It was a slow in between my skis with his skis, and then like 1,000, 2,000-ish, and then a fall.
The defense has prepared an animation exhibit that will be shown next week. Have you personally reviewed that?
I have.
And does it accurately state what you believe has occurred that day?
Yes.
Now, it's not precise in the sense that it's not actual video of the event, right? But it does a good job of sort of setting the stage
Yes.
and animating what occurred.
There needs to be some clarification as to what part of the animation he's referring to.
Agreed. It's sustained as to vagueness and
Sure.
therefore relevance.
Sure. Have you seen the animations?
I have.
All right. Not every witness saw everything. Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. For instance, you didn't see anyone in front of you, but you felt someone behind you?
Yes.
So you wouldn't possibly know, for instance, where Sanderson was coming from.
No, he was behind me.
I'm trying to satisfy the prior.
Sustained?
Does the animation fairly represent your story?
It does.
One thing Craig Ramon said is that Mr. Sanderson was out cold for 2 or more minutes. Do you recall that testimony?
To be honest, he's said so many different minutes so many times, I don't recall exactly.
All right. Assume that he said minutes, that
Okay.
he was literally unconscious for minutes. Did you observe that?
That Mr. Sanderson was unconscious for minutes?
Yes.
No, he
Or-
was not.
Or unconscious at all?
I don't know. And based on what I've heard from the doctors, you can be unconscious for a split second. So it's possible he was for a split second.
So where were you as you go down the hill?
On the right side of Bandana,
Was there a reason you were there?
I just tend to try to, especially on a crowded run, I was trying to ski, a little bit to the side and make turns.
Were you being an aggressive skier? Like, I'm gonna go as
No.
fast as I can to get
This
down.
is a green run with lots of families. Absolutely not.
It's a green run, but it's not a bunny run, right? It actually, it's one of your favorite runs?
It was one of my kids' favorite ones. They were learning.
Gotcha. Because it comes down quite a ways.
It does. It's a nice long run.
And was this toward the top, do you recall?
It was toward the top, but not at the top, if that makes sense.
Would you have observed, first of all, did you personally look and see Mr. Sanderson
On the ground?
after the event?
Yes.
And was he unconscious when you saw him?
No.
Then they're saying Eric Christensen, the Deer Valley person, came over.
Mhm.
Did you observe that?
I did.
And they're saying that he yelled aggressively toward Mr. Sanderson. Did you observe that?
He did not yell at Mr. Sanderson, no.
He's going to testify on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
From your interactions with Mr. Christensen, is that consistent with his personality to be aggressive like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for character evidence.
Sustained?
How many times before had you interacted with Mr. Christensen?
Well, it's a while back now, but I know that we had him teach my son Moses on at least one other occasion. He was always incredibly kind, very patient. My son was a beginner and frustrated that he couldn't ski better faster, and Mr. Christensen was incredibly patient and sweet with him.
He's a high school art teacher, I guess, on the side, or
Yes.
one of the other.
He makes pottery.
There was an early comment about a hit and run. Did you hit and run?
Absolutely not.
and Deer Valley was dismissed on that, was a prior party and was dismissed. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
I think there was an allegation that Eric Christensen did some funny business with the paperwork to protect you, his paying client.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Sustained.
Did you expect Eric Christensen to falsify his paperwork?
Of course not.
Agent and representative in the legal world, I can tell you, is a little different maybe than in the acting world.
Right.
This idea that when Eric told me to leave, I felt okay to leave.
Yes.
Just comment on that. Was that a cover up?
No, certainly.
Your Honor, relevance?
Sustained.
Was Eric Christensen your legal representative on the mountain?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled on that.
Go ahead.
No, he was not.
Did you stick around for a while after the collision?
I did indeed.
Going back to the $1, Eric Christensen, you had paid Eric Christensen to take teach your son how to ski that day for the full day, true?
Yes.
And was his attention diverted as a result of your collision?
Yes, for a while.
And that $1 of damages, does that also take into account that fact?
I haven't quantified, if you break it out, what a Deer Valley ski instructor makes per hour, but I think it's more than $1.
The comment was the word symbolic was used, but did you in fact lose $1 or more as a result of the collision?
I did.
Did you hurt yourself? I'm sorry. Did Mr. Sanderson hurt you by hitting you?
He did.
And please explain.
Well, when we fell over, my right knee felt like it had been overstretched and my back hurt.
All right. And you got a massage, but did not seek medical care. Is that what I understand?
I did not.
Eric Christensen's going to testify on Monday. He's going to say words to the effect that he heard and turned. Ramon similarly said that, didn't he?
I believe he did.
He wasn't focused just on Terry right before the incident. He heard and turned and saw them a group go down, correct?
That's what he said.
Sustained.
We'll let the jury remember then.
That wasn't even a question.
Yeah, the question, the answer, and the comment afterward are stricken. You should disregard.
Moses and Apple are coming, and Brad on Monday morning.
They are.
Missing school to do it.
Apple will be missing school, unfortunately, and Moses will be on spring break, so he will not be.
You've heard, next week you will hear from our experts, but do they 100% support your version of what occurred?
Yes.
And I said your version of what occurred, but I do mean to say what occurred. You know what occurred, right?
I absolutely do. I was there.
When they say, did anyone witness this? And Mr. Sanderson doesn't really remember things. You remember things, don't you?
I do.
Sustained.
Were you knocked out?
I was not knocked out, no.
Do you have memory loss of the event?
I do not. I mean, it was a long time ago, but.
That's fair. One moment, please. Just one quick thing. We're going to bring up a Deer Valley receipt that actually shows the amount paid.
Any objection to this exhibit? What is it? Which number is it? Any objection?
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 85 is received.
We want to protect an address if we needed to, but it turns out we don't need to. So there's been no objection. And James, would you bring that up? There's an address there, maybe enlarge so D85, move for admission if we haven't. And then is this your actual receipt from Deer Valley?
Yes.
And it's in that binder in front of you if you need to look at it.
What number is the
Yes,
exhibit?
let me come get that. And 85.
Okay. I see. Thank you.
All right. It's kind of hard to see.
I can see it.
The tab between the four of you for 4 kids, couple days, nearly $9,000, eh?
That's what they charge.
I think, again, there's this assertion that because you were paying Eric Christensen, you expected him to lie for you. Do you,
This characterizes questioning, insinuations, or evidence.
Overruled, the jury will recall the evidence or the questioning and the answers before.
all right.
Does that mean I don't?
You can.
So
Did you expect Eric Christensen to lie for you?
absolutely no.
But he was on your payroll, wasn't he?
But this is what Deer Valley charges. So anytime you go and you ask for a private instructor, that's the fee, unfortunately.
Okay, and we'll let Eric talk about this on Monday.
Okay.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Van Orman?
I will be quick, and I promise that actually will stay the case. If I can find my glasses. All right. Just to follow up on a couple things you were just asked about. You were shown the text message, I think that's on that board there.
Yes.
And counsel had asked you, that text message was made before there were any lawsuits going on, right?
It was.
Okay. So are you aware that Mr. Ramon reported to the ski patrol that you hit Terry in the back about 10 minutes after the crash?
I don't understand the question.
That's not in evidence.
Are you aware that Mr. Ramon, about 10 minutes after the accident, reported to ski patrol that you struck Mr. Sanderson in the back?
I don't think so.
Okay. If that report was made, 10 minutes after the crash, that was long before a lawsuit was even contemplated as well, isn't it?
Yes.
You mentioned about keeping a low profile. You like to keep a low profile
When skiing.
when you're skiing. Correct. Does screaming at the top of your lungs profanities at Mr. Sanderson when he's on the ground keeping a low profile?
After an incident like that where you feel hurt and violated, unfortunately, adrenaline can take over and emotion as well.
Okay. And counsel had asked you about touching you without your permission. I just want to make clear, we didn't do the little
Dance.
Thank you. Yeah, the little dance. But when I tried to reenact it with myself, which is, I'm sure I'll get crap for that later from my children, it was the front of his body that you believe touched you, right?
Yes.
Not his arms, not his hands.
Correct.
Okay. And when you guys fell to the ground, you landed on him. He did not land on you.
That's right.
Okay. All right. You screamed when you fell?
What I remember, the first time I remember yelling was at Mr. Sanderson after the accident, but it's possible that I could have yelled when we were falling.
Okay. And then you've described and you've kind of put with your fingers how Mr. Sanderson's skis went in between yours. Do you have any explanation how somebody, if you're moving, because you were moving, right?
Yes.
He's moving.
Yep.
How somebody could, I'm just going to call it thread the needle, stick. How can somebody, as they're moving down this hill, have the ability to put their skis in between yours when they're like 18 inches apart?
I don't know, but that's what happened.
Okay. You testified that this was a crowded run.
There were people on the run.
Okay, but you've just said when I asked you questions earlier, nobody was in front of you.
Nobody was directly in front of me, no.
Okay. Were there people in your vision in front of you?
There were people on the run.
Okay. It was crowded.
It was, I think it was moderately crowded on that day.
Okay. And some of the people were your daughter and Carrie Oakes down below, and your son and Eric Christensen to the left and up a little bit.
I believe so.
Okay. And you've mentioned that Mr. Christensen was kind and patient with your son.
He was.
Okay.
Very much so.
All right. You did pay him a lot and tip him well.
I paid Deer Valley Resort. I don't know what the resort pays their instructors, so that would be a question for them.
Do you tip Mr. Christensen well?
I hope so.
Okay. Me too. But I would hope also if you're going to use this, you'd had him as an instructor before, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would expect him to be kind and patient with your son.
Well, he was kind and patient the first time, which is why we asked to have him again.
Okay, great. You said that you stuck around, but while you stuck around, you never asked Mr. Sanderson if he was okay.
Correct, because he had hit me and I was very upset.
All right. You still didn't think it would be appropriate to ask somebody if they're all right?
Mr. Christensen asked if he was okay, and he said he was. Meaning Mr. Sanderson.
I think you said that he mumbled it.
He said, I'm okay.
You've been asked a number of questions about the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked in your deposition, were you not, to your understanding, you're making a claim for the sum of $1 as a symbolic loss, right?
Yes.
And you said correct. Yes?
That's right.
Okay. And then I also asked you in your deposition, are you telling me now you're making more than the sum of $1? Do you remember what your response was?
I don't remember.
You said no. That's not the case though, is it?
Your Honor,
It's a yes or no.
That's an improper question. She gave the answer.
Overruled.
It's a yes or no. Are you making a claim more than $1 in this case?
Now I am, yes.
Thank you. No other questions.
Mr. Owens?
Actually, sorry, before that, one more. What's changed between now and when I took your deposition in 2020?
What do you mean?
Well, in 2020, you said, no, I'm not. Now you said, now you are. What's changed?
Well, you're making so for me, as I said, there's a delineation between the $1 that I would receive and the lawyer's fees being reimbursed, which is not.
Okay, so then you're not changing your position.
No.
Okay, so you've always been seeking more than $1.
At the time of the deposition, I was seeking $1 for myself. And I don't recall at the time of the deposition if we were also asking fees reimbursement.
I'll represent to you that that was pled in the counterclaim. I could show you a copy if you'd like.
I'm sure.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with?
That in the counterclaim where you assume how I got involved on this case,
Yes.
that you had asked for $1 plus attorney's fees.
I am asking for $1 plus of attorney's fees for that they're being paid.
And from day one, since you filed the counterclaim against Mr. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to pull up P3, which I think has been admitted. It's the Deer Valley report by Eric Christensen. And for Gwyneth, do you know what the email is? So can I come? May I? I'm going to just show you D3 here.
Okay.
It's not the same. Do you know what our Deer Valley associations have it? I'll tell you what, would you come down? I have a laser here. If I need it, it's a little red thing. Did you see this on the first day of testimony? And James, maybe do the top third. This is Christensen's report.
Yes.
It says male skier took her out from behind. Is
Yes.
that what happened?
Yes.
This report is accurate?
Very.
I didn't see it, but heard her scream as she went down. Do you dispute that?
I don't.
I skied directly to her. Did he do that?
He did, yes.
The man was behind her. Both were in discomfort. Is that all true?
Yes.
During lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore. Is that a true statement?
It is.
Can we go to the second, third now, please? I'm glad you can see it on your monitor. We had a hard time getting those going. All right, I'm going to look here. It says on the right there, a patroller came by to check on everyone. Do you have a memory of that?
I don't.
All right.
I'm afraid.
And then the bottom third, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this goes beyond the scope of my read, direct, cross, etc.
Your Honor, I'm addressing this because she was asked additional questions about sort of who hit to. First thing male skier stated was that she, meaning you, appeared right in front of him. All right. Did you hear that?
No.
Do you dispute it occurred?
No.
Thus admitting he was the uphill skier.
He was.
She never saw him because he came in from behind.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Sanderson in front of you?
No, he was behind me.
Did you have a lash in your eye or otherwise have some eyesight problem?
Nope, I still have 20/20. I need reading glasses though.
Were you blind in one eye and limited in the other?
No.
All right. I think there's a reference here that given your height and Mr. Sanderson, less height, being less tall, that somehow you couldn't have felt him against your back. Can you just comment on that?
Well, he was uphill of me, so he was higher than me, and he pressed whatever of his body against my back when his skis slid between mine.
Were you standing still when the skis came between you?
No, I was gently skiing, and he kind of gently skied right into me.
Does that mean Mr. Sanderson was going faster than you were going?
No, it wasn't an impact.
Okay, well.
Until we hit the ground.
To come up upon you.
Yes.
I guess he had to have been skiing a little faster than you. Fair?
I don't know because he was behind me, so I don't know what he was doing.
All right. Ramon said that Sanderson had his head downhill, spread eagle, out cold. Did you observe that?
No.
Was his head downhill?
Your Honor, objection goes beyond the scope.
I think you're going beyond the scope.
Your Honor, she asked about, I'll move on, but she was asking about where people were.
She did ask for people landed in her redirect or recross, so you can go into that.
Thanks. So you heard Ramon say spread eagle, head down, right?
I did.
Out cold.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have noticed if he had been spread eagle? First, just comment on that. Yes or no?
Objection pleading.
Sustained?
Just comment. Like I did see him spread eagle, or he did not. I'm trying to be as broad as I can on that.
Well, that's leading.
Okay.
It's on a Friday.
It is. That is true. Was your head, when you came to arrest, downhill?
Both of our heads were in the same direction, uphill.
So Ramon said they were both downhill.
That is incorrect. The expert today even said it was impossible for him to get lift off, and so that's just not what happened.
The comment was that you cursed at him. Why didn't you say, pardon me, sir, I think you inadvertently ran into me? Why didn't you do that in a nice, calm manner?
Again, I felt violated. I was upset. I was worried about my knee. My back hurt. It felt violating to have somebody press their body against my back. I was full of adrenaline. I was really upset, and I'm sorry that I cursed.
I think Ramon said something like someone gave him the stink eye. Your Coldplay buddy, he wasn't your Coldplay buddy, but gave him the stink eye or something to that effect.
I don't remember that.
A mean look.
I don't know who that would have been, and I don't remember.
Brad probably wasn't too happy that someone had hurt his girlfriend.
Objection beyond the scope.
I'll let it go. Who hit who?
Objection asked and
Oh my
answered.
gosh.
I want it.
What a waste of time.
Sustained.
3 words, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
We'll let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross.
It's 5:00. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, let me just give you the same instruction that I have given you a few times. So we're recessing now until 9 a.m. on Monday morning. And so you'll be on your own over the weekend. Before we recess, I need to remind you of the following instruction. Please do not discuss this case with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence, and please do not form or express an opinion on this case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. And the final instruction is have a great weekend.
I don't know, man. I was half-fisted at that point. Oh, 9 o'clock Monday. Ooh. I mean, this has been my favorite judge throughout. He's just
You can
so
step down
calm.
and you can leave too.
So calm and just straight in there. No messing.
Yes.
Your Honor, we may call our client in our case. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay. And
I mean, I don't know if they have an objection, but it would be proper because you're limited by the scope of cross before.
thank you. Can we sit for a minute? Because I'm not quite
Sure.
done.
Is there anything we should address before the weekend? I know there's a brief that's due by the defendants by noon on Sunday.
That's right.
There is one other thing we should probably talk about is
I'm sorry?
timing. We need to talk about timing on witnesses. I know
Yes,
that
that's
you
what I
got.
wanna talk
Yeah, okay, great.
Let's talk.
Anything else for the court?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So how are we going to, in theory, they were supposed to arrest today. I'm not complaining. I mean, there's one more witness, as I understand it, which is Terry Sanderson. Can the plaintiffs confirm?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right.
So on Monday morning, we'll start with Mr. Sanderson.
No.
Okay.
I need to be heard on this.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't say no to you, Your Honor. We have 7 witnesses lined up because there was no question that plaintiffs were going to rest on Friday. So 7 people are all lined up back to back. And Mr. Sanderson's here, and I didn't expect them. We sort of flip-flop this in a way because they've heard from plaintiff, they've heard from the defendant before we've never even heard from the plaintiff. But I have back-to-back witnesses Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, which leaves Mr. Sanderson to testify on Thursday next week. It is possible that almost all of these people have flown in from out of state to be very precise on timing. And I don't think we should be punished. I think I raised this several times, like I need to set up our witnesses. And I'm talking about 16 witnesses, very busy physicians out of state. My client's family is coming in just for this and then leaving. So I'm not critical. We are where we are, but I made it clear multiple times that and I don't want to be limited in my time for Mr. Sanderson.
And Your Honor,
So what's the request?
That
That
we
we take
work,
witnesses out of
we
order?
work in Sanderson when we can.
All right. And what's the plaintiff's position on that request?
Object to that.
What do you propose happen?
We have a case, and we'd like to have it finished so that we can rest appropriately. Terry Sanderson is an important part of that case. We have a right to put him on. Now, I don't want to throw stones here, but there's a lot of reasons why this took longer than it should have, okay? And it's not our fault. We worked as hard as we could. So I think we take Terry Sanderson on Monday. We will have him for about an hour.
Yeah, I've taken his direct, and I will commit to the court that we will be done with direct in an hour.
Okay.
And so I think we do that and we fit him in as we can. I mean, we had problems too. You know, we caught a witness short to get out of town. That happens.
And after that witness, then you'll be resting?
Yes.
Okay.
So this puts me in a bad position, Your Honor, with my witnesses. I raised this multiple times. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday.
Some of these are Deer Valley people. This is the best snow year in 20 years. They're losing income by coming. And some of them, for instance, can come during a 2-hour window. That's how tight it is.
Is anyone in the 9 to 10 window?
Yes. So it goes Moses. It's probably going to go this way. Moses, Apple, Brad, Eric Christensen, Whitney Smith, Steve Graff. Right now, we're not calling Carrie Oakes, and she's not under subpoena.
And why can't the family members be called later?
It's true that Carrie Oakes, actually, I don't think we've made a final decision on. Your question once more, I'm sorry.
Why can't the family members be called later?
They're missing school. They're taking flights in, flights out. I promised them they'd be on and off that morning. And I did that on some good faith basis here that we're going to start our case on Monday morning.
Okay, well, here's my ruling, is that I agree with Mr. Sykes. The plaintiff has their case. They're entitled to put their case on. What I'm hearing is that there's 1 more hour before they rest. You don't have to cross-examine the plaintiff at that time. If you have witnesses that you need to put on right away, you can call the plaintiff in your case. And it sounds as though, well, you'll have to make some adjustments for that 1 hour. I think it's a reasonable way to look at it. Sure. I mean, I've ruled, do you?
It's something related to what Ms. Rowlands just said. It was our understanding Carrie Oakes was subpoenaed by the defendant.
Yeah, we were counting on that.
She's a very key witness, and we understand she was subpoenaed for this trial. And we are counting on her being called. During
Called when? Oh, okay. I don't think he's outlined all the witnesses he's calling.
But he did represent that he's not sure if she's been subpoenaed.
I know she has not been subpoenaed.
Well, you've got the weekend to subpoena her.
Well, we relied on them.
On
we didn't
who?
want to have to call her, have her here twice. We relied on their statement that they would call her. And that's the problem.
We coordinated with their counsel too to that.
If she's unavailable, then we'd ask to read her deposition.
Yeah, see if you can work it out over the weekend, get her here, and if not, we can do the deposition.
That really is, because we relied on that. We relied on that.
So I don't represent Deer Valley, just so you know. Deer Valley has a lawyer. He's been involved through the whole thing. You've seen my correspondence with him. You can show me any emails. I'll stand by whatever I said.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't control these people.
It's Friday afternoon past 5 o'clock. I only want to hear what I absolutely have to hear so that I can prepare for Monday morning.
Can I just say one last thing? The defense told us Carrie Oakes was in the case going to be heard on.
Right over my head. Hear about it formally rather than, I guess, just comments flowing back and forth, lawyer to lawyer. I'd like to hear about it. I'd like you to lay out what is the issue, what do you want me to decide, and what are the facts that support that?
Fair request, we'll do that.
Okay.
I want to put one thing on the record. We have provided to plaintiffs highlighted testimony of Jenny Sanderson, who's our witness on Tuesday, March 28th.
So have you provided the plaintiffs with your expected witness list for Monday?
I just outlined it.
Have you got everything you need over here for Monday?
What was that list one more time then?
Okay.
So the order might need to be jostled.
And then the other thing is that the parties are going to get together about redacting any personal information on the exhibits.
And what I'd like to do, Judge, is have both sides, so we don't have to admit everything and take extra time. Let's just do one motion to admit all the exhibits, both sides.
Well,
Fair enough?
If referenced.
Unless there's an objection on it.
If they've been referenced in the trial, not if they haven't been.
You guys work that out and we'll address it maybe at 8:30 on Monday morning. Actually, I think I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning. I do. I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning. So it'll have to be at 8 o'clock if there's anything that the court needs to address. Okay?
Your Honor, do you plan to address that motion that we're going to send you some briefing on?
Do
by
I need
Sunday at
to
noon?
before we start on Monday, or could it be done after hours on Monday?
I'd say after.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
not
think
one
you
of the
need to.
witnesses.
That's correct.
All right, we'll look at doing it after hours then. All right, have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The judge has got some cocktails to go and drink. He wants out of here. He's going to the pub. Go on. They've got some dancing to do tonight. Right, okay, so 8 o'clock mountain time. Oh. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. That's 2 o'clock UK time. 8, 10 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so I'll set up for 8. Like, no one come at 8 o'clock. Sorry, the 8 o'clock, whatever it's called. Geeks and Gamers. No, I don't, man, my friend. Big Mike, I don't, man. Just started this channel for murders, and I got twisted in by Erin to do this one for whatever reason. I'm just a big softie. Yeah, so I'll cover stuff at 8 o'clock then, Mountain Time. And if anyone wants to watch it, come back at 9 o'clock. I'll set it for 8 anyway, in case someone wants to come here and watch it. But yeah, that's it. Well, thanks guys. It's been a good stream, I think. I think it's been very entertaining. I think Big Mike brought a few things with him. Innuendos. What's there? Probably angry at the fixing the others makes me pretty down convinced that. Well, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt there was this lying. That was hidden. There's a whole lot of lying going on. Yeah, I mean, Runkle the uncle, he's spot on as always. I will not take blame for this, but I'm here for it. I'm still blaming you. I mean, I'll take full responsibility, obviously, but I love the fact that you love her so much, and I love the fact that Melissa hates her so much. Big Mike, thanks for subbing, Big Mike, as well. You're a legend. Thanks for the innuendos. I think you shut Chrissy up. She left. That's unheard of. Love her, uncle. Yeah, I don't watch too much. Since starting this YouTube business, I don't get a chance to watch anything. So I got now, it's 11:15, and then it's going to be like, I'm going to try and edit the Gwyneth things tonight. I'm going to try and do a couple of videos on the weekend. Back at it on Monday. But I'll have it no other way. No problems. Thank you. You make my life easy, Shannon. All of you do. So appreciate you all in the chat, because without you, I'm just talking to myself, which is like any other normal day, really. So I appreciate you. Appreciate all the likes and everything. I appreciate all the chats, the innuendos, the whatever crap that we've been speaking about. I hope you all have a really good weekend. Don't drink too much, or drink too much. Behave. Erin, talk to your husband. What did he think about Gwyneth? I thought she did quite well. I thought, look hot. I like that picture of her as well, so I'll keep that on for a bit. Yeah. Hope you all have a great weekend. Can't super chat. No, I'm build. Thanks anyway, Mike. But no, I'm building. I've got about 800 subs to go, and about 3,500 hours to go. Watch hours before I can do anything like that. But I appreciate it. By chat. Appreciate the thought, I would say. Oh, what was that? And you, Erin. She was lovely. I bet you she was very lovely, Erin. Thanks for Rosie. Thank you, and thanks for commenting. Always welcome here. Thanks, Big Mike. Get the lads on here. Joe, J-E-T-S. Just. No, I support them, but they've got some moves this season. They're doing all right. Oh no! I just thought, Jets. Big Mike's not going to be happy for this, Joe, if he comes over to Jets. Thanks again, Mike. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah. Please do. And also, after you've done me, we got Crime Spies as well. You can subscribe to her as well. Giovanna, good night. Good night to you as well. Thank you, chat. Love you to bits. Thanks for making the chat what it is. So, with that, I'm going to shut it down because I'm going to go straight on to edit now. So, thank you, peeps. See you Monday morning, bright and early. Have a good one, guys. Ta-da! Now this all